No, I went into YouTube just to dwiddle with things.
Beautiful.
Okay, so let me cut this and then cut. How do I? It's not letting me comment. That's strange. Banner's brand. Gotta figure. I guess this is the first time I've done anything on the phone instead of the computer.
Oh.
There we go. There we go. I think I got it. Yeah. Okay. Cool. So we're live. We're just continuing a discussion that we've had a couple different places. I may repeat things because I may repeat things and it might sound redundant because I've talked to you twice about this, but I think it's good to have the whole conversation in one place because it is an important conversation and we are both having it in good faith, which is really important. Anything I've learned in doing debates is like things have to be in good faith for anything to actually happen. I've done a bunch of debates with people in bad faith and it's just, there's no point to it. It's a complete waste of time. But I know you were just talking about wanting to do more kind of debate discussion, deeper dives, and I'm super down for doing that kind of stuff, especially about this topic. There's a Mises Institute. This guy Robert Murphy wrote this lecture called Chaos Theory, and I want you to watch it with me sometime in the next week or two. Because I think that would be really interesting. I've been wanting to. It's an older lecture, but it's the most important lecture that I've heard, like in my like political-ish career, or anti-political career, and it's just really dusty and old, and it needs to be revised. And I've just been trying to figure out ways of, making new videos about it. It's a couple hours long, but now that I'm used to large format live streaming, it doesn't seem so long. Like it really is. In the past, I've always been like, man, I can't do a 2-hour video. No one's gonna watch that, but like people are watching 2-hour videos. So yeah.
If you got the right thing. Please, yeah, I'm interested.
Yeah, so that'll be fun. Or we could even, we could even do it now. Or we could continue. I think where we've gotten to, in our discussion, I am an anarcho-capitalist. I still believe in open markets, and I don't really have. That's like it's kind of integral to my whole ideal, I guess. My whole like anarchy land in my head it would have open markets, and I understand your position, being against capitalism and the dollar and the Federal Reserve and all that stuff, and we're pretty close on all that stuff. But I can't see myself being happy in a fully controlled society, I guess, even if it's easier, like it just seems really vanilla to me. And in my opinion, like without the sweet, you can't have the sour, and like without, hard times, you can't have good times. And if everything's kind of like, I don't know, a little too easy, and a little not as exciting, it just seems not as exciting to me. And I just, I'm an anarchist. So the idea of any kind of control, I'm against that. And in any other society, I guess, or any other system, there would be control. And especially one that was quelling any kind of markets that were organically happening. So I think Chuck's asking if you're a socialist. I don't think you're a socialist, right? Are you saying that because you just don't want to be an ist or you don't want to be the
Well,
label. Could you? Is that like the closest thing that you could?
that's a fair representation too of my reluctance to identify with an ist.
Yeah,
Okay,
yeah,
but if there is an ist that is closest, it might be more along the socialist ideas.
yeah,
Um, where I'm coming from is the concept of beyond money, an actual moneyless type society using what's one of the more widely known is the resource-based economy. That principle put forth, I learned of it from Jacques Fresco, but it's really kind of
I haven't
basic.
looked right. I've kind of seen a little bit. Can you explain that to me? The resource based.
As I understand the principles, okay, it is the idea of an open and a truly free society where the knowledge is freely shared, the resources, energy, it's all available. And the idea behind the resource based economy is if we can allow knowledge, facts, and evidence, if the truth is what controls our choices, then we can allow technology and mechanization. We can create true oversight using the technology so that there's public oversight in the direction of choices that affect greater populations. And it's not so much to eliminate the idea of markets. It's actually, in my opinion, it would actually create truly free markets where people bring their talents, resources together, creating and innovating, bringing products to be shared. And without the manipulation of media, right? The lies and deception of our education and political systems, our entertainment systems, without those lies, I think people would get along better. And I honestly think that's the destination, the destiny for our future. I really do. Like a Star Trek generation, we're at that point. We could I think we can change it.
Yeah, it's funny because we've always used the term Star Trek socialism, and
Well,
it's never been in a nice way.
oh, really?
No, that sounds scary to me. That's like what Elon Musk wants to do in Mars. It's like, I don't know if I'd want to live there. Like, sounds like jail, kind of.
Can you guys hear me okay? On the
Yeah,
mic?
man. You could turn up your mic just a little bit, maybe.
Hold on, let me go to. Yeah.
Sounds a lot better than it did in the other stream.
Oh my.
Yeah.
I don't know if it was the audio or the company, but good grief, the patterns of interruption were.
Well, better. Check 1, 2, 3.
Yeah.
So Jacques Fresco, who died a while back, and I had some experience with. I guess my question was, I want to go back to this. When you said inventing things and entrepreneurship, whatever. I'm a classic, the Renaissance period, a classicalist. If you know what that means. This whole idea about the IPO and that the Chinese steal stuff from the so-called West, or the Japanese used to do that back, decades ago. And the Japanese, they cannot innovate because they're a bunch of beehive. We know this narrative, correct? You following?
Reverse engineers.
Well, I mean, this whole IPO thing is, I don't buy into it because we all know our history is bullshit. We know our technology has been here for a long time. So I don't buy into this whole IPO nonsense. And where does that come from? Is that part, Jeffrey, is this IPO, intellectual property, is that part of capitalism, or is that part of propaganda?
Is there echo?
There's a
I think you might need a. Yeah.
I just can't win.
Check. Yeah. It's still there.
Cancellation.
There we go. Yeah, that's gone now. No, that would be crony capitalism. Crony capitalism is where governments pop up and control markets artificially and make special deals for themselves and their friends and make special deals with other countries and stuff. That's something that clearly needs to stop, obviously, but is like not something that we're going to be able to control in any way outside of completely somehow getting rid of, big government.
Do you know what I'm saying with this whole idea? Jack, do you follow the question? This intellectual property concept, where the quote unquote Chinese are stealing this from the West or the U.S. or this that whole narrative.
I know that secrets create divisions. Divisions create the illusions of enemies. And mankind has been at war with itself for generations and generations because we allowed the shiny little gold and the shiny little silver objects to take over what was important to us. And honestly, this money system, regardless of the names we give it, capitalism, cronyism, whatever, it's a method of deception. It is wizardry. Man has devised ways to manipulate words into creating man's legal system. Man's legal system is designed to protect the debt system. So, Eric, I know how you feel about systems. I think these are the systems that we mutually oppose, the systems of oppression that have been used to divide us and defy nature. Government is fiction, man-made.
Yep. It's all in our heads.
It is. And it's up to us to stop believing this. And this is where the message for my videos is what I've been trying to get people to consider is what is real, what is important to you. And what is important to each of us is the experiences, right? The experience of our day, who we're spending time with, how we're spending that time. The money is a distraction from what's important. It's just a method to keep us confused, man. Seriously, I'm saying this with confidence. I view money as the tool for slavery.
Well,
without money, slavery would not exist.
I like that analogy. Are we talking about money, or are we talking about currency? Are we talking about fiat? Are we talking about?
I don't see any.
There's always has to be some sort of store of value,
right?
When you're dealing with billions of people, that's where I think we're so close, Jack. But like we're as the first step, like changing what we have now, I think is what we really need to focus on talking about, because I think we're really close. But I can't see, like, I get, like ultimately, yeah, I'd love to live in a world where everyone just, does their job and everyone gets everything they need. But I just don't see nature being set up that way, nor us being able to bend nature in a way to make that happen, with the resources we have at the moment. So, but this is going to be the fun conversation, is talking about this stuff.
I hate to sound like an asshole elitist, but there are quote unquote useless eaters, and they exist in the elite class and then the welfare class. But then there's people in the middle that want to be creative. They want to be entrepreneurial, whatever you want to call it, but we're a minority because we got these elite, people that are judges, bureaucrats, welfare recipients, voters, the statists, and that goes from the upper class to the middle class to the lower class. But then there's people out there that just don't want to fit into this BS class system, well, let's say a caste system as they have in India. And we're kind of sitting out here in the wind, surrounded by all these people from every level that are part of this system. That's the problem that I see. It's not the poor, it's not the middle, it's not the elite. It's the whole
There's a two-party paradigm, and like stepping outside of it is really hard for us because it's been pushed down our throats our whole lives. But yeah, I mean, I call it voluntarism, anarchism, agorism. Agorism is the fine art of eliminating the government out of your life as much as possible, because a lot of people do allow a lot of government into their lives on their own without knowing it, and then go and complain about it. And it's like, dude, you're involving yourself in their bullshit, and like removing yourself from all that is, like that's the key. And it is very hard in our society because everybody is so stuck in that two-party paradigm where they're just like, oh, so you're a lib, so you're a commie. Like, it's like there's nothing else but these two things. You're either a lib or a neocon, or whatever they want to ism that they want to stick on you.
This is the deception. Okay, we live in layers and layers of deception and layers of enlightenment and ignorance. All of this deception of either or, that's the mindset that keeps us divided. You're either for me or against me. You're either a Republican or a Democrat. You're either straight or gay, whatever. It's all just nonsense that humans have imagined as excuses to divide ourselves.
Mm-hmm.
This
is not only to divide, it's to be on a team. Like, most people want to be on a team. Call it a church, call it a football team, call it a political party, call it a, oh my God, Christianity. How many denominations in Christianity? That's the most, I mean, say what you want about the Jays or the Muslims or whatever, but Christianity, Southern Baptist, born again, Catholic,
yeah. Yep. Everybody wants to have their own team because they taught us that in elementary school, like everybody has to compete and everybody has to get up on defend their team and look up to the authority. Like, those are the three things they teach you: memorize stuff, look up to authority, propaganda, and then division, like competition. But they want you to take that into the work field and create a lot of taxes, or generate a lot of tax revenue, which is great for government, but then it sets us all up not able to communicate with each other and not how to actually have any skills at getting along. Because they've, it's this hierarchy of the prom queen and king and the football hero, and it's all this BS that they taught us, and then they threw reality TV on top of us. So it's like no one even knows how to. We're all arguing on these freaking panels like monkeys.
Well,
it's all pretty funny. Mission accomplished.
Many people are. They're showing themselves as the foolish beasts that they've learned to become. But I keep trying to push the ideas of your mind to think beyond what was, but we keep coming back to describing what we know, right? And that's the deception. That's how society, how humans have become tamed. We haven't learned and evolved. We've become tamed and conditioned through obedience. And obedience is conditioned because humans, the selfishness has been, we are both selfish and selfless. It's within our nature to be both. But the selfishness is conditioned based upon the material, and the material is all the world. It's nonsense. If we break from the past and recognize that the past brought us to here, we don't have to be controlled by the past anymore. And I think humanity should learn the lessons of the past wars. These wars were based on lies. History shows all of these conflicts comes down to the almighty dollar. And that just means everyone else who was participating deceived themselves. And those of us who are standing by and allowing it, we're enabling the wars to continue. Because we're not helpless. The government, the police, it is us. We are responsible for the world as a collective.
Mm-hmm.
I'm pushing the ideas, and I'm not giving a lot of details to paint the future without money and governments. But it comes down to the anarchist principles, though, Jeffrey, is that as the individual morality increases, we'll be able to have honest exchange and fair trade amongst us, right? Be able to pool resources together equitably, and produce something for the greater good, for the greater society. Oh, boils down to emotion, EQ instead of IQ. Need to teach emotional intelligence. Amen.
It's true. Hell yeah.
It really is true. That's honestly, it's biblical too. It's scriptural. The double-minded man. We must unite our mind, our intelligence, and our emotions together to be sane, to be whole, to be balanced. And this society, man, this deception of inequality, these classes, those classes are made to keep us off balance.
Yep.
Because I don't feel better or worse off than anyone as a being. I'm no better as a being, as a man, and I'm no worse than any other. But I know our experiences are all different. And Jeffrey, these are the conversations I want to have with people on big platforms and with the people who are in positions of wealth and power. I want to speak to some of the capitalist leaders, some of the economic and government, quote unquote, leaders. See if we can get them on our side for a world of peace in the future.
Yeah. It's pretty nuts how, I don't know, there was like what was it, last month, there was a peace convention in DC and there was like 40 people there. So wild, like I remember when I was a kid during Gulf War I in like 96 or something, my dad took me to an anti-war convention or pro-peace convention in Sacramento. And there was like thousands and thousands and thousands of people there, and it's just like, everyone's distracted with trans dancing in schools and shit like that, like.
There's a lot of things that have people distracted. And honestly, what do you think? I think a lot of people have been I think many are losing hope. And without hope, they're like, why bother?
Jeffrey just caught himself there. So he went to an pro-peace.
Pro-peace.
Yeah.
No, but this whole anti-government, anti-this.
Anti-anything, it's such a bad word.
This stupid prefix should never be used.
Yeah. Whenever I see people use it, it makes me, like, I'm like, dude, no. Like, right off the bat, no.
What if that reaction is our spirit? Because the spirit isn't anti, the spirit is pro-growth, pro-development, pro-experience. And so what if that reaction is natural? Anti, that's the opposer. That's the limiter.
That's the two-party paradigm. Like, it's literally that. Like, it's, you're on the other side of you're on the other side of the lake. Like, I don't care about you. Like, it's 51% bombing, 49%. It's
the psyop of the Obama deception was great because under George Bush,
Oh yeah, he fucked everything
all
up.
these so-called liberals and Democrats were anti-war, and then the system put Obama in there, and it was like crickets, chirp, 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 chirp. I mean, the brilliance of the cycle manipulation.
Yeah,
I mean, that guy.
I mean, it was really impressive. Like, but dude, if you go watch Obama's original speeches. They still give me chills. Like, they're so good. Like, he really sold everyone, and then I mean, that was impressive, very impressive what they did. Completely psyoping liberals into being pro-war, and now they're still being pro-war ever since. Like,
it's
crazy.
It's absolute. See, and people, even in the spotlight, even in positions where people are seen, they don't recognize their contradiction, that they're just absolute hypocrites, claiming to want peace but promoting and paying for wars. It's like, what?
And voting for voting for puppet presidents because it's
that are pro-war. It's wild.
Well, you know, I keep coming back to it. It's humbling and it's frustrating, but this is the state of our world. Our world is very sick and confused, and it's so sick and confused that our brothers and sisters, fellow human beings, they're living like parasites, surviving and consuming each other, consuming everything on this planet, crapping all over the air, water. What the hell is humanity doing?
Yep.
Hey, totally unrelated and just a jab at my ego, but this stupid comment about my reusing an old Starbucks cup that I've had for several years is just absurd. Yes, I still have plastics in my home. I still have things from the society in which I was raised. It's like, holy shit.
You mean you are a full-time raw vegan?
I am a raw vegan. Well, not
Are
raw,
you?
no. Not raw anymore.
Raw's hard.
No, yeah. I tell you what, I felt amazing though. And then I was just my taste buds. I missed the flavors and the textures of different foods, and so I've been going back.
Warm food in general, like
Right.
just like something warm, like it's really hard.
There's something to be said about that. A hearty meal. Hey, regarding the two choices, I'm sorry. Good to see you, Hard Hat. Regarding the two choices, the thought finally came into my head as my diet was changing. As I was first transitioning to vegetarian and then vegan, I was looking at the political system. And, you know, every few years you get to choose between a cheeseburger, or a hot dog. And I'm like, fuck that. Neither of those are within my wheelhouse. I want a big bowl of fruit. Give me something nutritious, not this diseased bird that's been flying our nation into the ground.
Yeah, no kidding.
I tell you what, life is an interesting story, though, isn't it?
Yeah. How you been? How's your how you been, Hard Hat? How's your eating less meat journey doing?
Well, I don't know. I still am eating meat, but it's a lot less than it
that's good.
was. And I actually, when I came up on your panel there the last time with that they them guy, I was actually wanting to. I wanted to ask some pointers about maybe some good sites or somewhere I could look about doing it healthy, and the aspects of the different vitamins or what you're going to be missing out on or whatever, right? Like, because I honestly don't know a lot about it, and I don't want to waste away to nothing, and I don't want to, but I need to research it more because I think I'm fine with fish and eggs. I don't.
Pesco ovotarian.
Yeah, I don't know what it is, right? Like, because it's not so much a set, how religions have you don't this and this. I'm just trying to use my own intuition about,
Yeah.
and it's so I think fish okay, eggs okay, and then I think because when I was bodybuilding, I ate a lot of chicken, and I kind of think, oh, maybe chicken will be okay, but you know what?
Yeah.
I got to research that because I think
Yeah.
maybe not. You know what I mean? Like,
It's like the least. There's the most garbage in the chicken out of anything. But there's nothing you can't. There's nothing you'll be missing out on. I mean, there's that's like a kind of a wives' tale that like like every all the nutrients that are in meat they got from eating plants. So it's like you know. But Allie, I can we could definitely stuff. But I mean, like I was saying, just like if you're starting to do pesco ovo, like what I did before I went vegan again, after a while, fish just starts getting gross. When you're eating it a lot, you're just like, okay, this isn't really good anymore. And then eggs are good, but they're easy to, like you just try on the weekends to eat completely vegan on the weekend or like on a Sunday. Start on Sundays. You can do your thing and just try and widen it the amount of time you're doing vegan. But I mean, there's like so much rice and vegetables and fruit. It's like even like you could get a bunch of canned fruit even to start. Like canned fruit obviously isn't the greatest, but it's so easy to eat fruit when it's canned because it's good and it's in like syrup and it's in like its juice and it's
no,
easy
no,
and
no,
fast
no,
and yeah, you can't eat
no,
out of a can.
no. I'm cool with eating fruit, no problem. I don't need eat
Well, if you're
fucking
fine
Man,
with
canned
eating
bullshit.
fruit, yeah, just
Steven,
I
the
mean, buy
fish
boxes of or big like tons of bananas, man.
see
Bananas are the shit.
the fish thing, I know what you're saying about fish where we get here in this part of the world, but when you live in Thailand, like on Koh Samui, where you get sea bass out of the sea and
Yeah,
jump prawns, man,
yeah, it's tough.
as far as eating something cruelty to animals, my view is like if you have never killed it yourself or are unwilling to do it, you should not eat it. That's why I don't eat red meat. I don't eat beef at
Yeah.
all. Pork, poultry I do on occasion, but fish, listen, if you put me on an island in the Philippines, I will be fishing the mother F out of that ocean and eating the shit out of it. And I won't have empathy for killing it. I mean, that's
And
why I look at it. Does that make
that's
sense?
the that's the other angle I gotta research and kind of come to terms with on the inside for the answer is that in Canada and where I grew up, north of 60, let's just say that north of the 60th parallel, we'd go get a moose and between a couple families, and that would be our meat. That's how I grew up for the winter, even more longer in the winter. And I mean, so going along with the kind of native thing where you thank it and you pray for the meat and you respect it and you use as much as you can. That's where I'm like, okay, I can kind of, because I really do believe I need protein, and that's why I'm thinking the fish and eggs, right? But I kind of see if you hunt it yourself and you respect it and you thank the creator, maybe that's okay. Like I'm still searching for my answers.
It's true. I mean, listen, if we go back to nature and the quote unquote grid goes down, are you going to tell me an Inuit, an Alaskan Eskimo, whatever they're supposedly called, is going to be a vegan? I don't think so. Because they have no
Well, they
growth.
only live to 50, so if you want to
Right.
live to 50, you can eat like them.
Well,
But
you have to.
there's not if the grid goes down, all live animals, all animals will be gone like that. They'll be eaten instantly. So we'd be super screwed if that happened. Um, but
Hey,
hopefully we'll be able to just start. Hopefully this society will just stop producing as much meat. I know with how much incentives the government spends on everyone's meat, that if they stopped paying for most of the meat, less meat would be produced and less people would be eating meat, because the true cost of growing an animal is so high that you can't really do it without government subsidizing it. I used to have goats and chickens and shit, and like to feed them like organic, clean, costed so much money, and then then they get sick sometimes. You got a vet, and you got to have land, and you got to have water, and you got to have like attention, and it's like it becomes ridiculous. You're like, this is not economically feasible. I'm not saving any money by growing this animal, and that's where government steps in, and the meat and dairy industry is the most highly subsidized industry that we have, and it's like by leaps and bounds higher than anything else. So it's like, it's like you can't. Yeah, it's like we're not supposed to be eating this much meat. That's for sure.
Isn't that interesting? Sorry to jump in, but probably the military and then the meat subsidies right behind that, as far as the national expenses.
Basically, they're paying for like 80%. Wild when you look at it. You're like, they're paying for 80% of all the meat everyone eats. Like.
Yeah, but I don't know what you guys are paying for meat, but in Canada, man, it's gone up so much in the last 5, 6, 7, 8 years, 10, even before COVID. But I also do know
for $45. Like what?
The farmers don't get a fuck lot per pound, and it's all the manufacturers that are marketing it up. And I realize that too, right? Like,
hey Jeffrey, I mean, a lot of people in America, including up there, they have this, salt of the earth, middle America. Oh, the farmers. Oh, by the way, I know farmers around here where I am in central New York. I got some beef with them, what they're contributing to. So I don't give these, Trump loving, conservative crop. Industrial farming is not only on animals, it's also soybeans to China. They know nothing about permaculture. The farmers are not the salt of the earth, as we're told here in, redneck America. I got something to talk to them about as well. You know what I'm talking about? Permaculture and factory farming is across the board. It's not just animals.
What's permaculture?
Permaculture is, go ahead, Jeffrey. What's permaculture?
Permaculture is sustainable farming.
Yeah, it's a solution for us. Hey, I wanted to, if I can, back to the nutritional aspects, though.
Really.
Transition. I don't know the guy well. I put a link in the private chat of a guy I found on YouTube. The young man, very very confident and articulate in his presentation on biology and nutrition, how our bodies work. He promotes a plant-based and healthful, clean diet, brings up a lot of examples of things that are common in our society. Yaki Awaken. If you have interest, I found him interesting. He's entertaining too. But Hard Hat, most importantly, what you were saying, I love. You're finding your way. You're finding what works for you, and you're paying attention and asking questions. So, brother, that's the best way to be healthy, is to pay attention to how you're feeling and figure out what works best for you. But I honestly, I don't believe we need much of this crap that society has told us to need. I don't think we need 3 meals a day and a big old overwhelming plate of sausage and gravy and all that shit I used to eat every day.
What's the other thing that the 4 major food groups they propagandized us with they got rid of? That was like the 50s and 60s, 70s, that whole with the little pyramid and the food groups and meat and poultry.
Well, that stuff would have worked, but no one went by it.
You're frozen, Jeffrey. I hear you, but
okay, weird.
Well, just them making it into the food pyramid. It's like, am I going to believe that shit? Pyramid?
Yeah, no kidding.
Dude, the propaganda that's been placed out, I'll speak for the American history, man. It is sick. The stuff that's been put out by the government as far as recommendations, and then even the laws. Hey, bring it back to the economic point. The society has allowed the corporations take the position, hey, if these people want to buy the poison from us, then we should be able to freely sell them poison. And so the government says, yeah, we need some more commerce. So yeah, you can sell these consumers all the poisons they want. And that's exactly what the corporations do. They fill our foods full of fucking addictive chemicals and poisons to get us sent into the hospitals to receive the pharmaceutical care before we get put into the old folks home. It's sick.
Or if you even make it to the old folks' home, geez.
Amen.
I had a
Hey,
buddy.
Flo.
What's up, Flo?
I think you're muted if you're talking.
Well, these
I was
guys,
talking over the computer to my girlfriend, but what's up, guys?
there used to be a website before social media came on that I used to reference a lot. It was called the CIA Fact Book. I don't even know if it exists, but they had every country, so-called, broken down to life expectancy, male, female, the government system, the religion. I mean, they've been micromanaging this shit forever.
Yeah.
Forever.
Oh, yeah.
You remember that? Anybody remember that? Does it even exist? CIA Fact Book?
When was that?
90s?
Like new internet?
No, the 90s.
Man, yeah, 90s.
CIA Fact Book.
If you can't trust the CIA, who can you trust?
But they've had it broken down to the algorithms. This is nothing new. This AI, man, they've been doing this thing forever.
Yep.
I just want to throw this out here too, in part of my little search, and I always go back to this Kay Griggs lady. She was just amazing, the amount of stuff she said. Anyway, we always say the CIA, but basically the CIA is just something to throw out there for people to point their anger to. What the CIA is, the DOD, the Department of Defense, and they're literally like the army, the military, and that's why I'm totally against it. They're literally at the foot of all the chemical studies, the biological, like they're doing it all, and murdering and whatever.
You gotta trust Q, man. The military is the only way. They're actually selling that to people. I mean, this is good. It's gonna be brilliant. The very near future, the military is the only way. I love it.
I sort of suspect that big pharma, that the whole healthcare industry is nothing but sort of the front door for the chemical weapons industry.
Yeah.
It's all tied together, and it all comes back to the banking industry.
No, it comes back to government because they're the ones that did that.
The government simply uses the banking industry to keep its power, and the
Banks fund government.
The banking industry uses the government's monopoly on violence.
Right?
They
And the
fund the
government
monopoly
uses
on
the banking
violence.
monopoly on money.
Right,
It's
which
a-
is given to them by government.
They'll fund governments against each other too.
But we need to recognize the government, quote unquote, only has its power because of us. And when we take back our power, the government will start obeying.
I'm not sure that that's true.
Nope.
I know this is where I face common resistance.
Now you're going to go up against the anarchists here, because government is just a bunch of men, and it means mind control. We all know that. So it's a bunch of men and women with black dresses and bar cards and uniforms, be it military or police, men and women calling themselves this thing called government, and that's fucking weird to me. Who are you
Super
again?
weird. You govern?
Who are you? Who are
employees.
you? Why are you calling yourself government? You're a weirdo.
They're human beings who have been caught up in the persona of their job, of their occupation. And it's a sick game. We've got fellow Americans, fellow citizens who are pretending to be government officials, pretending to have power, pretending to have, well, they do have influence because other people believe in them.
Pretending to have the right.
There you go. Good point. They pretend to have the right, and others people pretend that they do as well. And that's what I mean. We are children of God, but we got to stop with this damn pretend game of profitable wars and debts.
Yep. Well, how are we going to do that, Jack?
One step at a time. And I see this YouTube platform, this social media, as a step. It's a step for us to raise awareness. And as the awareness is raised, more people are seeing through the illusions and the BS. I think more people will come together and advance these ideas to people who have the connections. My own path, I'm trying to do this with support, trying to use this as a stepping stone to raise to greater levels. And like I said, I'd love to have a conversation with the citizens of the United States government.
Oh, come on. That's not what you want to say.
Well, I want to
You
speak
talk
at
to
the
celebrities, bro.
of the world. Well, the celebrities are a path to get to the government. The government is a path to get to the media. The media is a path to get to the citizens. Everything is a path to everything else. It's just what can we use to our advantage? There's a lot of cards stacked against us. I'm not delusional about that.
Aren't we the media now?
We are part of it.
Jeffrey, can I ask Jeffrey,
What's that?
as a fellow quote unquote anarchist, this thing that we're talking about, government, we all know it's a bunch of men and women. What is it really? What's the term? Because I don't like government means mind control. I can govern myself. So obviously we do live in a quote unquote big world, and we need some sort of administrative agency.
Yeah, it's a monopoly on violence.
Well, yeah, but what
and morals, really? Like it's
what we have. I don't think these people should be called government. That's a misnomer.
We should have. I mean, it should. If tomorrow the federal government's like, all right, that's it, we're not here anymore, right?
Uh-huh.
Cities would all have their own rules, and the free market would give solutions to the problems of firefighters and police, and and then especially with cryptocurrency and the blockchain and stuff. Now, this is what me and Jack are going to watch this 2-hour video. I'm going to blow Jack's mind. Watch, but it's basically what he's been talking about, using machines and technology and stuff. But what was the question? Shit.
Well, I know we all, or at least three of us here, are familiar with Star Trek to a degree. I love Star Trek. I'm a Trekkie, I admit.
Are you a globe earther?
No.
That's rare, because most Trekkies are the holdouts. All the gnarliest globetards are Trekkies, because they don't want to give up that idea that they grew up loving so much. They're the hardest ones to break. Like Larkin Rose is a major Trekkie, and he'll never give it up, because he's like, it's everything you want when you're a kid, like you're like, oh my god, fucking spaceship, like rockets, like they make us crazy about it. And then we watch it all on TV, and the same thing with dinosaurs. They're like, oh, dinosaurs are so cool, and like, oh, and then it turns out, oh, they probably never existed, and space is fake, and all this stuff. So, it's all how they propagandize us.
Yeah, but I'm also not a flat earther. I have no idea what the hell this place is. I just don't.
Yeah, that's good. That's how you should be. That's probably why we get along so well. We're both agnostics, and we both like black beanies.
And you know what? It could be a really, 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 really big ball that we don't have measurement tools to measure curvature. Just say it is all. So it could be so big.
No, there's nothing. There's like, if someone showed me something that was convincing, I'd be like, hey, you know, like,
I just
but
don't.
I haven't seen anything
don't
that's
care.
convincing yet to make me actually decide which way. But I'm fully agnostic. But I lean towards flat because I lean away from whatever the government says or the mainstream says just naturally.
Oh, I
I'm a
find it
natural skeptic of all that stuff.
it's a bit queer that as soon as you get into public, and I mean queer in the, I'm not trying to queer in
Are you
the
trying to
old.
gay bash us?
No. It's a bit queer that they have that cartoon ball with a political map too. By the way, I may suggest in kindergarten. I mean,
Oh yeah,
that is what they want to hammer into your head, that you live on a
the
globe.
flag and the globe.
But it's a
Two
political
things.
map on the globe. If you notice, it's always the political map with the U.S. and Canada and all these. Oh, this is pink.
And golf.
My numbers. So yeah, sorry, Trump tards that build that wall. I don't believe in borders either. Now, are there geographical borders with real nations? Yes, but the nation
Most
state.
not that I believe in illegal aliens, but most of the illegal aliens got here on planes. They stay over from their visas. They aren't even the overwhelming majority are coming here on planes,
Well,
not
you have
over
to
the border.
understand why they're opening up the quote unquote fake borders in the first place, because they're illegal, alienable. So it's very they don't have rights. So a corporation that's corrupt can use alienable because they can lean on them, right? This is legalese, okay?
Well, also it's a division tactic because you can't really have a unified community if you have multiple communities and they don't speak the same language or have the same worldviews.
Yep.
Damn.
These people are brilliant. These people are brilliant. I mean, you got to. I mean, the division, the psychology, the technology that they've been hiding is. But it's all.
I don't know if they're brilliant or if people are just disappointingly dumb and compliant.
It's both.
I think it tends to be the latter.
I'm going to go.
It's both. The whole design is quite brilliant, and it's been adapted and evolved by many brilliant egoic minds. The whole law system, financial system is all imagined. And then people were dumb enough to believe, not dumb enough, they were naive enough to believe that authority could understand things that they couldn't.
What authority are you talking about? You're talking about nature, God, whatever you want to call it. You're talking about institutionalized.
These are the excuses everyone uses when you start getting into discussions of economics or politics or even religions.
You have a degree.
Oh, it's too complicated. You can't understand that. You can't understand that. You got to leave that for the experts. They know things that you don't. Yeah, because they make the shit up.
Mm-hmm.
I think it's interesting seeing some of these comments that Jeff's highlighting from these guys saying it's crazy. I look at it this. I mean, I literally don't know either way, obviously, right? Because but from what I was programmed with my whole life, and then what I've learned in this last 3 years, and I went down the NASA rabbit hole quite a bit, and saw the films and everything. I mean, we never went to the moon. It's fucking bullshit. And and so where I come from is if they would lie about that, something that major, like worldwide, it's a lie. At best, we're at some high orbit, whatever it is, 100 miles above or whatever. But if you're once you're a liar, you're a fucking liar, right? So if you're gonna lie about something like that to a population where we're all supposed to be good, honest people, I don't know what to believe. And so everything I've researched, I would say, yeah, if I put a gun to my head, fucking rates, it's flat. If you make a decision, I don't know. But in terms of, and I still got to research it more, but I'm actually an aviation buff. and I've flown. I've never had a license, but I've flown some small planes in my long past. And so when you guys all say, or you guys, but when you say a plane flies flat and how come it doesn't nose down as the Earth curves, I'll say one point before that, because that's still a good question, is that the way plane wings are shaped, right? They're like a kind of a teardrop kind of a idea. And so there's a low pressure underneath where the air is building up in the shape of the wing. And then there's a high pressure above it. And that's what gives it lift. And when a plane is flying at altitude with the flaps up, it's not flying flat because of the shape of the wing and how it's getting
It's always
lifted
kind of
up.
falling.
Well, no, what I'm saying is your attitude is about 2.5 degrees to, every plane's different, but you're not pointed. The wing isn't straight. The plane isn't straight. You're actually pitched up about 2.5 degrees to 3.5, and that's how the plane floats in a sense. Now, yeah, the other question is, you're right. As the Earth's fucking curving, is it the computers that are manually just adjusting that down? Or if you're hand flying, are you actually kind of over time pressing down to keep your altitude at the same? I don't know, right? But yeah, anyway, from everything I've seen, I would say it's flat. You know what I mean?
There's been a
Like,
lot of pilots that have been coming out and being like, no, it's flat, like for sure.
oh,
But if you think about
I,
it, like, look at our whole system, like we were talking about earlier with Jack, our whole system is based off scarcity. And, they need us thinking we're in this limited space and that and that property is scarce and that food is scarce. So we stay in this insane slave system of being tax slaves, NPC tax slaves, basically. And so, it completely makes way more sense that they have been, separated from a larger community and just convinced through, pretty easy ways that we're floating in a bubble in space. And then they have this killer, like, crony capitalist system and have this whole system in place where they just make tons of money off of our labor somehow. But
The globe,
who knows, really?
the globe thing also, like what's the big fear porn they've done for generations? Oh, there could be a nuclear war, MAD, mutual assured destruction, or an asteroid can just come and if the government doesn't have their shit, if NASA doesn't have their shit together in conjunction with China now, by the way, then the asteroid's going to come and
Gonna hit, yeah.
out like the next die. I mean, come on,
We're completely dependent on government. Absolutely, completely dependent.
I mean,
From saving us from our neighbors and saving us from asteroids, like.
and I want to throw this out here too. Like, it might have changed, but when I was growing up, to get your private license, the one book you read to pass the test, and I read it. My mom's boyfriend was a pilot when I was growing up before I left home, and he gave me. It's called From the Ground Up, and that book, and every pilot will tell you, like you're saying, it's based on a flat, unmoving plane, right?
Yeah.
So if we're flying a jet at fucking 500 kilometers, 600 kilometers an hour, right? And all our navigation is based on a flat, unmoving plane. Yet they say sniper bullets when they fucking go in Iraq and shit, and they shoot a guy from 2 miles away. You got to figure in the Earth's rotation.
No, that's bullshit.
I know.
Bullshit.
I know.
No, I was in the Marines. I went to force whatever. I don't want to go into my military record. Snipers do not adjust.
No.
They do windage. There's windage.
Curvature. Yeah, there's windage, but not.
There's no Coriolis. No, there's no that Coriolis. No. The Coriolis effect is nonsense. No.
The bullet goes up and then down. It doesn't swerve or anything like that. Like, it's weird. But yeah, there's a guy on YouTube. I think one of my streams I was showing his stuff. Jay Tolan Media. He's I think he's German engineer guy. Lives in California, but he's got all this infrared cameras and stuff, really long distance infrared cameras, and he goes all over the place and does like scientific measurements of everything. But the photography that he takes, the video he takes from like planes, he's like flying above LA, and he can see all the way into Baja California, see the whole Baja, like way into Mexico, like, and they're just taking off from LA, like he's not that high in the air, and like they just it's all really interesting stuff. I would check out that channel for sure. It's like my favorite flat Earth themed channel. Because he's actually like a rocket scientist doing science out there, not just like a bunch of nerds with their conjecture.
Look how they launched the commercial airline industry in our recent generations. They put a bunch of hot women on, the planes for the dumbass pilots with their stupid uniforms on. Dude, it's a little culture, man. I know people that have been in the airline industry. It's the stupidest, one of the stupidest. Well, they're all stupid, but I mean,
there's a little bit of vanity or something there.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, it's a little bit bougie.
It used to be. Now it's kind of low. It's not like it used to be back in the 50s and 60s. Like, I mean, people. I have relatives. They used to just fly from New York down to Miami. They'd put suits and ties and their sundry, vest on. Those days are gone, but I remember I've heard about those days.
I remember being a kid and having to like put on nice-ish clothes to go to the airport and fucking hating it. Then once like
because it was fancy,
so you could just wear normal street clothes. The groping phased in, so which I kind of enjoy sometimes, depending on who's doing it.
Yeah,
well, I'll tell you this about wearing fancy clothes or this and that, and people kind of down dressing now. If I was in an airplane and I always am ready to react everywhere in life, like I'm fucking prepared. And so if you're in a plane with flip flops and you need to evacuate quickly, and you got to step on fucking broken shit out of somewhere, flip flops may not be the answer. So like wearing a good pair of shoes. But I mean, that's 1 in a million, right? But that's just how I think. I'm fucked.
I mean, that's
I think that way.
Think the same way too.
No, I think that way. I'm always like,
I think I stay at the back far left corner of the airplane. That's like the safest part to be in. Like I think about all that stuff. I always wear boots on planes. Like it's silly, but like it's the like prep guy, or it's the Boy Scout in me, really, like being a Boy Scout as a kid and living on sailboats and shit like that, and just always having to like be more prepared than the average person.
Can I ask about the sailboat? I've heard you mention that before, and I'm sure you've shared it, but did you grow up with boats? Or what,
so
what
my dad was a paramedic, and a part-time paramedic and a part-time sea captain. Like he had a master's license for like basically just moving any big boats around. And
those are two kind of exciting part-time gigs.
Yeah, right? he's a cool dude, and he lives on a sailboat and always has.
How cool, man.
Yeah. So my dad, so he worked at Vandenberg Air Force Base for a while, and he would just park his sailboat. There's a really good surf spot right there at Vandenberg where they launch all the rockets, and he was a paramedic at Vandenberg, and he had his boat. Like, a dude's just always set.
He's
like,
probably a good surfer too, huh?
Yeah, he's old as shit. He looks just like me. Like he's a beast. But anyway, once I got away from my mom, like 14. My dad was working as a first mate on a charter boat that was a period proper, like 1700s like pirate ship, basically. Cool. But it was built up like there's no metal in this, but like I could show you a picture of it here. What? So there's like no metal. It was all wood. Let me see if you can see there's two of the boats I worked on, but
make your block big.
I can see it. Yeah, that's like the Black Pearl. Shiver me fucking timbers.
Yeah. So I went to go live with my dad, and he's like, you could go to high school, or you could get your GED and come work with me on these boats. And I'm like, go to high school or go be a pirate? Like, are you kidding? Like, are you nuts? Yeah. I'm all, hell yeah. And he's like, all right, we took our Volkswagen bus up from, he picked me up in LA in Orange County, and we drove to Skagway, Alaska, and got on this boat and did charters all the way down through the Inland Passage, through Canada, through Alaska, through Canada, all the way to San Francisco when I was like 14. Dressed up like a pirate. I had a little pistol that had like flintlock, and I had a sword, and I would climb up in the rig and like really like we take people out and shoot cannons. But like it was all like cool. Like it was like it wasn't like cheesy like Disney. Like it was like we were legit. Like we lived on the boat. Like 20 of us.
Cannons?
You know. Yeah, we had working cannons. I was
that's fucking awesome.
Gunner's mate most of the time too. Yeah, it was fun. Cannons are pretty suspicious thing through history. I don't think cannons were really like they don't work very good at all. They really don't. They don't. You know, you see in movies all blowing shit up and blowing up castles and stuff with them, and there's no zero footage of cannons being used effectively in war. Period. Like I'm not joking. There isn't any. So we don't even know if they ever worked there or if they were just like fear propaganda. Like they were scary and they made noise and looked like they were shooting something, you know, like, but the cannons from back in the day didn't work very good. But anyway, so I worked on this boat for a long time, and then I had a lot of sea time, almost as much as my dad at a certain point. And then I got a job on another boat that was similar to that went down into Mexico. And then I got a job. Kevin Costner did this movie called Rapa Nui. It's about Easter Island and the Stoneheads. He sailed a boat down there. It's really easy to sail south. But then sailing north, you're sailing into the wind and into the waves. And you know, when you're sailing up and down the coast, the west coast of freaking North America.
That's what I wanted to ask before you go. Wait. Whether it's air or sea, and I guess land as well, and hard. Don't you navigate by not north compass, but isn't it a due east?
Sextant.
Right?
It's north, the North Star.
Well, no, but you're basing navigation is navigational maps.
Longitudinal or latitudinal.
West, right. Latitude. Yeah. So east and west. Yeah. It's not north and south.
Yeah.
So that kind of lends to the that we're living in a crater or a disc or whatever. I don't know. But
also,
navigation is you're basically basing it on due east. So you know that's where the sun rises. That's the east. It's not north and south. It's east.
Another flat Earth fact. The globe earthers say all the time that sextants prove that there's a curve, and they absolutely don't, because I absolutely know how to use a sextant, and it's kind of a dead tradition. It's like a dead reckoning. You don't need sextants anymore. We have GPS, so it's like it's not a very known thing how to use these things. But forever, a huge part of globe Earth propaganda is sextants prove that there's a curve, but the sextant doesn't prove anything. There's an equation, there's a math equation that you add that does, but not the actual sextant. But anyway, so I flew down to Santiago, Chile when I was 15 years old alone. Drove across Argentina and got to Valparaiso, where I got on this huge 3-masted, like 120-foot sailboat that was owned by Kevin Costner. He didn't want to sail it back up because it's not fun. So he paid a bunch of people to sail it. And so for 8 weeks, we went out 1,000 miles, went 4,000 miles up and 1,000 miles in. 8 weeks, didn't see land. I was 15 and just like, my dad picked me up afterwards and he didn't recognize me because I had like just completely like changed during that time. I got bit by a Portuguese man o' war and almost died.
Damn.
Off the coast of Ecuador. Yeah, on that trip. It was really boring we had a surfboard, and so we were like kind of like water skiing behind the, or like water skiing behind the boat because we're so bored. And I fell in, and I was pulling myself up to the boat by the rope, and a big Portuguese man o' war hit me and went down my whole body. And they pulled me up on board, and I instantly had like a adrenaline rush, like kind of a panic attack because the poison was hitting me because it was a lot of poison. And then I passed out. And then I didn't wake up for 4 days. They thought I was dead. And I just woke up, and I was like, oh shit, I missed my watch. And they're like, you missed like 4 days of watches. And I was like, they were literally considering putting me on ice because they thought I was dead. And I somehow got through it. And it was like a massive amount of a big bite. But it's weird. Something my mom brought up. I had been bit by a jellyfish when I was a kid. So I for some reason think I had like an antidote, basically. Like, since I was bit when I was a kid by a jellyfish, I think it saved me when I got bit by the really bad jellyfish.
Got a little immunity going on.
Yeah. Like I had like a
antidote. Yeah.
But and then
plus you were 15, so that's like pretty much.
I was 15. Yeah, we're made of rubber when you're 15.
Yeah, I mean, now these days, I mean, if you got to just say it, I mean, I'd be gone.
Yeah,
dude, you started out with some pretty cool stories.
Yeah,
I mean, as a kid, fucking living on a pirate boat, an adventure down across the Pacific.
Cool. And I got my GED during that time by like learning how to use sextants and learning how to navigate and do with charts and stuff like that. And it was really, really cool. My dad's, I mean, I have zero complaint about my dad. Like, he is a really cool dude. Like, he got cancer several years ago and just sailed off on a sailboat for 3 years. He took off. Somebody sailed like halfway around the world and just like hung out in the tropics, and just like he came back and they're all, oh, it's gone. He's like, yeah, he went vegan, started doing yoga, and just took off on a sailboat. It's the coolest thing I've ever fucking heard of in my life. Just cured himself. Been in remission ever since. Super cool.
That's a good role model, man. Jeffrey, I gotta admit, you have, since I've gotten to know you a little bit better, you are not the character I saw sitting on the couch on that panel.
Yeah,
I'm wondering about that too, but that's another thing for another day. But no,
people have a hard time pegging me right off the bat. Whoa, did I just say that? Jesus Christ!
Shiver me fucking timbers.
Good it. I was very lucky to have a cool dad that was just. He basically taught me how to be an anarchist from the get-go. Like, like he's like, what's that?
That's good.
Your dad did?
In the practice of like, making me extremely resourceful. When you live on a boat, the earth is trying to sink that boat 100% of the time. It's like camping at with a death-defying camping trip, living on a boat always. Like you'll run out of water, you can blow up, you can sink, all kinds of shit. A whale could, dude. My dad had a whale breach onto his sailboat when he was sleeping in it once. Like, shit is very dangerous. Jellyfish. Like you could go take a piss, fall overboard, sink, dead. Like it's very treacherous living on a boat. And so growing up like that, and then once we got back from doing all the sailing, I was like 17, and he was like, the boat's here. You can stay on, the boat going back to the boat leaves at 8:00. If you want to stay on land, you can stay there, but you're on your own. You always have a place. But like, so he gave me a lot of leeway to start taking care of myself early on, which was very cool.
I wish we still did that, kids.
For about 12 years, I've been thinking, well, I've known what's coming was coming, as we are living in right now. And I had a brilliant idea that we should start a peace boat, a sailing ship, wooden ship for people like us to live on, but nobody wanted to talk about it. So here we are.
Peace boat?
Jack would be.
Yes.
Sounds like a Jack gig.
Well, there's seasteading. Seasteading's the shit, man. seasteading movement. Oh my God, that is my dream, really. My, if I'm gonna start a cult, it's gonna be a sea-based
Or
cult.
pooling money and resources together and getting one of these abandoned offshore drilling rigs where people like, us can live on, because I don't want to be a part of these governments. So I was always thinking the sea was good.
Well, I
Yeah.
don't know that they let you really just leave like that.
Well, no, they don't, but you kind of have to.
Well, maritime laws are way cooler too.
Are they?
When you're out there, international waters, like
Yeah, no, Somali.
it's only like 16 miles out. Once you're out there,
Somali pirates thing was part of a propagandize to keep people from getting out to sea, is what I'm starting to think.
I believe that. That's a good one right there, man. I absolutely believe that. I like that one.
Yeah, I never thought of that.
Yeah.
Lex Jack, you don't remember this? Tom Hanks did a movie.
Yep.
Don't go out in the sea without
Captain
a
Phillips
on a cruise ship. Don't
It does.
be
It
afraid.
does seem like it would be kind of inefficient to try to use your boat and stop somebody else's boat and then get onto their boat and take their shit in the open ocean. But I don't know really anything about boats. I mean, I've driven
It's never made sense to me. Their tactics seem really ridiculous.
Yeah.
I just think the sea pirates has been another layer of the onion of the fear porn.
God damn it.
Don't get
I
off
like
the land.
pirates and I like dinosaurs. Fuck Star Trek. I don't care about that.
I'm ruining everything. Oh boy. Yeah. Seasteading super cool. That would be the cool. It just everyone buys a sailboat. We all just hang out together in the same areas. We support each other. You're like, and at sea, there's fish. There's so much scavenging for food that can be foraging for food, and like you could literally be really sustainable. A big group could be very sustainable.
It was an American, or they might have been Canadian, whatever, North American couple in the early 2000s, and I was looking at their blog. Basically, they sold everything, got a sailboat, traveled around the world, went to Thailand, Philippines, and whenever they needed some quote-unquote money, they would pull in and teach English and make a little money and then trade rice and fish, and that's it. And they just traveled the world.
Yeah. Yeah. You can go on YouTube right now and look up. There's so many like yachty influencers, these couples that just buy a boat and sail around the world, and people just pay them money to keep going. It's absolutely wild. Like YouTube is crazy, man. Like it's really nuts. There's a lot of but that
you can learn anything. Learn how to do anything.
And who
you
cares?
really can. And you can make money.
Would you rather die at sea, being self nature, or in an old folks home?
Exactly.
I don't know.
Yeah, no, I know which one I'm going with.
I mean, one of them you probably get opiates, and the other one you probably like just die slowly and painfully, depending on
when it gets really bad, you just jump overboard and swim down. Not to get dark.
I'd rather die at sea.
I don't know that I've got that much like fortitude to keep swimming down.
Hey,
or just you strap yourself to the anchor and just drop the anchor and be like, all right, guys, later. Here's my boat.
More of
a,
live like
I think
a
I'm just
king, die like a
myself
Viking. I want to live like a king and die like a Viking. In this reality, I do not want to die. And that's one thing I'm afraid of, is ending up in some stupid American old folks home.
Ozzy Osbourne just moved back to the UK and he was like, I don't want to fucking die in the USA. And I'm like, I don't blame you, dude. I wouldn't want to die in the UK either, though, but whatever.
I'd rather die in an old folks home than live in solitary confinement or something. That's
pretty bad. Because that's like mental abuse.
I can't believe that. It's
intolerable.
It's psychological torture, full stop.
Yeah.
No question.
I absolutely believe that.
That's a big part of my push as well. I mean, I've never been to prison, thank God, but I can't even imagine.
I spent 3 days in solitary and it was enough.
That's fine. Solitary confinement, deprivation of contact and consciousness from others.
And like
Cruel and
outside,
unusual.
you know, I didn't get any yard time or anything where I was at either. So it's just, you know, you're just in that dark, windowless, whatever, 4x4 room.
Yeah, I worked for
Wow.
this activist that got raided, and he went to jail, and he voluntarily went to solitary and spent 4 months in there.
Wow.
I've noticed kind of a trend. I mean, it seems to be my observation that anybody who's spent 3 months or more, they seem to kind of get a permanent
Get
screw loose.
adjusted. Oh yeah, yeah,
No,
yeah.
they
for
don't
sure.
adjust. They
Yeah,
get kind of permanently paranoid or
broken.
something.
Yeah.
Right. You don't adjust to that. I hear a lot of
No.
people go, "Oh, that sounds nice. I just read a book."
Just get an active imagination.
Right.
No,
It's like
you go
taking a little
nuts.
vacation from your problems, and that's just not it.
No, no fun. I don't want to do that.
But that activist has is pretty tough of him.
Yeah. He's doing it to get attention and make money.
I mean, he must be. I don't know. I spent a lot of money to get out of there. You must really like the attention and the money. It must be a lot of money.
Oh, he had a lot of fun in there. It was kind of weird.
In solitary?
Or just in jail in general.
I mean, that jail can be. No, it sucks. Never mind.
Yeah, I'd work out and write a bunch of books or something. I don't know.
I've got another point of view, I guess, on this. I have done a bit of time, and I learned when I was in there how important your freedom is, right? And I've never had to go back again. But honestly, what you guys are saying about living in an old folks' home and this and that, I don't know. I think if I was at a point where I could barely take care of myself and I was so old and that, I honestly would, at least where I'm at right now, I'd rather be in jail than an old folks' home.
Almost,
Well, it depends
huh?
on what jail.
Yeah, 100%, right?
Yeah.
But
The one that I was at was 24/7 lockdown, so you had no yard time.
Mhm.
You didn't see the sky unless you were going to court.
Yeah.
Yeah, you want to go to one in like Northern California.
Yeah. No commissary, no TV, 1 deck of cards or 2 decks of cards per tank, just all sorts of shit.
Well, I want to get rid of prisons, and Eric wants to let them. No. I don't know what to do, but most people are not criminals. Very, 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 very few people are born natural rapists and whatnot. But
Yep.
Except Jack, I hear.
Except what? What?
Oh,
I'm just talking shit. Jack wouldn't rape anybody.
Come on, man. That wasn't even funny.
Hey,
You're
don't
right.
say the R
It
word.
wasn't really offensive because carry on.
the criminal population we have is a direct result of the sickness of our society. The people
No,
who
it's
do
the
find
sickness of
themselves-
government illegalizing every action possible.
It's
Like
both.
these people aren't criminals.
it's
Like they aren't. They're
everything,
victimless
right.
crimes.
45 million laws on the books in the U.S.
It's insane.
Yeah.
Absolute insanity.
I think the average American on a daily basis commits like 300 felonies a day unknowingly.
I think it's 3, but I think it's I don't know about 300, but I think it's like 3.
There's millions of laws on the books.
I mean, I did 3 sound. I mean, felony. I don't know.
Whatever, crimes, whatever.
Well-
By the way, criminal, misdemeanor, it's all nonsense anyway. But
I can speak for myself and probably have a similar story to many others. The reality is I'm lucky I didn't end up in jail, because I did. I broke some laws. I violated some rules. I never harmed anyone.
then you didn't do anything.
Well, but under man's laws, I'm lucky I didn't end up in jail.
Man cannot make law. The sooner mankind realizes that.
That's
Well,
the key.
I'll tell you this, why I went to jail and the crimes I committed, I guess, the worst I've done or what I was doing back then, I was growing pot commercially, right? And so I had some issues with that, and also, and I didn't know at the time, like I've been different my whole life, not knowing, and now I've learned, but didn't drive on insurance, license for a long time, and I got caught 3 times for no insurance and license in that way back. And so the very last time when I got put in jail, I had all these warrants all across Canada because I was a runner, right? I wouldn't fucking, okay, see ya. And so the judge goes, Mr. Hardhat, he goes, you don't have a record in this, but you know, basically, but you've got this. So what they had me in jail for was no license, no registration, right? In the big city out east, and they didn't want to let me go, but it was a non-jailable offense. But they have a warrant thing where my warrant was 250 kilometers from where I got caught for manufacturing. So basically, because I was out of that limit, they weren't going to fly me back to do my shit. So that's, you know, and when I was in jail, honestly, most of the people in there had drug or alcohol problems. Like, yeah, you had your bank robbers, you had your fucking gangbangers or this and that, but most people had some kind of issue, you know.
But even the gangbangers and stuff the reason they were in there was drugs, right?
Oh yeah.
So their crimes are a different thing than what they're actually getting enforced with.
But after I cleaned myself up and got sober, about 4 years into it, I didn't know about lawyers or none of this shit. But I got a lawyer, and it took 2 years to get all my warrants all across Canada transferred to my province. And basically, I went before the court saying, you know, I had my own business. I actually filed a tax return twice in my life, and that was it at 34 years old. And because the judge saw this, the Crown, all these charges, right? They're like, jail. And I don't know, I had a fucking good judge. I hate to say this because what we know the system is, but he's like, you know, yeah, this guy disappeared for 8 years. He never got arrested. He was out of the books, but he had his own business, filed his taxes, you know, and they go, well, at least probation. And all I had to do is pay a victim surcharge, but there's no victim, right? But
society is what it said on my paperwork under the victim.
Yeah.
Society was?
But then after that, I just went running, and for the last almost 20 years, no taxes again. I work myself, and it's because what I known in my heart, and I didn't know till I've educated myself, right? But it's like this: we're not tax slaves, man. We're free fucking spirits.
Yep.
Right.
That's good, chance.
Until you get enough
Hey,
assets
Joe.
that the IRS decides to go after you.
Yeah, but
I guess not in Canada, but
the only way you get assets is being a piece of shit part of the system. So if you, I don't have jack shit. Like, what are you gonna? I have a house I bought in cash. I think that's what they're trying to take.
Well, where did you get the cash?
It ain't a house asset.
None of your business.
$60,000.
Yeah.
Fair enough.
$60,000, man. It ain't $200,000. And I put my own sweat equity into fucking turning a shithole into a $200,000, supposedly what the market says. But I bought it for $60,000.
It was because the dollar's devalued.
See, these investments, real estate, whatever, it's all timing. And timing just happens to be when you were born. Where
when
you
I
were
came
born.
back
Well, no,
here,
you got to get in the rhythm.
and everyone was telling me, man, that's a good down deposit on a mortgage. I said, fuck you, you dumb fucking slave. I ain't getting a mortgage. I'm going to buy a house for $60,000 and I'll fucking work it out myself and fix it up in cash.
Kind of
And my own sweat. I rewired the house, gutted it, all that, all myself. Government hates that. They hate. I know I'm on a freaking just for buying a house in cash. That's probably raised a red. How dare you?
I'm sure it has. I think
Hell yes.
is the CRT limit.
How dare you not get a mortgage like all the other slaves? I know. That's their. Yeah, I know my Latin. Mortgage, death grip.
And I'll never have another car loan again.
Yeah,
Oh, cars are the worst.
Once I got out of car payments, it was like, this is kind of nice. This is fantastic.
Plus, when you buy a new car, you're like starting a new taxable entity that's going to create generate tax revenue for the war machine for like 20 years. It's fucking we screw ourselves so hard in
Plus,
this country
all the good
by
deals are buying used cars privately.
yeah.
Facebook Marketplace is fantastic for.
Oh yeah.
Hey, private again. Now back to that. A lot of people don't understand this thing. What it is to be a private man or whatever woman. So many people don't get it yet. If you want to talk about commerce, whether it's socialism, communism, or capitalism, private versus public, man, that's what it's about. It's not about, no offense, Jack, but it's private or public. That's how I look at it.
I'm not sure you cleared anything up, man. I'm not sure I understand
Hey,
you.
Joe, that's Joe. What's up, man? You know what I'm
What's going on, man? I mean, I don't know. He said private. I assume he meant for a private as opposed to a dealership or something.
I'm just talking about dealing in commerce with our fellow men and women in the private and leaving the communists and the capitalists out of it.
Yeah, right on.
You can call yourself what you want, but I don't know who you are, man or woman, calling yourself government.
I know, right? It just stings. Just, it makes you better than me, and the fucking title is yeah.
It was the monopoly on violence, and I mean the only justification for government, which is an entity that produces nothing and operates purely through coercion, basically for their income. Their only justification for existing at all is that they need to address the situations in society where private interactions break down, right? So
Right.
it grows out of dysfunction between parties.
Agreed.
And you tell me that they're going to solve any problems? No.
Here, please, if I may,
That was
you're
dope, bro.
absolutely right. The system profits and thrives from conflict, chaos, and trauma. Traumatized children grow up to be confused adults. Confused adults support wars that other people imagined. So we've got to
booty shaking and buying gold chains. In my case, you start doing dumb shit, gang banging about a bunch too much jewelry that you can't afford.
People are convinced to go after the stupidest things, wasting our time and energy for these shiny little trinkets. What you're just saying, Joe.
Yeah.
And the fleeting glory of fame and celebrity, it's all nonsense.
Well, that you're not going to get anyways.
Yes.
Well,
the
in
whole
this world,
I was just a guy, spitting raps while washing dishes at the restaurant I worked at, and now I'm a superstar. That thing's bullshit. Everybody in that industry's tied in. And what's also bullshit is anybody being a thug. Tupac, not a thug.
He was not.
And you can find.
He was a ballerina.
Yeah, there's an interview with him when he was in high school, and I'm telling you, that dude's wearing lip gloss and he's gay. 100%.
Yeah, no, he was
speaking of lip gloss,
super flamboyant.
Remember Dre with the lipstick on singing? Dr. Dre was also doing that shit.
There's a lot of videos on YouTube about the gay hip hop mafia and how they run the whole hip hop industry. It's interesting. It's
There's
juicy
a
stuff.
lot of sick influence into the media, into the music industry, the entertainment industry.
Oh, yeah.
Dude, the corruption from our government, it's disgusting. And it's
I was in the belly of the beast.
Everything.
You maybe think that corruption, period, by saying the movie system. Just, I think the people who are going to make the most money are those who are willing to do the most corrupt shit. And, so it could be a corrupt anybody who's got a lot of money, generally speaking.
In this world that we were born into a world that because of the trauma and insecurities, selfishness is normal. So the only reason billionaires exist is because the employees and customers enable their selfishness.
Yes, and we dream of being that billionaire.
Right.
We make it one day.
Yes.
It's America. Anyone can do
That's
it.
what People Magazine and E Entertainment News, because they got the lowbrow public living vicariously. Oh, yes, look, I can be like Tom Cruise, or I
would hate that.
Yes, if I spent all my money, on a Birkin bag. Suddenly, I got a little touch of Tom Cruise now. Fuck out of here.
Creepy little weirdo.
See, that's the deception, but that is also, I mean, that's the key to our solution. As we individually and collectively become more generous, we'll overcome the selfishness, and the selfishness is what has divided us.
Then again, we got to get out of the system, because that capitalist system, and probably all of these isms, teach you to go for self, be selfish, do selfish things, blah blah blah. Be selfish.
That's just
I'm gonna say something, and I want Jeffrey, and it's the quote this American system here, especially we're talking about this quote unquote middle class, the ones that go to public school and maybe go to college, and the middle class is taught to listen. You got poor people; they just don't give a fuck about shit.
I didn't know there was a middle class anymore. I thought it was just like rich and poor now.
Middle class.
We're all just on welfare now. The middle class. We're just on.
Listen, the so-called Marxists, they figured out we can't focus on the farmers next time. We're going to focus on this intelligent, the intelligentsia, the middle class, as we call it in America. These are the motherfuckers that fuck our lives up the most. I don't care if they black or white. All these judges, all these prosecutors, they're all middle class. They all believe in climbing the corporate ladder. That's the problem with this society.
Cops make enough money to be middle class too now.
Yeah, they do. They make like $200,000 a year.
Yeah, quarters, shit like that.
No, they don't.
They do.
Yeah, they do.
$250. I'm sure here in Chicago, they do. Hold on, let's ask Siri. Hey,
Say
Siri,
cops to make a ton of money.
how much do police make in Chicago?
Only if they steal
80,000
shit.
Here's what I
stars.
found from salary.com. The average police patrol officer
86.
salary in Chicago, IL, is
See?
$65,299.
No.
299.
No. That's the average. Let's try this one. Hey Siri, how much can a police officer make?
Where?
Damn it. Hey Siri,
You got to give it a
how much money can a police officer make?
Here's what I found from Intuit.com. Police officer salaries in the United States can vary between $32,500 to $127,500 and depend on various factors, including skills, experience.
Wait, Siri is wrong. I'm a cop watch. I pulled their salaries. I know cops have made more than 20 grand. It's a serious fucking program or something. I know cops have
Turn
made
Siri
more
off
than
so
200
she
grand.
doesn't always listen.
I'm assuming Siri. I'm assuming yes, right? I'm assuming she doesn't take into with all the overtime they give, with whatever benefits and side jobs, all that would be taken into my considerations.
They get tons of overtime.
Yeah.
And some of those benefits. I
They're
mean, if you hit the drug dealers yourself and then steal the drugs and then
Shush,
resell
no,
them.
they don't do that whatsoever. What are you talking about? And
Right.
they never smoke it themselves either.
They
Right.
don't partake either after they take it.
Oh,
took an
yeah.
ounce
I did
and
a
half
video
for
a few
me in
months ago
Texas recently.
of the most geeked out cop you've ever seen. It's
Oh my God.
it's I'm in Kansas City and it's in KCK, which is just like right next to me. I also have a warrant out of there right now, so I'm like trying to figure out how to upload this without putting myself on the map. I'm down in the turf, and I'm a registered offender, a drug offender. So it's like they know where I'm at and they're seeing me every 3 months. But it was too good not to upload.
I would
I
love
didn't
to
tag
see
it.
it, bro. What's your channel? I can't see your name
Flow
with the.
State. I'll put it in the private chat. But yeah, you should definitely watch it. This dude, he is so spun. It's insane.
Can you put it in a regular chat? Or I don't know if you got.
I don't think I can, but I'll put it in the private chat. But it's
All right.
My channel's called Flow State.
All right, Flow State. All right.
I don't know what to make of the cops. The local cops here, they don't even want to talk to me. They come to my house on occasion. They can't even look me in the eyes. They kind of respect. I don't know, man.
Maybe you're under investigation.
Yeah, where you
Oh,
going?
that
with
I
that?
definitely am.
Hey, Joe.
Yeah.
You're from Chicago. Did I understand that right?
Yeah, I'm in Chicago now.
You know what? I got a great friend of mine. who was active, as I understand, pretty active with the streets and the gangs there in Chicago for a long time.
Right on.
Man, I really, really admire Charles Spencer Jr. You ever hear that name by chance?
It don't ring a bell. I mean, I think I've heard about a half a dozen of them, to be honest with you. So
yeah.
You
No
mean
worries.
you don't know everybody in Chicago?
No, I know it's a slim chance, but there's something divine about this life, and there's a mystery.
Okay, I'll give you that one. I'll concede that.
Right, yeah.
I'll concede it.
All right, dude, no chance, West Side, South Side. I'm a West Sider. It's a big difference here because of our gang culture. No, okay. If you can tell me the gang, it would help a lot.
Yeah.
What color does he wear?
Color coding.
Yes, that would help me. Is wear black and gold, black and
Hey, by the way,
blue.
whatever happened to the Bloods and Crips? Somebody, I think the real,
They're still around.
I'm sure they're alive and strong as fuck, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
not the '80s ones, man. That I was
No.
man. They've been co-opted by the real cartels, who are pretty much quote unquote white guys running the yeah. The government really killed the Bloods and the Crips.
I would disagree. Watch fucking YouTube and all these shorts and TikTok and shit. All these little young gang members cripping and dancing, they mamas and cripping and dancing still. These niggas ain't slowed down, man.
Oh,
On God.
in LA too. They're still all over the place.
Yeah, I'm sure
Yeah, I
there's
think
more
it's
there.
a cultural thing, man. It's not like it used to be, man. These people are
It's
running.
more of a tradition now.
Exactly. Well, it's the same with the Hells Angels, man. The government put those people down too, man. The government took
They're all
over
contrived.
42nd Street. They took over Las Vegas. It used to be run by the real, street level Jews, the Italians, the blacks, the Crips. Man, the government, the white boys, dark skin or light skin, the government has defeated all mafias in this country. The government is the mafia.
Yeah.
Yep.
No, people are just confused and dividing themselves and
No,
calling
people
themselves
are
different
lazy
things.
and cowardly.
Got rid of competition over decades now.
It doesn't change what I just said, Eric.
We didn't hear you. Three people were talking.
And it's irrelevant.
No, what I'm trying to
damn
say,
it, you
I'm not
disappointing
disagreeing
Jack,
with
guys.
you,
Get your
Jack.
shit
What I'm
together.
saying is the government has
I
usurped.
know you've repeated yourself, Eric. You've said it. The government replaced the mafia. That's what you've said several times.
Yeah.
Stop
Do you
disappointing
disagree
Dad.
with that?
No.
Replaced it with a bunch of different police organizations.
Well, what I was saying is, yeah, people have continued to divide themselves and call it different things. You can call the divisions religions, mafia, government. You can call it anything you want. Classes, colors, genders. It's all bullshit.
Yeah, but
I'm just traveling right now, and then I'm going to stop and I'm going to be able to chill again. But just to throw in quickly, from kind of what I've got into, most of the mafia and organized crime, HA, all those guys, the kind of government is right in with them. I don't know with members or what, but I mean, they kind of work together, do deals and the only time you hear shit in the news is because someone wasn't doing what they were supposed to do, and then now they're going to fuck them or something.
Right on, I believe
They're
that.
two sides of the same coin. It's absolutely cops are it's every bit as big of a part of the war on drugs as the drug dealers are.
In what way? Maybe I want specific. I agree with you
because
so far,
if
but I
you think
want
about the economics of it, it's an economic ecosystem, right? Like
very good.
You have the war on drugs, and they're getting taxpayer dollars. There's way more money actually fighting the drugs than there is making the drugs, even though it's the same people doing both sides.
Cops do play a huge role. They keep it moving, keep it going. Yeah, without them, it couldn't exist.
And if you look at how Department of Justice grants, even how they fund smaller local police departments, it's always the incentives are always for more busts, right? It's never for less crime.
Of course,
more busts. Get drugs off the street and into the courts, right? We need repeat customers in these prisons.
Of course.
Give them some gangster rap.
I was gonna say the media. It also sells sensationalism too. I don't know if you guys touched on that, but
Tells
I
what?
think that's something that the media. It sells sensationalism. It sells division. It
Sells.
sells.
Oh yeah,
Sells
You know.
fear.
It sells
It's one of
fear.
the tools.
two-party
one of the-
paradigm. Fight your neighbors.
Yes. The tyrannical 51%.
Well, it doesn't
Every
have to be a
story that you
two-party.
see in the media,
It's division and on all aspects of life. It's not just political.
the media finds the most
Agreed.
divisive stories and shoves them down our throats because they want us arguing about all this stuff.
Well, every morning here, sometimes, well, a lot of times my daughter can't get up. She's 15 and can't get up. And I'm driving.
Oh
her
my
to
God, we
school.
got a 15-year-old too. You want?
No, I
Anybody
don't
want
want. No, I
one?
don't want any. No, I don't want any insights. But it's funny. Every morning, the local news on the talk radio comes on. Somebody with. We live in a country where it's obsessed with crime and punishment.
Yeah.
Have you noticed that? It's sick and disgusting.
Oh,
I don't care.
The worst part is that we're having to pay for that punishment too. So
Yes,
we get
we
victim.
fund it.
Everyone gets victimized by this alleged, like revenge that we get with the system that we have.
A disgusting industry
Yeah.
that needs to go bye-bye. I don't care that some white trailer trash in the county next to me got arrested for beating
Cooking
shit.
meth.
Like, I don't care.
And certainly, if I did care, it would be a lot less than the guy that took $400 billion and misplaced it in the government, or the guy who stole $112 million from his investors. All that bullshit.
Or how Pfizer is a total criminal mafia organization that's killed, genocided people. And
we're gonna go after the drug dealer, right? If we're gonna go after the drug dealer, we're fucking with the wrong people.
Somebody in Oneida County was arrested for cooking meth and the trailer blew up. Like, I don't. Why do I need to listen?
But you never get to hear their side of the story, right? The press release comes from the police, and you never hear from me. Like, bro, they made up the evidence and then stole the money out of my safe.
Yes, right. And people tend to believe whatever the police write down. They go get a police report, and suddenly the police don't lie. Look, it's written right here. What's dude's side of the fucking story? Why give the police side so much credence? What dude say about it?
They don't care.
I don't trust the police, like, even to submit a wit statement at this point.
Right.
I'm going to go to the police station and I'm going to submit it myself. I do not trust a fucking police officer handing him the paper unless I see it.
The FBI doesn't even do anything under affidavit of oath anymore, and that's why they can't defeat me in court, because I sit there and under penalty of perjury. These motherfuckers
have they tried?
That's it.
Yeah,
can I offer?
That's what I tell people: just submit affidavits. Yeah.
Something to consider that I've realized for myself: we've got a society that is always, quote unquote, fighting for justice. Well, the only reason justice is needed is because crime and debts are allowed. If there wasn't crime or debts, we wouldn't need justice. And if we weren't in competition, if we weren't brainwashed into dividing and competing with each other, well, then there wouldn't be any debts. And then there wouldn't be the judgment and division of authority, therefore
but
no
it's not
crime.
brainwashed. It's not brainwashed.
It is brainwashed.
Competition is
it's
absolutely
brainwashed.
Hold on, let them talk. Okay, you said it's brainwashed.
Every
All right,
layer
so
of biology, of life.
There's no care of why I say what I say. You just want to prove it wrong. So please.
Well, that's what men do. That's what men do. I would love to hear this society that proves you wrong.
Intelligent men try to understand instead of argue. But
this is how we learn.
Okay,
proving you wrong is not an argument. You can be in error. This is how he sharpens you. He's doing you a favor. Please continue, guy in the red shirt.
Competition is not brainwashed.
Thank you, Choco.
Well, hold on. You weren't ready to hear my response yet. You were still talking.
You were educating us all on how I'm wrong that competition is not brainwashed.
Competition is
Jack, can you ever admit that you're wrong?
You can look at it, and every single organism on Earth is in competition within its species and without its species. Competition is just part of the game.
You can never be able to weed it out. I want to attack dude in the red shirt just because of his hat. I think I can out break dance him. Competition is a real thing. I wonder if I can take him on the court. You know, it's a competition. You can't get rid of that shit, man.
And think about childhood. What game are kids going to play at recess if you take away the competitive spirit? Like, you're gonna
when you're done creating,
like there's over competition, but there's healthy competition.
To do with what I'm saying.
All right, Jack.
I'd love a chance to actually defend the words that I fucking chose to use.
Please go ahead without all.
Please do.
There are natural behaviors, natural patterns, natural instincts within the beast and the organism of the human. That is not something I deny. What I am saying is it is quite evident from the patterns and records of history that man has manipulated man into emulating and growing the beastly patterns of competition and lust and competition or consumption. We've been brainwashed
to bring out the worst parts of competition.
Yes.
Don't you think though that it's the other way around, that we've been brainwashed and historically we've been bamboozled into things like communism and collectivism for the greater good,
and capitalism.
Very good.
Capitalism for the good of the few.
Well. Yeah.
Well, capitalism hasn't killed how many people died in Russia?
Oh, don't bullshit yourself about that. Capitalism is responsible for millions and millions of murders.
The United States has killed more people, if we believe historical records, than Hitler and Mao did.
What we're talking about is colonialism.
Yes or no?
I don't know. I don't think so.
The United States.
Well, this would say, well, that's not of the people. It's a rogue U.S. government. That would be the devil's position.
I didn't say
what country has killed the most people?
States.
America.
I found this on the web.
Rome, the Vatican.
The United States has killed the most people.
Thank you.
Well,
we are a murderous nation that has been deceived.
But we don't live under.
Fighting for this fiat currency and the belief that we need to compete with and overpower and be superior to one another. It's nonsense. We are all just humanoid experiences sharing time. That's it.
American exceptionalism. What a
you could say we're doing time in prison here on Earth.
People confuse economic systems with what is really just greed and corruption. If you boil it down, what you have is centralized control and coercion versus freedom amongst individuals. And that's decentralized.
You're presenting a narrative without any specificity.
I'm high as fuck. Give me that again.
So people.
What do you mean?
Capitalism. Go ahead. Somebody's
agreeing with Jeffrey a bit as an anarchic.
I mean, what do you mean, Jack? Well, how is he not being specific? He's saying there's a centralized government and there's a decentralized system of doing things. How is that being specific?
So was we saying that's good or bad?
So have you actually like what are we? What's the world going to be like if we end wars with the UN? What's the world going to be like? I think we still have a lot of broken people in this world.
Mm-hmm.
Unless you could take over sort of. I'm of the opinion that you need to take over the legal structure and the media to propagate a message to curtail behavior of some sort, manipulate people manipulate the masses into what you want. That's just my view of human nature.
I would argue that if
I don't believe that we're just. Sorry.
I don't know if we have a delay or something, because we kind of doing that. But if you're using the same tactics and the same weapons and the same behaviors in the same way as the people who are doing wrong, you're not actually doing right. Would be my argument to that. If you're manipulating people with the media, I mean, you're still manipulating people with the media. It's just you're in the driver's seat now instead of them. So it might be more pleasant, but I would argue it's not better.
All right, well, help me
As
out.
long as it's a believable narrative.
Wait, help me out here, because I've been under the belief that they've got so much propaganda out there. I have to get a bunch of people through social media and whatever shit. We have to get a bunch of people and fight that. Are you saying that my strategy is flawed through the gate?
I would argue that yeah, I would. I don't know that I would use those words, but I think that the idea that we're going to organize and overtly muscle our way uphill is sort of delusional. What you have to do is you have to disempower this is just my thoughts. You got to take away their power by not fucking needing them for anything. We've gotten so dependent on our daddy, the government, for everything that people don't have any clue how to be independent of it. And that's the source of their power.
Right.
You don't need to fight them. You just need to not care about them.
So I guess the question is, and I'm not trying to challenge Jack or anything. I guess the question comes down to collectivism. So none of us here like this paradigm we're living in. And I guess the question is, do we use collectivism to go against collectivism and use their system and use government or the United Nations or the internet? I mean, what are we supposed to do? We just use collectivism against collectivism?
I personally, I'm going to just quickly throw in I don't know, man. I've been black-pilled, and I've said that before. I honestly think there is no change. This is what it is, and it's about a personal, kind of a spiritual growth through our life. What can we learn? How can we get out of the system and be like just live our lives? Like, I didn't even have a fucking internet phone until like probably 9 years ago when I got with my last ex. So, I mean, maybe it can't be changed, but then I've come across some stuff saying that if there was enough people that had the conscious change and did something, it would really change. But from what I've known, this whole system has been back since Rome. And I mean, it is what it is. And I think it's fantasy. I mean, I love you guys,
it, bro. I love it.
We're not in the club, man.
We're a small.
We're not in the club,
I work
man.
every day, and I see thousands of people that are stuck in this shit. And if there was, 100 million of us, okay, now we're talking. But I don't know, man. I think we're only 50 million.
Even that,
I don't
man.
know.
Like, I don't know. But like the thing is, like, we're not in the know. We don't have inside information that the elite do. The people that oppose us, right? Of course. They have way more influence and over people's actions. Even if they disagree with what the message is, they still influence people's behaviors and actions.
Right.
And so how are we supposed to come up against that? It's not just people agreeing with you. It's actually influencing people to do actions, influencing their behaviors and influencing their actions. How are we supposed to do that when we have just a little YouTube channel? You know what I mean? It's just like there's 8 of us here or 7 of us.
I don't want to influence really anybody unless they choose to. Hey, Eric said something good. Aside from that,
Eric's saying something good right now.
I ain't here to influence any fucking group of people on this fucking earth. I find that sick and disgusting. Maybe I'm missing something.
You are. Now bring it to when you're done. Hold on. Let me tell them why I think that's sick and disgusting. Because in my opinion, in my philosophy, those other people literally are you. They're getting beat up. You're getting beat up. If you hurt them, you hurt yourself. So you have an edict under the creator, the designer, call them what you want, to help other people. You have one fucking job down here. I always thought, help someone besides yourself.
Oh no!
But who chooses what is help, right? Like, because what's nice to me and what's nice to somebody else ain't the same.
Yeah,
at
I
all.
think help comes in the form of the things that are truths, and we may disagree
no,
on them.
I
But
got no
Who
problem
the
with
makes
best
that
way I can
call,
help
though?
that dude is being honest, loving, forgiving, showing that dude how to do that shit. And in some cases, when the guy is going through it, I don't know if he got kicked out the house. His old lady is giving him a hard time. I can give him a couch to stay on or some shit like that. He needs some help with his crops. I think these are duties of mine.
Agree. Wait, but listen. But I'm not going to let the TV or a political leader or the media or social. I'm not going to let anybody dictate who and where, when and where I'm
You
supposed to.
damn right. You damn right. They take your money and dictate where your shit goes, who you help. I would agree with you.
So listen. What I'm saying is, I got no problem with helping somebody. And I got when and where I need.
When
to.
and where? Yes. All right. That's our job down here, man.
Jack can contend to that without details. Okay, we all help, but I'm going to do it when and where I choose.
Yes, and how, like my man was saying, what's help to one person is not help to another. Sometimes I get accused of being hard on people. Most times, making them uncomfortable in conversations. In my twisted mind, I'm helping. I'm sharpening that man. He will need this for the tough world. Somebody else is going to be like, Joe, you're going to make that nigga have a heart attack. You keep that shit up.
Yeah, I have a big problem with a system or society telling me, well, now I got to care about the LGBT or the black.
That's troubling me.
That's
right
because you're
No,
a bigot. You're
no,
white.
you're not.
Yeah, that's what I mean. It's the propaganda that influences people's behaviors and actions. Yes.
I joke.
That's funny.
I mean, don't read me wrong that I'm saying I don't care about my fellow beings, but I'm just not going to go with a dictation of whatever.
Yeah,
I understand. They had a good Jordan Peterson said something good when they were making a law where you have to go by what a person pronoun wants their pronoun to be, or you'd be breaking the law. If he wants to be called a she, whatever, you must do it. And Jordan said he disobeyed. He caught a lot of hate for that shit. And he was saying, no, if a guy right now the way it is wants to be called a she, it's not that I have a problem with that. But if the government tries to mandate it, I would be obstinate. That's what you're saying, Harry.
Exactly. I love Jack's background.
Isn't that what made Jordan Peterson famous? Was that whole law being trying to get passed in Canada?
When I heard him standing up against that law in his positions on protecting the freedom of speech, my first thought was his words need to be heard at the UN. And then when I got inspired to try and do that myself, that was the idea. I wanted to talk to Peterson and inspire him with the idea to go speak at the UN. But he's
you guys talking about Jordan Peterson?
Yeah, we don't.
Jordan Peterson?
Yes,
buddy. He's locked in and signed up and supported by a Zionist guy. Okay, he's a total programmer. Buddy, if you go back, he actually during the fucking COVID shit was saying if you don't do this shit, you're harming society if you don't take the death shot. Buddy, he's a programmer. He's there to fucking.
No chance he was just stupid and made a mistake.
Yeah,
the reason I want to talk to
not
him
a chance because guess what? If your personality on TV that's supposed to be super intelligent, that has a PhD and knows all this shit, and yet you went along with this and thought it was a good idea. I'm a dumb motherfucker tradesman that I educated myself, learned this is bullshit, and I never took the death shot. So anyone that fell for this that is supposed to be intelligent, fuck that.
I don't think it makes him
he's also.
I'd like to hear more shit.
He has a Hollywood agent. That's all I need to say.
Again, I'd like to hear more.
He's totally corrupt now.
The UN.
I hate that you guys are taking Jordan Peterson.
He's an agent of the UN too.
My pirates and shit, but
Now that's good evidence. Anybody fucking with the UN is probably dirty.
He is a human being who has a very brilliant mind and a very confused mind at the same time. He understands the mind. I understand the spirit. So I recognize the potential in his foolish connections.
Okay, hey, Jack, if you know how this world works and you know what he's talking about, the pro-Israel stuff and the going over there and the guy that's
Right.
paying his bills right now, and you don't fucking add
Ben
1
Shapiro.
+ 1 equals 2, I can't help you, bro.
Dude, I see a fellow human being making some mistakes. I'd like to help make sure he's aware of the direction he's leading himself.
Check
Because
this
there
out.
are many people who look up to him and listen to what he says.
Check out what he's saying. He is saying, in direct contrast to what you're saying, he is saying he is bought and paid for, and he's giving you evidence why. They've given you the
Right.
UN and
Right.
and this, that, and the opposite. And I thought the
Yeah.
last we just came up with, if he's not acknowledging the harm that Israel is doing to Pakistan. Now, some things are obvious. If he's making all these mistakes, maybe they're onto something.
He's also
He's being controlled. He's telling people that
Who
stuff to
cares?
force
he's
If I
that
also
get a
idea.
chance
advocated
to
for the
talk
Noahide
to him,
laws
great.
too.
I just happened to bring him up because that was part of where it was going.
Good. It's a good
Doesn't
thing it went
matter.
there.
You
You didn't
guys
do
look
nothing wrong.
down on fucking everybody,
No,
man.
Jack,
Holy shit.
what we're trying
Jack,
to say.
you don't think we're trying to help you, and that
No,
maybe
I
you can
don't.
spend a morning and researching something about someone? That's
Right,
my
so
thing.
I can believe
I'm
like
gonna tell you guys something that's gonna humble me. Okay,
Yeah.
I never voted in my fucking life.
It's
Okay,
a good thing.
when this COVID thing happened, I was in such a state that I voted for my first time to get this true dum-dum that's fucking running our country. I actually voted, okay? And I actually fell into the Trump thing because I started researching and I'm like, oh, he's saying these things. Right? I didn't know a lot. Like I was in the thick of it. And I fell for him. And then I realized to get out of it, but I came out of that bubble and I kept learning. I didn't stick in that bubble, and I'm going okay. And I learned.
Hey,
So you got to
bro,
keep learning.
I-
So maybe
I-
look at Jordan Peterson and go, you know what? Because he says all the things that I like to hear, maybe those other things are a whole agenda. This whole fucking. Anyway, buddy.
Hey,
I don't know.
Arnett, you're just
bad.
being
I
negative.
came out of
No,
retirement, and Lori Lightfoot got me the same way. I came out of non-voting retirement just to vote someone who was female, gay, black. I thought for sure she'd throw a wrench in the program. Worst decision I ever made. I slipped up. I should have never done it.
Boy, you fucked up.
Ocasio-Cortez is
That
another
was your
one.
fault, Joe.
Listen, Travis,
We've all
Travis
been-
Scott-
Ocasio-Cortez is another one.
Hey, Jack, I love you. Hegelian dialectic, Tavistock Institute, Edward
I'm
Bernays.
very
Listen,
learned.
all these doctors,
I
they were pre-placed for this current era. Trump was pre-placed. All these
Right.
doctors that are
So now that you know this is a fact, you're so convinced it's true. What do?
Because
Hide your head
this
in the sand, pretend that there's nothing we can do. I'm sick of this victim talk and fucking excuses and
no,
blame.
what I'm telling you is
Wait.
Not
The first
victim.
thing he's doing is acknowledging that it exists, so he can do a thing. At least that's all I'm giving him.
I'm
credit
trying
for
to
right
work.
now.
Yeah.
Thank you for giving him the benefit of the
That all
doubt,
of
Joe.
these leaders, you don't become a leader. You do not get celebrity status in this society. Jack, come on, you know this in your heart, brother. You know.
Because I
You're-
believe it too.
you're
We
make-
believe
you're-
it so
you're-
firmly.
Your
That's right.
ego is just talking.
My
He's
ego
controlled
makes
opposition, Jack. Come on.
Jack,
is
I'll give you
disgusted
this.
with
At least you're having a plan to try to talk to elites. I've known other people on the internet with lofty ideals, and they don't even discuss about these things. So I commend you for at least attempting at planning and trying to get influential people on your side to end wars and legal secrets. So I will give you that. At the same time, they're also giving you constructive criticism that could help you on your journey and not.
Yeah, John,
It's not
everyone
meant
wants
to
to kick
demean
his
you.
hamstrings. Everyone wants to hold him back and say, no, you can't change the world because if the world
No,
changes, that
that's
means
not-
I was wrong. I can't be wrong. Hey, thank you
Nobody
for
is saying-
recognizing my consistency,
Jack,
John.
nobody is saying that you
Guys,
We
I'm
are
trying to be
all
positive here. I don't know what I
sharing
did.
on this planet together, whether you like people or not. They're part of this fucking experience. So let's figure out a way to communicate with each other and actually end wars.
Oh, that was behind the compliment. Damn.
we're not. Nobody here is trying to detract you or anybody else
Really?
from that. Yeah, really.
Really.
Yeah, really.
Everything I brought up has been interrupted, deflected, and disagreed with. But you claim that you're not. Holy shit! You know
Wait,
what?
wait, Jack, hold on.
Nobody.
Jack,
feel
I
like-
love
wait,
you.
wait.
Don't
I
get
feel
so
like-
sensitive, Jack.
I
You're
feel
wrong.
like we've all been
Sorry,
interrupted.
Jack.
I'm wrong.
And-
I'm always wrong. I'm
and
always
but-
wrong.
Being
So,
kind of a diva.
Jack, no,
This
you're
is
always right,
important. This
Jack.
is
I
important,
apologize, Jack.
Jack, this
Please.
is important. I'm afraid here that you believe when someone disagrees with you, it is a bad thing. It is attack. It is something
You
mischievous.
said that before.
Okay, you do disagree with you in there like we're planning a thing or we're trying to hurt you. It's the exact fucking opposite. We're men and we're going to give our opinion whether it disagrees with you or not.
Girls give their opinions. Men actually understand and figure out solutions, man.
Oh, I like that
Closing
line.
response. I actually came in here because the title is called Capitalism versus. So there's some,
Girls
there's some
give their
implied
opinions.
disagreement there.
Stop
good.
laughing. This is serious. Come on.
I love you guys. I really do.
That was a good one.
That was a
Like
good
girls,
one.
come on. Stop acting like girls and give me your opinion. Come on, guys. Get it together.
Hey, I will say this about Jack, and I've said it once before, but in the growth I've seen since I jumped on,
Yeah.
Jack has gotten some balls. And no, and I'm being serious,
Very good.
and I like it.
Very good.
It's growth for me to see.
Yeah.
Hard hat. I received
Very
that
good.
from you with respect.
That's
deeply.
not an
Thank
opinion,
you,
then.
brother.
That's a fact.
Thank you.
Stamp of approval.
You know, I don't mean to be so short and so irritable or come across that I don't appreciate disagreements.
You
Okay?
don't. You do not. That's an obvious given. Let's not
Here's-
say nothing weird here because you do not
Perhaps-
appreciate. You think we're chastising you.
Joe, if you can understand the reason I'm frustrated with disagreements.
Can you hear me,
the
Jack?
fact- Holy shit. There's a guest.
You know, I was on the YouTube. I was gonna listen to music, and you were on here, and I fucking tune in for 5 seconds, and I hear everybody just jumping on you and fucking bullying you and chastising you and putting you up against the wall, and I couldn't believe what the fuck I was hearing. All these loser, low-life do-nothings are down on you for trying to talk to Donnie Trump and get something done in this shithole.
Thank you. Thank you for a voice of reason. See,
Not
that
like-
comes down-
Not like you can have a bunch of sincere fucks up here, very opinionated, sincere guys up here. You didn't even consider that possibility that we might be giving the truth as we see it.
It
Or as
is.
it is.
Well,
It
listen,
is.
I just think a lot of you are in your imagination and confusion and negative opinions and egos. Jack's on a path here. So if you guys could just back the fuck
Yeah.
off and let him kind of walk his path and figure it out without your bullshit opinions, that'd be great. Or not. I mean, whatever you want to do.
That doesn't sound fun.
Hey, Jack, you got the biggest heavy hitter in town on fucking watching your back here, bro.
Oh,
If
fuck.
you, hey,
He's
if
just
you
guarding
can't
his.
see
He's
the
just
honor-
guarding it, right? This is his turf.
Hey, the honor is not missed. I recognize the gift, but
The merger.
it was actually the perfect timing, the perfect levity for where I would for me to address the irritations.
Hey, Jack, quick question for you. Unrelated. I got an Airbnb, right? You ever move your bowels in the shower?
No.
Like you ever been in the shower and not want to get out and just move your bowels right in the shower?
No.
Only
I've
there
never
you go.
been.
Hard hat.
I've never done that, my man. Not like
No.
what is it?
Hey, I gotta give out a shout out. If that is my buddy Friedman Designs, holy shit, it's been years. Good to see you, brother. David, he was an old friend from high school years and years ago.
Oh, that's dope.
He knew the Jack that Stood up.
That was before what they call the change happened. Is all they refer to it as.
The change.
Dude,
Like,
there's a lot of changes since then. Holy cows. David, you got to give me a call. I mean, it was since the reunion. I was hoping to catch up to you. Or anyway, you found us today, man. Stay in touch. Let's get together, man.
We've heard a
David,
lot
let
about
me
you.
introduce myself. I am Joe Cool. I am Jack's gay lover. We've been a couple for 3 years now.
no, see, Joe, cool. That's the thing. And I was just going to bring it up. This guy, David, told me the change happened when Jack got fucked. I don't mean to use that rude terminology by a priest, a holy man. The only problem was Jack was a senior in high school.
And a chick.
Right.
But the
No.
hormones have really done their job.
Yes. I'd still fuck you though.
Hey, the Army put all sorts of shit in me when I went through their lines going into boot camp. I remember getting all sorts. I don't even know what the hell they put into me.
Hey, Jack, you and I are the same. Did they have the air jab back then? Not the
It
needle?
was
Like the
not
gun?
when I first went in. It was they came out with the air gun around that time.
Yeah.
A little
They were
later.
using that shit back in
The air gun. Does it doesn't
My
have a
mom
door.
got that. She has a scar on her shoulder from that fucking air one.
Well,
Dude,
it doesn't use a needle.
Hey, seriously.
Blows it in. Compressed air.
Hey,
It
can we get back to Jack?
The vaccine that hard, it just like straight through your skin.
Hey, can we
Actually,
get John Vance to come on screen and put his head down so we could do movie night and show a movie on the top of his head, like one of those old-fashioned drive-ins?
A projector.
Actually,
Yeah.
Jack was going to do this documentary. What'd you say? 2.5 hours. The Edward Mises. Which one are you talking about?
Who was that with me?
Oh, well.
You talking to me?
Oh, sorry. Edward Bernays?
No,
Ludwig von Mises?
yeah, the Mises.
Chaos theory.
Yeah, there you go.
Jurassic Park.
Yeah.
Are we
Jurassic
just
Park.
saying random words?
I've read some shit on chaos theory. I don't know me.
They're correlated. It's like gematria, but without numbers.
Some kind of mandala effect, I think. We just skipped timelines, Jack.
Yeah, I looped out and I didn't know what was going on. Hey, I wanted to bring up the guinea pigs of our military servicemen and
Don't
women.
talk about the African Americans like that, Jack. What did I tell you?
No.
Too
Talk
free
about
with that.
Italians.
Hey,
He was
Tuskegee
talking about
Talcott, that's what they call them.
Italians, bro.
I was a human guinea pig. I mean, I know there's many servicemen and women who have been guinea pigs for shit that they didn't know what was going on. They just trusted wrongly, unfortunately.
There are a
But
lot of civilians that were guinea pigs unknowingly with them
Amen.
spraying their chemicals on us, Operation Sea Spray and all of that bullshit.
Tuskegee experiment, syphilis,
Yeah.
black, white, brown people. All this U.S. government it's not even. I don't know what we need to call
Acid,
it.
LSD, they gave that people out without their knowledge.
Okay.
Agent
Can I-
Orange in Vietnam.
Agent Orange.
so if this
Fluoride?
system is truly criminal, right? It's truly criminal, and we know this. So there's got to be some way of bringing it to light, of enforcing morality.
That's
There's
happening
got
right
to be
now.
a way.
It is happening. Believe it or not, I'm going to be optimistic, but people, this thing they did this past 3 years
You can't enforce
has
morality.
You got me. I ain't
Without-
got past the force of morality yet. I'm with whoever said that. I ain't got past that out of my head yet.
without free will, an action can't be moral.
Okay, but there you go. Actually, great point. Free will is the key. We've got to convince people that it's in their best interest to change.
But we also have to
And-
respect their wrong decisions if they make them. I think that's my belief.
I would agree.
Well, how far does that go? I mean, if they're
until as long
respecting someone's-
It goes
If
until
so-
you
no one
get to
else.
ignore it.
Well, that's the key. When someone's poor decisions are injuring someone else, we really should not assume the luxury of ignorance. Because an injury to one is an injury to others. It is
my philosophy.
Jack, what if the system of the beast or evil or wickedness is the best teacher?
No,
It has been, has it not? When do we learn that enough? See, suffering is part of the human condition. It's the catalyst for us to change. So when are we going to say we've hit a rock bottom? When are we going to say enough suffering for what's been going on?
That's the question, I guess, eh?
That is the question.
I mean, it sort of feels like we've not had enough suffering for several decades, and we're rushing to make more as fast as we can.
There's could be some truth to that. I do believe in higher powers, and there is a quickening, a transition. There is a shift happening here in humanity. Changes are speeding up. You could say time is quickening, and I really do. I think it's people. This is the time that was prophesized, that I think people do need to start choosing. Who are you going to serve?
Well, what's the other colloquial? Oh, the devil is in the details. Like, I mean, they're giving the details about society are pretty much on the. So, the devil's in the details, correct?
The devil.
How about this idea? Is that our egos think that because we're alive in this body right now, that everything is happening now. But how about if you look at history and how things are so played out, like they've planned this and it's played out, that it might not be in our lifetime right now. We might pass away as these things build, and in our next life we're born and we're gonna be the guys. You know what I mean? Like things take. I don't know.
I think
Gandhi, the next. I mean, take your pick. You could be the next. Whatever.
Hey,
what I mean is the world's not going to go to shit right now, right? And we're awakening, and this internet has been an amazing thing about being able to get information, right? Where 50 years ago, these wackos that were saying the government's fucked and all this were like, you're wackos, right? Well, now, so maybe this is part of our deal that, and because it's not going to, like, I have no idea what's going on, but that, you know, that this, what we're learning now, maybe the real battle's going to be coming our next life, that we bring this, you know, I don't know.
I believe that too, man. He say every eye shall behold, every man, no one will not see it when it happens. I think that's because we stay down here. Lesson is repeated until learned. We will keep returning here.
Oh God, please, no.
But I think,
Joe.
I think the world can change in a flash. I think, honestly, I think the consciousness, the veils are lifting. But when I started really opening my mind up to the possibilities of reincarnation, I mean, I got to admit it. I didn't recognize it growing up, but because of the color of my skin and where I live, I have been able to say and do a lot of things that others have not. So while I've still got this privilege based upon the standards that I was born into, if there's a chance I'm going to be reborn as some brown kid somewhere in the desert somewhere next time, I want a better world for everyone.
It looks like, Jack, I know some philosophy. Somebody got their YouTube open, I think I hear that though. Some people believe that while you're over there, before you come here, that you get a choice. They got some kid talking about, he decided what parents. I wanted these parents here in particular. A lot of people believe that over there, you determine what environment and even who you're born to and where you're going to be. So perhaps,
I think that's possible.
I think I'd have chose light-skinned black dude because you're going to get picked on for that light-skinned shit. You're the minority here. I want to be a black dude because I want the trouble shit. I want to be among the cats.
Yeah, and you know what? To build on that, I've gone down this path too of that, how we do choose, but even a child that is born and lives to 8 years old and dies of some horrible cancer. It's like, why does this happen? But it's like that kid needed to come back to experience something of that. But the real thing was he was teaching his parents a lesson that they learned dealing with him, that they were able to just fucking grow after that in their lives when the kid was gone. And that's why the kid was there.
Listen,
That's
because
exactly
God
right.
is smart, many lessons were taught. Right? Because he's smart and he can do many things. It was just the parents' lesson. It was my lesson, your lesson. We all learned. A lot of people learned a lesson.
That's a very deep thing, because a lot of people for generations have struggled with this whole thing. Oh, it's so terrible to lose a child or baby, or 5, 6, 7, 8 years old. Yes, for the parent, it's terrible, but maybe that being, that consciousness,
He's playing the hero's role down here. All right, I suffered like that down here in order to help someone else.
Man, that child that got out of here with only 8 short years. Sometimes when I look at the world today,
he's lucky fuck.
Well, you can look at it that way, correct? I mean, what?
Yes.
What's the other option? Oh, the motherfucker's got to go to college and get a job and get into debt and maybe go to prison. So I got out of here at 8 years old. There's a short ride on the carnival ride.
And there's another theory about that shit. We always say, what kind of God would allow this, blah, blah. What if certain things are built? What if we are one? We are all one. We must come together as a whole in order to make shit happen, meaning we all share the same karmic debt. You could be a monk on a mountaintop, but as long as the rest of us, the rest of your body is drinking poison and doing horrible shit, you will never be whole. You will never be healed. What if that shit is part of it as well?
I think I buy into that there is no separation except what we imagine, and that karmically, spiritually, we are all tied to this timeline, this experience, this point and place.
I mean, as a whole, this is why the baby is dying, because you didn't kill that baby, but it's so much shit out here. We as a whole are creating this bad negative shit, and it's blowing up. We create this shit.
There's something, you know what? There's something mystical and magical about our lives, and the human conditioning. We've been taking it for granted. That's my opinion, and it's all been trickery. The reality is, I mean, if there is but one infinite consciousness that like veils itself from its all-knowing state, drops down into like these different levels of awareness, that could include the human consciousness. And so we're all just one aspect of being that just keeps coming into different forms and different perspectives.
Looks like.
But if all we are is that which is, then I am you, you are me.
Literally.
So if your problems are,
it's like Monopoly. What? I can be the shoe. Everybody wants to be the shoe, or what? The car. You got the shoe.
Yeah.
You got the Chihuahua, whatever the
hat.
Yeah, I mean, it's like you come onto the board, the plane, okay, and you can pick your little avatar. You can be the shoe, and oh shit, somebody got the shoe before I did, so okay, I'll go with the car. I don't know. Everybody wants to be the car for some reason. I don't know why. Moves fastest or whatever. Monopoly is a great analogy of, I think, this matrix actually.
That's right. The rules are, if the bank runs out of money, you just make more.
Start
the game continues.
You flip and you reset.
Let me be the guy to bring this up. I don't know if you guys have a problem with it. I doubt you do. Seem willing to talk about anything. Any comments on? And now that I'm saying this, I'm thinking I can pretty much know what these guys are going to say. Any comments on Trump getting 30 for criminal charges today?
34?
Yeah.
34?
I thought it was 33.
Wait, No, they
34
probably did
felony.
34 just to not make it like, oh wait, they're catching on to 33. So
Maybe I'm wrong.
I saw
thought it was
34 too.
felonies.
Yeah, I saw
It is-
34.
Well, that's cool. You saw 34 because in the some of the clips I try to follow what's going on in clown world.
Yeah.
They said it was 33, and I was
They'll
like,
probably drop
okay,
one.
then that makes sense with the Freemason bullshit. But if it's literally 34, then it's the misinformation is misinformation, right? Like, so who do you believe?
who cares? Who
I think
cares?
the whole thing is contrived.
Hey,
It's all a soap opera.
yes.
Yeah, it's saying 34. I just Googled it. 34 felonies.
Hey,
Okay, cool.
Right.
what we're saying, go with the facts. And the facts are, this is a friggin' distraction.
Yeah.
It's another distraction promoted on the media to create division and, so people aren't focused on improving their lives or helping their neighbors. They got something to argue about.
Yes, they have
That's
stepped
right.
it up, the script. They have stepped up the movie shit to really get some viewership, to get our eyes off of, the economic collapse and all the bullshit that's going on.
I also think that they're setting up the script for the next big whatever. The
Of
next
course.
January 6th, right? They're gonna have their goddamn civil war.
Yes, they will. Either way it happens, if Trump goes to jail, which he won't, in my opinion, so many people are going to rise up. They're going to fight that. And if he wins,
But I don't think that they really
Hey.
will. I think it'll be optics, right? Like,
Hey
January
guys,
6th
can I interject really quickly here? Joe Cool and the other guy, can you just show your faces, bro?
Hold
you
on,
guys are
hold on.
beautiful.
Let me cuss
Wait.
my head on.
I'll be back on in a second. I got to snort this line real quick.
Yeah, I don't give a fuck, but just show
No,
your
it was
face,
just-
bro.
It was just dark in here. I had it with the lights out and all that shit.
You're
You couldn't
always
see
in the
shit with a
dark,
black
Joe,
screen.
man.
No, that's all
Right?
good.
It's still dark now, right? I hate the light. But thank you for that.
You can bend your thumb back at a hell of an angle.
Yes. What is that?
Oh, you're one of those people.
Oh, that's racist, bro.
Oh God, of
I
course.
can't believe you said that.
Fuck. Hard hat. That's
What the heck?
the
You
way
get
you
my
did that,
channel shut down,
holy shit, man.
What the hell is that?
Disturbing content.
Yeah, your channel gonna
Dude.
get taken
I'm error
down.
if I ever saw one.
Buddy, I was a real party trick guy fucking back in the day.
I bet, man. Hey,
My girlfriend's can do that with her thumbs. And I call them the war hammers because when she's pissed and she's holding her cell phone, like texting somebody, she got those things
Oh.
cocked back. And
Can't do jack- No offense, but I can't do jack shit, anything like that.
how interesting. Hey, on a different note, I want to thank you guys. This has been a fun, enjoyable conversation. Jeffrey, thanks for
Thanks for
hosting.
coming, Jack.
Yeah,
Hey,
you
Jack,
always make
is your escort coming? Is that why you're jumping, or what's going on here?
Paul just showed up.
Oh, it was good to see Paul.
You got all this money now, and fucking, things are changed. We're all different.
It's funny. I was thinking about this earlier today. Well, I was actually thinking about Paul. He said he was traveling, and you always feel better when you're traveling when you got some cash with you. I mean, that's just common sense, right? It builds a little security with you. And so then I carried that with myself. I've been without money, without cash for so long, and now I got a little bit.
Hey,
I
Jack,
don't
did I
need
tell
anything.
you I'm hitting the road tomorrow? Did I tell you me and my girl were going to Europe and all that shit, but we just can't afford that shit. I was just curious, just wondering.
No, I don't have money for
Come
Europe
on, you don't
yet,
want me traveling without, I'll just go to California then. You don't want me traveling without cash, bro. Come on.
No.
You don't want to be like Larkin Rose and go to Mexico with
I
no
lost
money.
my lighter, y'all.
Oh, don't. Why you know what, Jeffrey? We need to do a show about Mark Passio and a lot of these so-called anarchists.
Yeah. No, I've been after them for years, man.
Why is people going after
Jeff
Mark?
Berwick. How about Jeff? I mean, isn't Jeff one on your team?
Who?
Jeff Berwick from Canada as well.
Yeah.
Anarcho Polko.
Yeah, he's awful.
Mr. Invest in Bitcoin, another Canadian piece of shit.
That whole convention is just to rip people off for crypto, just to like network with people enough to get close to them to rip them off.
Then you got Max Egan from Australia. I don't know where he rests, but whatever.
He bought a bar there in Acapulco.
Max?
Yeah.
Oh, that's
No way.
Yeah. Berwick scammed libertarians for millions of dollars.
They're two different guys.
They're hooked up.
Egan has a bar in Acapulco now. He lives in Acapulco.
And he bought
He's like a fucking Acapulco spokesmodel now.
He escaped from Mexico during the.
These guys use that word pretty funny.
Guys, I follow these guys a bit in my rabbit hole search in these 3 years, right? And then I drop them. I've picked up.
Did you watch the show?
But no. But just listen.
Did you watch the show on HBO?
No.
The Anarchist show?
No.
I
don't watch TV.
It's such an embarrassment. It's such an embarrassment.
I'm just saying, from their bitch shoot, right? I watched.
I'm embarrassed that I know these people. Like,
I know Max. I know Jeff. I know Laura.
You know those guys personally?
Yeah.
You've donated?
For 20
He's a donor, obviously.
years.
So are they like?
You donate a lot.
Are they making money to say shit, or like what's their deal? Because
none of them want to have a job, so they just want all their fans to give them money all the time.
Yeah,
they grifting.
I'd love to have that.
And they don't even make good content. They're not making any good content. Like they're not doing anything, or they're not.
If they're making money off.
They're not producing anything worthy of anything.
Hey, Jeffrey, are you familiar with any of you guys familiar with Brendan O'Connell?
No.
I don't know one guy y'all named so
quite
far.
A bit. Yeah, what about him?
I trust him a lot. He's definitely over target on a lot of stuff. He doesn't make
Canadian guy.
Australian.
No. Yeah. So you're saying the stuff what he's saying, he's not kind of bought out and stuff, because I watch a lot of his shit. But now I've wondered, because he's backed Trump a bit, and I'm like, where are you coming from, bro?
He's
with what you know.
Oh, I love the USA. U.S. military is the only thing to say. That's one. Yeah, I mean, but a lot of what he.
So why would he believe that with the things he knows, though?
He's a foreigner. Because listen, a lot of foreigners. Military is the only. Yeah, that military is the only. Yeah, It's weird, but listen, a lot of people that are Westerners, not Americans, they still buy into that shit. They really.
Anyway, I appreciate him for talking about what he talks about with Israel and their intelligence stealing and all this angle. Like I appreciate that for sure, 100%.
Yeah, no, his whole thing about the U.S. is the only bastion in the Marine Corps and all that. You know what I'm saying?
He just doesn't want to get
patriotism.
Blind.
It might be good to tip your hat to the.
Listen, he's from Australia. I mean, that's
weird.
They'll raid you anywhere.
I don't give a fuck if you get to his point and the people he's met and what he knows, and if you're still thinking Trump might be a fucking good guy, like that's suspect to me, man.
I've never heard of it, so it can't be that important.
I mean, if you can't see both sides, left wing, right wing, same bird, at some point you got to believe that these guys are,
They need to grow up.
I just he's in a situation. I mean, listen, I know the guy's situation is authentic because some of the same people and stuff he's done. Anyway. What you're saying that does perplex me, but
once you achieve that, yes. Once you achieve that success, though, then you get the tap on the shoulder.
Maybe he's kind of like, I guess Brendan kind of thinks there's somebody in the system, or the system can be negotiated with. Listen, maybe
he's like QAnon or something.
No, he has hope. He's one of the guys like Jack that has hope. And I'm black-pilled, and I'm trying. If you can give me some information, I'll get out of it. But he has hope. I don't, except for personal growth in this adventure of my life.
But
Okay.
isn't white pill the one after black pill where like you realize that everything's fucked up and that it's also just the way it should be?
I like
think
that.
I don't remember how all the pills work.
I
and
don't know the colors, but the philosophy is sound.
But yeah, but it's sort of a stoicism. That's where you got to get to, because black pill sounds like it's not very useful, like it's just apathetic,
Oh, that's
nihilistic.
racist.
Well, no,
That's
it's reality. It's when you
what
actually
all
learn your
nihilists say.
history and you see what's going on and what's been going on for so fucking long. And when I'm in a city of 1 million people when this fucking bullshit started, and I go to this protest thinking protest might do something, and there's 1,000 people, there's maybe 2,000 people in 1 million people. Of course, if you could get 100,000, 200,000 people every Sunday that went downtown that said "fuck this shit" in the beginning, 200,000 people, police can't control that.
200 people.
You don't even
They
need
might
that
have
many
changed
people.
the fucking rules.
You
But
need
when you get
200
1,000
people.
jerk offs, they
You
say,
don't need that
yeah,
many.
we can do whatever we want.
Protesting implicitly means that the government has the right to tell you what to do. That's why you go and protest and ask them not to do that. But ask them kind of cranky. You know, it's not a very nice ask. It's a mean ask. It's still an ask.
Hey, there's what protest really is it's a symptom. It's a breakdown of communication.
Of course.
It's a group of people who are expressing they're not being heard. The protest, in my opinion, they serve a purpose just to help wake up the community and educate other people of some of the problems that are being faced.
That is the only purpose that they serve when they're non-violent. That is the only purpose that I believe they can serve. When they're violent, I hate to say this, but they can serve other purpose. You set some shit on fire, bust a few windows, suddenly they'll arrest a few cops. They'll release tapes.
The peace is what it's about. When you protest like these protests, there's fuck all going on with destruction, right? It was people with signs expressing their views, marching. That's what we need. But you're right, the violent shit, that's like nuts. But at some point, if they crack down enough,
is that every protest has agent provocateurs there. That's what they do around the world.
Of course they do. I've been to a lot of them, and they all do. I can tell you, I got footage of them. They all come in with the black shit.
There's always cops there.
Disappear.
Well, the way protests can be used is if you get some people prepared to speak on behalf of the group, and so you get the protest going in the street at the same time you bring in the people to bring the diplomacy and address whoever it is you're dealing with.
I'm not sure. I have no idea what you're talking about. Are you saying that at the protest you must make sure that you have a clear and concise message, have a speaker that can gather everything?
They have to be willing to hear you, though, right? So you're still asking.
Yes. Here, let me give the example. This is where, I mean, I was shown this by other leaders in my union. Being federal employees at the Postal Service, we were dealing with a lot of government bureaucracy. With our efforts, some of the things being done against the employees, it was affecting the service to the customers. So we would go to the street to educate the customers and the fellow citizens about what was going on. So we would do these things either. Most times it wasn't even dealing with the management, it was dealing with the elected officials. So we would have gatherings in the street in front of the congressional offices, and then a few of us would go up and introduce ourselves, present the issues that were locally affecting us in the community, and present it that way. Did it help?
Different dynamic.
It was another approach. It was another method.
Can I put it this way? Protests don't work unless you have the mass, right? So with 2,000 people, when we went out, that does fuck all.
Don't change nothing. The mask don't change nothing, man. No,
protests only work until protests only work if they're beneficial to the people that are being protested against. The minute they stop being beneficial, agent provocateurs, light a trash can on fire, shut the whole fucking thing down.
No. I mean, a peaceful protest. Has one ever worked?
There's
Can
never.
we
There's
say
always.
even results have come from any peaceful protest? All the shit we remember from the 60s is because violence started. In recent protests, anything you heard is because of violence. Peaceful protests do little.
There's every gathering.
Yeah, I'm interested in your point, Joe Cool.
I don't
Yeah,
think
I'm not
you're
saying it's a
doing
good
much good
thing. I'm
anything.
just saying it's a fact. I'm just quoting it
Every
as a fact.
gathering
I'm
of
not saying it's
people.
good.
Every single time you have a gathering of people, I don't care if it's in Hong Kong, Taiwan, Thailand, Bangkok, Washington, D.C., there's going to be agent provocateurs / police there. And then the media is going to be sitting there. And then the political narrative is going to be like, do we want to paint this as mostly peaceful or do we want to paint it as something negative? So one way or the other, the media don't have an opportunity to paint it one way or the other.
The media is involved already. It's all predetermined, right? For instance, we went to the mayor's house. We partied. I got the video up, played music. It was thousands of us. The next day in the newspaper, it read that 100 Black Lives Matter people go and fuck with the mayor in some negative shit that they said.
Or it was peaceful.
Yeah, it was totally peaceful. We partied, I don't know, a block away from our house with music, dancing and shit. But it came out as some radicals fucked something up by her crib. That was bullshit.
Oh, you're in Black
Hey,
Lives
Joe Cool. I got a question, Joe Cool, what you're saying, and I'm trying to fucking grasp my head on it. Like, I understand you're saying there's been no peaceful protest that has been to a benefit, right? Like, it made a change.
Just to a small benefit, the way Jack was talking about.
But I'm just saying, you're saying a lot of the change that has happened has been from violent protests. So what I'm saying is, what organic violent protest, like I'm not saying like the January 6th psyop, right, where it was almost made to be what it was, but what in history violent protest has made where it actually got better for us after? And I'm not sure.
Let's see. Has it made it better for us? The civil rights shit was bullshit. That was a horrible fucking idea. I'm not sure if it got better. What else we got? We got this shit here. Yes, the very recent shit.
How about women's suffrage?
Women's lib, women's lib was bullshit. Just got them more taxpayers.
The way right now is with the cop shit. They released that shit immediately because they thought motherfuckers gonna set the world on fire. I had my gym shoes ready. They released the tape immediately. They fired the officers the next day. It wasn't like the shit when George Floyd. They said, "Listen, we're gonna investigate." People busted windows and they arrested the one cop. And they say, "We're gonna only arrest one, and we're gonna investigate the others." Then people set neighborhoods on fire. Then they arrested them, and now they're releasing tapes. So in this one instance, if we can call that a good thing, maybe there's an example.
I know.
Look at call me gay or whatever, but I like the music called Les Mis.
Oh yeah, I did.
Les Miserables.
Yeah.
I mean,
I don't know if that's gay or not. I'm not familiar with it.
It's pretty gay.
It's gay.
Yeah, what's that?
We're all gay.
I'm sorry.
You like musicals?
I like Avril Lavigne.
I even like the movie. And I like the music, but
I want to be your girlfriend.
That is not an Avril Lavigne song, sir.
You sure that's not Avril Lavigne?
No.
The viewers are plummeting right now.
Avril Lavigne is I don't know. I can't sing all of her songs for you, but
Avril Lavigne, I bet you watch. She's also Skater Boy. Skater Boy, that's Avril Lavigne. Same chick.
Skater Boy is Avril Lavigne. Yep.
All right.
Listen, she's Canadian, right? From out east.
Yeah, she is.
Yeah.
And she married the fucking Nickelback dude.
Yeah, but the thing is she's been spouting all the fucking little signs and shit through her career, and she's bought into the devil.
All the
whatever. The whole it's just she was more of this at the time for everyone, and I don't know, man.
She doesn't age either. She looks exactly the same.
Avril
like
Lavigne,
20 years into her career.
Well, they're Botoxed out and fucking lifted and flattened.
From her and probably
no, I thought it was foreskins.
Is she still
foreskins, isn't it?
Who was that?
You're gonna get
I'm
me
a skater
copyright.
girl.
Oh, sorry. But that's hey, I want to be your girlfriend. No
I
way,
couldn't
no
hear
way.
it.
Think you need a new one.
Oh yeah, you're right. Okay, that is
Yeah.
it. Yeah,
I missed that whole thing.
I forgot
Good.
about that
I don't
song.
want to get dude struck, but yeah, I was showing the song.
See, and that's pretty gay.
Exactly, my point. Exactly.
Hey man, gay just means happy. So I don't know what algorithms, whatever. Gay just I'm happy. Happy.
Sounded like a happy song.
She's got that same sort of kind of emo vibe that Alanis Morissette has. Like the kind of pissy girl rock.
Yeah.
Hey, listen, you know what my little fucking head thinks? Alanis Morissette, you know how she gets big a couple albums? I think she was led into the club and then actually realized what was going on and said, you know what, fuck this, because I'm a fucking spiritual soul, and that's why she's out. If you look all these singers that had it big and they were fucking good and hey, where'd they go? I think they actually realized once they go to the initiation stage and they're like, fuck you. I love everyone and animals and I'm not going to fuck, and say, okay, bye.
Especially
no,
the
they
female
don't get
bands,
as far as they did without passing that initiation
Concrete
stage. Wouldn't you agree?
Concrete
They had to go through initiated before they would get on.
That was a good band.
Shit.
Mazzy Star.
Mazzy Star was dope.
I don't know who that is.
Right. They didn't. Where'd they go? Where'd these
PJ
people
Harvey.
PJ, yeah.
Amos. All those strong female singers are all gone.
Yep.
I think we're alone
They're all
now.
sluts now. It's all just now it's just whores and sluts. There's no strong female singers anymore. It's weird.
Beyonce, a real queen.
All the females
are dudes.
Black whores. No, really. No, I mean, Joe, man, seriously, they're all.
I think I can say that shit and get away with it.
It's a fucking truth, man.
A lot of them are dudes. It's really scary.
Hey, but listen,
watch out for selective editing.
a lot of white guys looking like. We have trained a lot of white whores too. Now, don't get it twisted. We had Britney twerking and all that. You guys got your share of whores too.
Mental hospital.
Yeah, she's still wigging out all over Twitter.
This is tripping naked on Instagram.
But she's too old for it now. She's not hot anymore.
Oh, do you see her naked pictures? I would have said the same shit before 2 days ago when I saw them.
I guess I might be a little bit behind on things with my phone.
Oh yeah, I'm not gonna show them and get you porn bomb and shit pop. But
hey guys, I'll throw my 2 cents in. I think Britney probably got into it. She was a young Disney child, right? Programmed, went into the thing, got to a point where the creator came into her and said, fuck, man, this ain't right. And that's why she had her breakdowns. She was down and out. Yeah, she's making money again because all the fucking hats want to make money. And she needs to survive. So she's probably doing what she is, but she's a different girl now, right? But I think she got fucked up.
It might be a few
controlled her whole life.
Martin Lawrence had a breakdown. Maybe it was the same fucking shit. He never blew up again. He made a shitty movie or two. Martin Lawrence had a nervous breakdown in the streets. Dave Chappelle went overseas. Yeah.
Oh wait, Dave Chappelle didn't.
He didn't have a nervous breakdown, but he did fucking leave and disappear for months. Yeah, he was.
Isn't it funny? The old school rappers, like one guy from Run DMC and a couple other people, a lot of them got killed. But all these West Coast, LA, Hollywood gangsters, man, seems like they've been connected with killing these East Coast. Man, you got Chuck D, Flavor Flav broke down. You know what I'm talking about? Chuck D.
None of them niggas you mentioned are dead.
Say what?
Are you saying Flavor Flav's dead?
One of the guys in Run DMC, the DJ for Run DMC is
dead. But Run and DR's live, as far as I know.
Yeah.
A lot of East Coast rappers.
It was dude from Mobb Deep died.
Yeah,
Havoc.
Prodigy.
It was
Prodigy.
Yeah.
Sickle cell.
You don't want to. I mean, they're all actors, and so at some point you got to retire the actor. You don't want to have to live your whole life in that role forever. That's why I'll keep dying and.
Jim Carrey said that, man. He was like, he went through it. At some point, you realize that you're living a character. He said that. You're living a character.
What if these guys are, You know, what if there are entities and energies that can affect humanity, such as the
Prince.
selfishness that makes people sell
Zach,
themselves out for
we
fame?
do that. Wait, we do that shit here on YouTube. When one of us is trolling you, our negative energy is just trying to pull at your negative energy. We want you to share our same energy. So you ain't got to go into crazy examples, right? What if that negative energy is fucking whatever? It happens all the time. We know it for a fact.
Well, think about those people. I mean, they are people, assumedly, that they're living their life of consciousness and going through their own dark nights of the soul. And imagine reaching levels of celebrity and fame only to realize that you were a tool, that
Maybe they're
you've
just
been
saying,
used for bad, you know?
Eric
Yeah,
Soul,
we heard more.
but a sane society. That book talked about celebrity, man. By the way, if you want to be a celebrity, you are insane, and it's proven. It's been proven sociologically.
I believe it,
Not
or some
mainstream,
famous
but
politician. It seems like it would attract that. Yeah.
That's
it's
the
not
psychopath
normal.
thing. Psychopath.
It's
No
not
one,
normal.
no one who's only crazy people want to be that much
Controlling,
I
attention,
think that would
want
be
to
more normal
Hey,
control
guys.
other
because you want
people,
the
want
or that have the
attention.
attention.
motivation to get in that kind of position. You'd have to be kind of
Yes, right.
nuts.
I'd rather hang out with my friends and smoke weed. I
Yeah,
have to be crazy to say I need more fucking followers on
then control a
Instagram.
bunch of people.
Yes, to tell them what to do. Believe me.
You know what's kind of fucked up is I grew up with a guy, and I actually traveled in Southeast Asia with him, and we kind of separated on really bad shit, which I'm not going to go into.
Go
But he
into
got
it.
into acting, and he actually got into not in Hollywood stuff. He's like in this TV kind of level. And before we parted ways, I was hanging out with all his actor buddies and stuff. It was really weird, right? Me being me, and I was balling on the West Coast, but I'm with these actors, and I don't know, man. It's
They're
I'm not
retarded.
saying no, I'm not saying they don't have the creator in their eyes, but it was just such a weird, superficial motherfucking, lots of drugs, lots of to make you feel better, ecstasy. And anyway, so my thing is I know I don't look into it much, but he got to like the TV level. I haven't seen a billboard of him, but did he learn about what Hollywood's about, or is he so you know? And he was a good spiritual guy too, so I'm curious. Maybe that's why he's not there, and he's just doing this fucking anyway.
I don't think a lot of them know what's going on. Only the elites.
I got a good
No,
story.
you get to a certain level, but from the beginning. I mean, listen, I was kind of involved in it, and in hindsight, there was a recruitment process. It's weird, but there's definitely a process.
Before I gotta ask you. I don't want to forget my thought. You allow me a quick story. Then I don't forget what the fuck I want to ask you. I can't win on this one.
Say the question, but then go on to your story so that we remember what the question is.
Yeah. Well, all right. Well, we just talked about. See, you quick. What did you just say? God, excuse me, Lord. What you just said again, Eric?
We're talking about let's call it the entertainment industry. That there's it's a cult. There's a recruitment.
There we go. There we go. Here's the obvious. You
Whether
said
you see it or not.
in hindsight, I think you said in hindsight, for you, someone tried to recruit you. I think that's where you were going, and I couldn't help but, I don't want to be an asshole, but I thought you had to be up there to be recruited. Why did they recruit you, if that's what you were saying?
No, in hindsight, you can just, at 51 years old, I can look back and it's an indoctrination process, the celebrity, the material.
Oh, you didn't mean you personally then, did you? I thought you were saying you was giving me an example of when they tried to recruit you. Were you giving me an example of when they tried to recruit you?
I was living in New York City. I was in the nightlife industry. I was
That's a yes.
Yeah. I was hanging out with Madonna and doing coke.
And you think they tried to pull you on?
Obviously, it was.
I bet Madonna has great coke.
Juliette Lewis had good coke.
The
Yeah, I was just
Ghetto
gonna ask you.
Boys.
You must have done a boatload of coke back in the day, then. Fuck.
Yes,
Fuck
I
with
did.
Madonna. Look, I had a good time with the Ghetto Boys before they split up and they got different degrees, Scarface, and all that bullshit. I thought we had a genuine conversation. It was really nice. Willie D, if y'all remember, he came in and he was like, come on, goddamn, we got to go. It was after the show and shit. And we all just sat there and continued talking. Then the second time he can spread Scarface, and then they were a group back then. The reason I was saying this is because I thought it was genuine. I felt that I thought they was cool. Now, does that mean they had not taken the deal yet at that level of the Ghetto Boys? They hadn't saw the deal. My instance, and Flav, we didn't kick it with that cat. I thought he was genuine. Maybe I'm stupid, but
Hey, I grew up in the Yukon, and I met Robin Williams, right? And I don't know, because he killed himself, maybe he was the same thing where the creator came up in
yeah,
him
He
man,
was
after all his
killed.
shit,
He
and
was
he's like,
killed.
I'm gonna kill myself.
same.
But it was like I met him and he seemed like a normal dude. But here's the thing, when you know the secret, right? When you're in the club, it's like we're all Gollum. Like it's like we're all human. They're cool, but they don't they don't say unless you say the secret words or something. I don't know.
No,
But
they must keep it a secret. I agree with
he
No,
you, but I
seemed
Robin.
mean,
cool, but obviously he knew what the fuck was up.
I met
But they
Robin
just
Williams personally as well too. Right before he agreed with what you just said, I met Johnny Depp, Madonna. Hanging out with these people back in.
and you didn't see that demon in them and all that, or
Oh,
you did.
Shit, I can see the
not
Madonna
in my
from here.
20s. In my 20s, no. Well,
hey, I met Tommy Chong. He wouldn't smoke a joint with me. He was doing a gig in a bar. Then he wouldn't come out and smoke a
Really?
joint.
who
But he was
where
a
you
cool
stay?
dude though.
Uh,
I landed on top of Ron Jeremy crowd surfing at a rock show,
I
and
thought you were gonna say
he
naked
helped me
during a
up off
movie
the
or
ground and
something.
my shoe came off, and he gave me my shoe back. And let me tell you what, for his line of work, his hands were shockingly rough. That's the
I
only thing I
saw him
remember.
at a comedy gig. He came up to my place and did a comedy gig, and fucking yeah, he was just a short little fucking greaseball. It's like you fucked a lot of women.
But why are his hands so rough? That's what I want to know. Like, you're a porn star, dude. Why do you have these fucking monster calluses and shit?
Because he
Right.
didn't have a fluffer.
Yeah, I guess because they were super dry.
There's some around here. All the guys who got money got soft hands, right? Because they've been hustling all their lives, right?
I would think that Ron Jeremy would have more money than me.
He got me too'd hard. He's in jail.
Yeah, he did.
He is like, they had like a face mask on him and
How
shit.
can you
He's like
be
spitting
too
at
Ron
people. Like he went
Jeremy?
nuts.
If you didn't know Ron
Really?
Jeremy, what you was
Yeah, I
getting
saw
into
that.
with
He
him,
looked like
right?
he
You
looked
should
like
be okay.
he looked like a Hannibal Lecter shit.
Yeah, he looked really fucked up. But
You
that
know,
guy's a
it's-
scumbag.
I mean, even I, like in the middle of a concert, getting up out of the mud with one shoe, could see sort of he's dead. It's deadness.
Yeah,
I think they're all slaves. I mean,
of course.
whatever leverage they got on them, they just have to do. They've accepted this role.
The Hollywood industry, when I say listen, if you're a doctorate, whether you're going to be a lawyer or a psychiatrist or one of these, there's a recruitment process there as well. All of these groups, all of these
Okay.
little sectors, you want to go
logical.
into the political /
Run by the Jews.
well, there you go.
And they're not recruiting anybody because I tried to join that religion.
You
and
tried.
I think it would be a good
They're like, nah, dude.
Get out of here, cow.
Yeah, I know.
Move on. Move.
You got to
on.
marry in, don't you?
I don't know, but I might be too late for that.
Hey, just to throw in about the soft hands and rough hands and shit at Jeremy. I've traveled a lot in my younger days up until probably 6 years ago. And I always get in with the locals, right? Especially if they're building, doing concrete, whatever. And because I'm a white guy, I think sometimes it's like, who is this guy in this? But I always show them my hands, and my hands are full of callus. I'm a worker, right? I fucking work. I ain't rich. I fucking work for whatever. And they see my hands, and it changes. right? And they're like, oh, and fucking, you know what I mean? Like, I'm just like you
That's
know,
dope.
we're
bro.
all
That's
the
a beautiful
same.
story. Yeah.
Yeah, that's why whenever I've traveled anywhere, I don't go to the hotels. I just go to the street food and I don't care if I speak the language. I just want to use sign language and know the people. But that's where you learn shit in this world. You don't learn shit by going on a carnival cruise with a bunch of English translators. Like I don't mind being in a place where I can't speak one word of the language.
You start learning real quick, though.
Yeah.
Like, I learned more Spanish in 2 weeks in Costa Rica than I did in 2 years in high school.
Yeah, no,
That's true.
Damn.
Yeah.
I've never been out of the States, man.
Dude, Central America's dope. I lived in Nicaragua for like 6 months
Yeah,
a few years ago.
You probably lived in
so dope down there.
Yeah, the pirate.
What part of Nicaragua?
San Juan del Sur.
I was in Corn Islands.
Oh,
Yeah.
man. I went to the Corns for a weekend. Good God. Talk about the most beautiful place in the world. Like,
all I'm hearing is drugs. Were y'all young enough where drugs was a thing? Because that's all I could think in my head was, damn it, did y'all take advantage of all the fucking drugs?
it's just as expensive and just as bad as it is in LA.
Oh, it suck. I would assume you can get
You literally
your shit
have to go to Colombia.
$2 or something on the streets of
In
Nicaragua.
Colombia, like Colombia, but not anywhere else. It's just as stepped on. It's just as
I
expensive.
mean, I guess it's not that surprising if you think about it, but
yeah.
Are you talking about that white stuff? Yeah. I have no idea about that stuff. I never lived in Miami, never DJ'd in a club, especially a gay club. No.
Yes.
No, you never did that. Miami's sketchy as fuck. I spent a weekend there. Hey, worst customer service I've ever seen in my life. B, just like if you take a wrong street around Miami, you end up in some sketchy neighborhoods.
I felt that way about Atlanta.
Yeah, it's probably very similar.
I love it. I love Atlanta. I thought Miami was fucking incredible. I looked for the sketchy neighborhoods to sleep at night because I couldn't afford the neighborhoods I was hanging out in.
You couldn't afford South Beach?
I was in fucking. I could show you pictures. Oh my god!
Have you guys been to Churchill's? That punk rock bar, Churchill's.
Oh,
it's like in the you know that place? I went there for a couple minutes and I was just like, I don't know if I can hang, man. This place is intense.
Are you out in California now? Because we're north, south, where?
LA.
Oh, you're down south. All right.
Yeah.
Los Angeles.
Yeah, the belly of the beast.
I'm half Los Angeles. My dad's from LA.
Oh, cool.
Half Los Angeles and half Kansas.
Oh, wow. It's a big jump.
Yes, sir.
Yeah,
hey, Jeff, when I got out of high school, I was snowboarding in Canada up in the mountains.
What year was that, dude? The story I said about working on the sailboats.
Yeah.
When I was in Alaska and Canada, I had a snowboard and I went heliboarding in the Chugach range. Dude, that was back in the day. I was all about snowboarding in the early 90s.
Yeah, that's the epicenter of fucking fun is where you went, actually.
Dude, it was it was unbelievable.
When you said Skagway, I actually grew up an hour and a half, 2 hour drive away in Yukon from there.
No way.
And
I want to go to Yukon and get gold.
Skagway is like a little ecosystem, right? It's a little ecosystem.
There's actually a lot of gold in BC.
Tons of gold in BC.
Yeah.
Yeah. It kills me like watching how much gold there is in BC compared to how much there is in California.
Yeah. Well, how do we get some of that? Where's my shovel?
How do we move?
Hey, that's Trump's house, and that's the Secret Service outside of Trump's crib.
Is that today?
Pick them up?
No. This is, I don't know, maybe a year ago or something. Yeah.
Just looks like a car.
So I'm a little confused.
You're just showing us pictures of a car, aren't you?
You don't see the way. Wait. Let me see, man.
What are you confused about? Eric?
That's Secret Service. I got the videos.
He's an ex-president of the U.S. He's got
here we go. You can see this one better.
Protection for life, but he has to turn himself into New York City.
Or else what? The local sheriffs are going to raid him?
Yeah, it's a circus. Don't watch the circus.
Yeah. Seriously.
Think about
No,
it.
but Q
The
said
reality
to
TV
sit
show.
back and watch the show. Okay, just sit back and
He also said
watch the show.
Trust the plan, which
Trust the
is
plan.
your
Sorry,
first
trust the
huge
plan. I
red
apologize.
flag.
Trust the
Trust
plan.
the plan, guys.
Trust the plan.
We've already won. There's just the moves to be made. Moves
get your
just need to be made.
Your popcorn out. They all do. A lot of these cute people, they do these like, oh, it's all just great, which is it's truthful, but just eat
Yeah.
popcorn. No, I'm not gonna eat.
I don't know how there could be any Trump people left after like January 6th and Operation Warp Speed and all the stimulus and
Space
no
Force.
wall,
Space Force is my favorite one.
I have a Space Force hat actually.
Oh my God!
Isn't he the guy that let the lockdowns even initiate in this so-called?
Yeah, he started all that shit. All the worst shit he started.
Yeah, that's what I was staying at. Yeah, you might only see cars and shit. That's why I was at it, man. One of the places, man. All this is Miami and Fort
That's
Lauderdale.
probably why they brought Trump in and let him win, and only for 4 terms, so he could fucking bring all this shit in, approve the vax and whatever else, and then kick him out because he's a fucking dummy, obviously, right?
I'm gonna stab every Republican with that.
Oh,
that's gonna cut their heart when I tell them that. He's a puppet. It's gonna crush the Republicans, bro.
I mean, let's go back to Jimmy Carter. He was a peanut farmer. I mean, I was a small child with Jimmy.
Didn't he just die, or he's about to die?
I don't know. God is.
I think he's in like the ICU, like right now.
Oh wow!
Peanut farmer from Texas. I mean, this is.
Yeah, he's a dork.
Told us Americans that the U.S. president's a leader of the free world. What the hell?
Didn't he give the Panama Canal to Panama for like no reason?
That shit.
I mean, look at Stephen Hawking. You want a mockery of public figures? The smartest guy.
That's another one.
I saw that, yo.
He's controlled opposition. Always was.
Epstein's
Buddy,
what about
obviously with this?
What about
guys?
all the
Obviously,
experts?
with this clown world, right, and how fucking everything is opposite and it's all bullshit. Stephen Hawkins, love his heart, and he's here for a reason. He's probably really a retard, and nothing comes out of him, right? Like it's just this is all just out, all this smart shit that he says.
I read.
He's like the
guys are
OG
jealous.
deepfake.
You guys are just
He's like the
jealous of
original
him
deepfake.
because he's smart and successful. It's just your envy coming out of you right now.
When he was younger, when he still had his facilities.
Check your
I
envy.
read some of the shit that he wrote then. So he was already a genius before the disease hit him.
Okay, I apologize. All I've ever known was kind of what they show in the chair. I didn't realize he was like fucking something before. Cool.
Yeah.
And also it's ableist too. You're being ableist right now. That's not really.
I've been accused of that. I think it's a stupid word and a stupid victim, new way to be victimized.
It will be. Some people specialize in this. Apparently, I'm being overwhelmed. Stop it! It's getting on my nerves. I'm normally a nice guy. I'm ready to act out on people. Fuck, you can't just say lesbian, gay. No, Joe, it's LGBTQ, and they all got their own flag. No, Joe, you don't understand. Oh man, it was so much easier when my trans friends just said she or he.
I mean, that's where things really took a dive. Not to be, hateful, but like the T is where shit just went.
Yep.
I got trans buddies. I've never had a problem calling them what they want to be called.
And the lesbians would go. Some lesbians would go. Most lesbians.
Like the LGB, you've got a preference, right? But not a detachment
Don't
from reality.
throw T into there. Don't throw T.
No, the problem was from the beginning. The problem was from the beginning. I'm going to take a far right stance on this. The problem was from the beginning with BL. With even the thought of drawing someone who thought about drawing that motherfucking L. That's where the problem started.
Although in real life, the L's are not like we were raised to think they would be. Like Penthouse lied to us, man.
I wasn't looking for truth. What you mean, Penthouse?
The L's in real life, they're not like a bunch of hot lesbians in an igloo. It's like,
yeah, and
they look like hard hat here.
Yeah,
the lesbian today look like hard hat.
Hey, do you guys remember Greyhound? The bus line Greyhound?
They got it in Chicago
Yeah.
still, yeah.
Okay, well, I was taking a Greyhound going back up to fucking work at a gold mine. Met this girl, and I ended up fucking getting blown on the Greyhound bus at nighttime.
Jesus.
And I remember
Nice.
back in the day, I was like, I have so many penthouse stories I could write in.
There you go.
I got a
Did you
hand
marry
job
her
from
afterwards? It
the
sounds like
rental
marriage
Yes, you
material right
married
there.
Yeah, no, it was no, it was one of those
Oh,
one-time deals.
What?
dang.
Shocking.
That could have been the one.
How'd you meet your wife? Interesting story.
So this bus.
Right?
Well, no, it was like a 20-something hour bus ride, right? And I was on the bus, and then she got on the stop. She was like 4 seats up. You notice each other. Then after an hour, she moves back a seat. You chat a bit. You sit in the seat for a few hours, talk about your life. It's like traveling, right? You get to know someone so quickly, and then next thing you know, you're getting your dick sucked.
It's
Did you
amazing.
like throw your coat over her or something?
Yeah.
Hey, you guys got no
do you want to
fucking
put that in
sense
a
of
Hallmark
humor or
card?
what?
That is beautiful. That is the most beautiful love story I ever heard in my
It was
life.
sort of a romantic take on.
Are you talking
You
about
got that. You got that shit from a Hallmark movie. Don't give us
no?
that.
He's talking about backpacking around the world. I know what he's talking about. I mean,
My life is a Hallmark card. I'm so grateful to Creator. I mean, I went to hell, and I got out of hell, and I'm
Hey,
fucking
same
still
here.
learning. And
Same here.
you know,
Same here. I'm hearing a lot of people say that shit. I meant literally near death type shit. Maybe you were talking about hell here on earth or something. Right. I thought you was about to say, me too. I got burned. I got a whole story about that shit.
what's up, Dave?
What's going on, Eric? I've seen you.
We're telling our blowjob stories.
Did you get my memorandum from the Politburo yet?
No, I haven't. I have to get my new code instructions, man.
Oh, okay. Just
They haven't come yet. You know the Chinese mail, how that is.
I know we have to deal with the
Send everything by
different
balloon.
jurisdictions.
I'm waiting for the next balloon so I can get my marching orders. You see, what's happening, Joe? Cool.
What's up, baby?
That's why I came over here. I was flipping through and I heard somebody's laugh, and I was like, "What are you talking about? Capitalism versus?"
You're in the right fucking room, Joe. You'll fit right in with these cats, bro.
My boy got mad at me. My boy got mad at me on my stream, and he rage quitted, man.
Which one?
Ryan.
You mean literally your boy?
Yeah.
I thought that we were going to lose Jack to a rage quit earlier, but I think we pulled out of that.
We did.
Right? I forgot.
Hallelujah.
So I had this
Friedman showed up and pulled you out of it.
These
he did.
guys need to hire me, man, for their PR shit. Okay. These people that are running the show, you know, because I was thinking, man, if I was running the wag the dog shit, like they're doing this thing about arresting Trump, it's all just fucking bullshit. You know it is. It's all Hegelian dialectic. They're all up there. Remember when old Trump said after lock her up, then he was like, oh no, they're good people. We'll leave them alone. And we don't care about that anymore. I won the election.
That's 5D chest.
You know, so it's all just a bunch of shit, right? So if I was running, there's so many people already, they think Trump, he's about like Jesus, like the second coming of Jesus, right?
Yes, he's getting
okay. So here's what you do. He's arrested right before Passover, right? Just like Jesus. Okay. So you do in the simulation, like wag the dog, you can make people with the media and shit believe this stuff, like they always do. By you run it like there's an attempt on him. They rush him to the hospital. He's like in critical condition. They lose him on the table and they bring him back after an unfathomable amount of time, right? And it'd be just like the second coming, right? Would that be dope? And then you could add just a little bit more to it. The doctor that revived him was actually JFK Jr. All the cue cards just come in their pants. They just
That's too much.
Actually, I was thinking already just the part about him couldn't be president again. Damn near impeached, all of that shit. Wounded, near dead. The beast bullshit. Wounded, near dead. Come back. I was wondering politically,
Yeah.
could this be something to look for? If you throw in some scenery, some imagery with that shit, I'm certainly gonna believe it's a possibility.
I know what they're going to do. They're going to swing. They're going to swing this so-called country so far right. All these people, all these
That's what I've been saying.
You watch, and guess what? I'm with me and people like Dave and the rest of us. We're still going to be sitting here like, no, fuck this bullshit, because we ain't doing this left and or right shit.
That's what Ryan got mad at me about, Eric. That's what Ryan got mad at me about, because he's all pumping up Trump, and I'm like, hey, wait a minute, let's not forget, he was on this lock her up bullshit, and then as soon as he won, he was like, no, never mind, and then gave him, let's hear it for him.
He got the
at
tap
his
on the
inaugural
shoulder.
luncheon.
He got the tap on the shoulder, bro. He was like, listen, man.
I've even seen the video clip of Trump saying he was just fucking joking about it. Literally him saying it was just a figure of speech about literally.
Hey guys, here's a prime example.
Can we lower your mic or something? That just you have to blow me out. Or can you lower your mic a little bit? Or is it that shit didn't bust your eardrum? It's too high.
Is that better?
God, no, let me lower my volume.
Yes.
It's funny. He agrees with me that there is no different. The left and right at the top is nothing more than a Hegelian dialectic. We believe it down here on the people side, right? But up there, it's like WWF, man. They don't really hate each other. They hang out. They party. I mean, George Bush and Michelle Obama are like best friends, right? Yeah. So that's an illusion, right? So he realizes it's an illusion, but he still says, oh, we should still go and vote and participate in it. And I said, why? They showed you in the last election that your vote don't matter worth a shit. And they're going to do whatever the fuck they want to do. Now you're getting ready to go do it again, and nobody's fixed the machines. Keep that in mind.
They showed you in the election before that as well.
They laughing at you, man. They laughing at you
for that. But go ahead and vote for whoever you want, because all you're doing is you're giving the U.S. corporate system. It's like, yeah, I'm a U.S. citizen.
Legitimacy.
Blah 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 blah.
Yeah.
Ignoring it doesn't do anything to fix it either. And the deal with Trump.
Wait. Ignore. What are we supposed to pay attention to? Politics?
You must pay attention to politics. If they're your enemy, you need to know the language that they speak in order to, because you're going to have to traverse this land and talk to certain puppets.
Well, my point is this, right? Is the problem was those machines. Okay, that was a lot of problems with that shit, right? Nobody's fixed it. So let's imagine I'm going along down the road and I run into something because my brakes failed, right? Yeah. So I don't fix my brakes. Well, sure as hell, the next time I go down the road, I'm going to fucking hit something. It's the same thing. Everybody's forgot all about that. Even Carrie Lake, she went to court, did all this shit, big rigmarole about it. Nothing happened.
I'm curious.
Is she still in the court process though?
But the courts literally said we're not going to handle it. We're not going to look at it.
But I thought she appealed it though.
It don't matter. They're not going to.
I'm curious.
I don't know. We'll see.
I'm curious. Any chance you guys believe the machines were the same way 4 years before that? Any
Probably.
chance?
It just wasn't.
They were. Listen, Trump did not win it. Here's the thing about Trump.
They literally stopped the election, guys.
I know.
They literally stopped the election. It took like how many days to count the votes? Like 3?
That's gaslighting stuff. Listen, here's the thing. Trump did not win.
I'm sorry. It was to make sure that the votes are correct accounting. They just had to take an extra couple days.
Why would you be voting?
If I can finish what I was trying to say, Trump is.
I just want to know why would you vote?
No, I'm just. Anyway, Jack's going to say something.
Holy
Everyone
shit.
Quiet down.
I get out one sentence and it's a fucking interruption, and then
it's the same way with all of us. Stop taking shit so personal. I get cut off all the time up here. Relax.
Go, Jack. Go.
What I was trying to point out is what the topic of how Trump was lying. He said one thing and then no fucking accountability, no responsibility, and excuses. and the American public accepts excuses, because when the American public accepts excuses, then they got someone to blame for their problems. So it doesn't matter
Does that make
that
sense?
people are lying when liars make excuses for them.
I'm not sure. So,
yeah, I mean, that's the point.
oh, okay. I didn't want to understand. I think the excuses, I don't know. I'm high
Hey,
on
hey,
it.
Joe. The point I'm trying to reinforce here is
So
excuses and blame.
you're saying the public has a knack for making up excuses.
The public receives the benefit of having their excuses validated and given to them.
Okay.
That's a good way of saying it.
Did I steel man you correctly?
I think so.
All right.
That's pretty sad and sick and disgusting.
Well,
yes, the
we,
public would.
if we weren't collectively, if we weren't making excuses, the friggin' corruption in the government would not exist.
Yeah, well,
It's
see,
our
I don't engage in that. I don't give
collectively that
excuses
say-
to anybody. You should be absent and do what you say. So politics is the bane of human existence. I don't know how much more. Politics is a cancer. It needs to be removed.
Right. And that's what I've been.
And politics and lies and wars. Okay, the whole thing.
But you can't.
So how
remove,
do? Yeah, I was going to say, how do you remove it?
not by convincing them at the UN to disband. I would think that would be the.
I like that idea. I like that idea. That idea is
because every entity
right.
and an organism, everything has, mostly everything, operates in its own self-interest, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
So that is absolutely suicidal of the UN to agree with you.
Right.
So,
right. So what? So what if they don't want to dismantle it? Well, the facts show that as long as humanity remains divided, we're going to be paying for education and wars on top of
How are you going
survival.
to undivide people?
Well, by pointing out the facts, and the facts are we are one.
People like
we are
to be
one
divided.
time in history.
The
we
public,
are one
the
time.
general public.
Jesus, you do not care about what I have to say.
No, because the general
Jack, I
public
would like
wants
for
to
you
be
to
divided.
explain the
Let him
UN
talk, Eric.
shit too, Jack. When you get a chance, how what dude said was important. Why would the UN want to benefit you? It's against their benefit. That's a big thing. I want to hear.
Why do we want to allow their excuses to overrule? That's my point. When we stop making excuses for ourselves, we'll stop enabling the excuses others are telling
I'm
us.
asking, where's the
And you're
logic
right.
in
There's
going
people,
to the UN if it's against their interest to change? You can't. They should be off the list if you agree with dude that it's against their interest to change, or you must have a plan or something.
I mean, it's a good PR thing for sure to do. I'm not
The
saying
only
it's not a
reason-
constructive thing, but for you to actually think that there's going to be long-lasting impact change just with the visit,
yeah, fuck,
visit
I
with the
can't
UN.
even convince anyone in my real life or in the virtual life. You're right.
Why would the UN?
What I'm offering is fucking inconceivable. It's impossible.
Why would the UN? I
It
guess
seems
my
like
question
everyone
is.
wants to make sure that it's impossible.
Well,
It's
Oh,
let's
stop
be
Hey,
whining
I'm all
and give
about,
us
like-
solutions. Stop crying about how people are coming down on your ideas. Strengthen your fucking argument.
when you guys won't shut up, you guys always want to fucking talk.
Yes, it's part of fucking human nature. Were you counting
No,
how many
you
times
keep
other
making that
people were
excuse,
you
Joe.
counting how many times other people were interrupted before it got to you when they were talking? Because I was. You think you're the only one being interrupted up here? You are not. Yeah?
I didn't
Fucking
say I
fuck
was. I didn't
All right,
say I
improve your
was, Joe.
argument,
But
not your
hey,
volume.
Joe. Hey, Joe.
Yeah.
You want to criticize me for not being understood.
I want
for
you to
not
improve your argument right now.
Yeah, you want a lot of shit.
Well, okay. The UN is based on political ideology. So you're going to go to the UN and say, let's get rid of politics and then make them what?
That's the
All
line
on
I'm
their own
going at.
sword? Like a
Yes.
freaking.
Why not?
That's not going to happen.
Whoa.
How?
Right.
What?
You're right, Eric. Keep believing the fucking slave excuse. the
let's
limit.
get on
Stop with all that
Why do you
deflection
wanna-
shit and give me an
Guys,
The question
argument.
is why?
Get
Let's
out
go
of your
beyond this
imagination right now.
Let
Why
me
would
get
you
you
not
beyond
go
that
to the UN
illusion.
where their whole
Okay, I'm going to
premise
take
is
you. I'm going to take you well
politics?
and above and beyond that illusion right there. Okay, first off, the UN shouldn't even exist.
There you go.
You wouldn't give a fuck. None of us would. what the people in China are doing or in Iraq or any other goddamn place on the world, except for the fact that they tell you to. Okay.
Right on,
Now,
right on.
this
I still
illusion,
care
this
about people
illusion
around the
of
world.
international sovereignty is exactly that. It's an illusion.
They
They are all getting their marching orders from a higher source. This is
Right.
It's
provable.
logical to me.
Okay. You mean to tell me, despite all of the fucking differences, and we hate these countries and they hate us and that and the other, everybody agreed on all the policies for the last 3 years. You notice that? And the couple countries that didn't agree, well, their leaders were quietly taken out and replaced with those that do agree.
Yeah, a couple
Okay.
in Africa.
So this is all an illusion
basically.
of
And
international
the
sovereignty.
Antarctica Treaty, don't forget that. The penguins,
Yeah, I was
everybody
just
agrees
about to go
penguins are
there.
important.
You've got the Antarctic Treaty. There's also an Arctic Treaty, and there's also, they all agree that you're not allowed to fly above 50,000 feet without special permission and grants.
Or
Okay, and
green
licenses.
screen.
So how
We
is
should
it they
storm
all
Antarctica.
agree on this? And it's not because of some weak ass UN. Okay, the UN wouldn't even exist if the United States wasn't in it. They tried to float that shit, called it the League
All
of
right, hold
Nations
on,
after
Saab.
World
What
War
about
I.
that argument, Jack? Hold on, Saab. What about
Wait.
that argument that
He's almost
the
done.
UN, even
I'm
if
almost
you
done.
get to the
I'm almost
He's
UN,
almost done, Joe
they will
Cool.
be ineffective.
I'm
His
almost
3
done.
minutes, it's almost done.
The UN only exists because the Rockefellers so graciously donated land for their headquarters in New York City. Okay.
Oh, nice of
When
them.
they first tried to float it with the League of Nations, it was operated out of Brussels. The United States didn't join. It failed within just about a year, 2 years. It didn't hold together at all. Okay. So without the United States and the military arm of the city state of Washington, D.C., one of the 3 city states that actually run this whole fucking cabal, okay, they wouldn't even exist. But how can you not be part of it if, after all, it's in your own country, right? You know, the headquarters are right there. How can you not be part of it? Okay. So
He was not.
we got to
almost
get
done.
beyond that illusion itself right there of international sovereignty. This is artificially created divides that we have. And it's perpetuated amongst our leaders. There again, just like in our government, up there, it's just like WWF too. Do you really
Yes.
think that these people hate each other? Fuck no. They don't. They're in the same circle. They're in the same club. They have to put their actors that put out this illusion that I'm the leader of this country and I'm going to rattle my saber. And this one does the same thing. And it just keeps you going, keeps you going, keeps you going. When we can get away from this fucking illusion, that's when people will really start to wake up. And I think we're coming to that.
Do you
Really
mean
are.
do you mean politics?
What you're saying is we need to go vote.
Do you mean
Yeah,
the
yeah.
term politics, Dave?
Yeah.
Is
Gotta
the
get
term
out there.
politics?
Jack, what about that? If you believe some of that shit, Saab was saying that the UN is a puppet way down here. They don't really have a say. Do you need to change your target?
Here.
Central bankers.
My direct focus is what I believe
Right?
is achievable.
BlackRock nail boss. And
Yeah,
BlackRock,
BlackRock.
that dude.
What I
Ventura.
believe is achievable.
Venture
BlackRock,
Capital,
yeah.
BlackRock, and State Street. That's who you got to appeal to.
Jack, talk over these motherfuckers.
It's pointless.
Everybody added
Sorry,
good shit.
Jack's going to lead
Jack,
us there.
Jack, do you
What?
think you should change your target?
I was trying to answer that.
Oh,
Where
do
I'm
it now. I
focused
don't want to
at- I'm
hear
fucking answering. Quit bitching about how I answer, Joe.
it.
Fucking A.
We got to
So,
wallow in it longer.
My focus has been and clearly is on what I believe is realistic and achievable, and that's a meeting with the citizens in the United States government. Now,
The
they are a
UN?
stepping stone because they are the focal point between BlackRock and these friggin' investment firms and the war machine. They are the gateway. There is a fulcrum point of power there and connection that we can't ignore.
All right, the UN part. You wanted to talk to the UN. Do you still think you should talk to them or change the power? Are you made to do other things first? Talk to the people. I get you.
Joe?
What about the UN?
Joe, if we can convince the citizens of the United States government to do their fucking jobs right, serving the peaceful
The citizens of the
nation,
I don't even know
then
what
they would use their authority based upon man's laws to use
Did you not understand my
diplomacy.
question?
They would do their job and demand peace on behalf of us.
So you think that's an answer to my question?
Joe, if they can't figure out who to talk to at the UN, they'll open the doors
I'm not
for
talking
us.
about those cats. I'm talking about you. I thought that you wanted
All
an
right.
audience with someone good in the ear of someone at the UN. Am I correct in that assumption first?
Well, Joe, that's partially true because in my perspective, I think the global leaders are responsible for starting the wars, enabling the wars. So if someone started a war, someone can tell the militaries to stand down.
All right, you answered my question. All right.
And you think that's somebody in a political position or another position?
I think if we follow man's laws, we can hold the people in elected positions responsible for the dereliction of duties.
Is that a girl? I should just shut the fuck up because you're not. You sound like you're just. All right, I should shut up.
What did I say
Jack and I
wrong?
think
Joe?
too.
No. He answered your question. I think that's a fair answer.
Well, I'd rather answer it ways that's accepted rather than how I want to say it. Okay?
Good. Nobody. Good.
Say it, Joe.
Nobody's accepting these
Joe,
answers.
it's your
They're long-winded.
limitations.
They off to the left. You're deflecting this bullshit. Be direct, please. I'm begging you. No one's digging these long answers. And he told me to say that. I was trying to keep it in. Really, be fucking respectful, man. When I ask you a direct question, give me a direct answer. That's just respect. Shit. I'm not asking for nothing crazy here.
When I give you the direct answer, Joe, it conflicts with your past beliefs.
Okay, but you do it 12 minutes after I ask, after you fucking tell me all that crazy shit. Please do me the courtesy. I ask you direct. Then fucking do say all that shit.
Let me be as direct as I may in whatever question I may answer. If you feel I've not answered one, give me another chance to be.
No, we're good. That's enough. We can continue the conversation. I accept that you'll answer the next one genuinely. We good. Okay.
Would you rather make out with a dude or get pegged by a chick?
Ooh,
Jesus,
I'm not an
I
either or type of guy, man.
I'll be deflected, Jack.
I'm a yes and. I'm a yes and, but maybe not in that scenario.
I can answer that one.
Okay.
I'm going to make out with anybody before I get pegged.
See, and I have to disagree. I think I would prefer pegging just because at least it's with a chick, but I don't know because I haven't tried it.
No, that's weird, man. You want to get
right. You haven't tried it, sir. Haven't tried it, right?
Yeah, making out doesn't hurt.
Are there perks involved? I mean,
it happened to a friend of mine. I just asked for a friend, you know.
You get a towel when you're done.
Can we go back to the philosophical where I think Dave and I agree? Politics, and I'm talking about the ideology of it, is the bane of human existence. Politics. Whether it's in a corporation, whether it's the United Nations, whether it's the U.S., whether it's ambassadorship.
What do you think? Is that true? That's interesting.
I'm going to say that politics, the broad term, is the bane of human existence.
All right, let me ask you, Eric. Let me ask you. I always thought that in a small environment, politics may work. Does that extend to the small environment?
Yes, it does. Yes, it does. To the family, to you and me. Yep, it does.
All right.
No, I have to step you up one on that. I don't think it's politics per se as much as it is immersion into ego. That is the biggest problem.
There you go.
It really does.
And
politics, unfortunately, unveils heavy-duty, egotistical, earthly, meat suit shit. You know, if you're in politics, you're deep into the meat suit shit.
Yeah, you want to rule somebody, you want to be somebody. You're, you know, you want to be above someone else.
In a family too. Family dynamic? You know, Auntie Jin over there wants to be the boss of the goddamn quote unquote family. Fuck you, bitch. Who made you boss?
The key to politics and ego is this authority. Authority is the illusion that separates us.
That's what we're talking about here.
Jack,
And what Dave,
the police does have authority over you, though, Jack. I'm just saying.
No, they don't. Not unless you,
Gun.
they have a
Even if you
monopoly
haven't
on
broken-
violence.
Even
They have
if
a-
you haven't broken the law, police has authority over you.
They have a monopoly on violence. That's pretty much it.
Jack, when you agree, even if you've broken the law, authority, police still has authority over you.
No,
They have
that's
to-
the only time they have authority.
No, I was asking Jack. Do you
Oh.
agree?
He's playing games with Jack right now.
Yes.
well,
Every
Joe,
time-
I want to answer directly and truthfully. Son of a gun.
Do they have authority over you if you've broken the law?
If I've broken the law.
No law.
No law? No, absolutely not. They have no authority over me.
All right.
I'm a free man. And hey, what Dave was saying
Wait, we're
about
not
this,
done. We're not done. We're not done.
uh-oh.
Do they have authority over you if you've broken the law?
I'd still say no. The truth has authority
What law
over
are we
me if I've
talking about
broken
here?
the law.
All right. I think
Yeah,
his
Yeah,
answer.
well,
What are we talking about, Joe? We talking about natural law, which is the only law?
we're talking about hanging out in a park and getting charged for loitering.
Yes, I was talking about even these made up laws.
No,
you
they
break
have
one
no-
of the speed
no.
limit. Do they have authority over you?
You don't give them jurisdiction.
Yes, very good.
Man cannot make law. Man can only live by natural law, whatever you want to call it. That's it. End of
Yes,
stop.
baby.
Full
Well
stop.
said. Yes.
Natural law is love.
Make
Love.
make laws and only
Reveals the
natural laws. Yeah.
Hey, and what Dave was saying about these illusions,
Mhm.
honestly, that's what I think we're here to do, is to interrupt the dream. People have fallen
Like going to the
asleep.
UN?
People have fallen asleep and are living subconscious lives believing in authority.
Matrix.
What if they want?
Yep, Matrix. It is.
What if they want to stay there? You're going to force them out of it?
Well, that brings us back to the spiritual discussion of,
Oh, I know.
we are one, and we are all here to ascend together, to rise each other up, to
Yeah,
lift
but
each other
we're
up.
one in the esoteric and the ethereal sense, but we're not one here in the material sense. People here on their own little ride. They got one.
I would disagree with that shit. Science would disagree, in my opinion, as well, man. I think we are all literally connected as we're down here. Literally,
material?
your vibration is connected to me through this medium across whatever platform. I think we are literally connected.
What if I'm on the lower class and I only bought, I only got a little ticket for a quarter of the ride and you got, the full ride? I mean, what, you're going to force me into the full ride?
We're sharing this moment of time.
No, that's how I look at it.
Interrupted what you're supposed to be doing, huh? I only want a quarter fucking ride. You got to make me go to whole roller coaster? That's a good one. Yeah, I'm an asshole. I don't know if that's the correct answer, but yeah, I'm on a fucking mission. Yeah, I push motherfuckers. I'm going to push you. At least that's my mentality right now. Maybe when I grow up, I'll take an Eastern philosophy. Joe, it was meant to happen.
When I grow up. That's a good one. I don't know. How's that? What's the definition of when I grow up? I've been looking at I'm 51 years old.
Apparently, I ain't got there yet, bro.
Self-control is the
That's a good
path
start.
through to maturity and awareness and ascension. It's self-control.
Girl, I hate that that's your answer, but it absolutely sounds correct.
Yeah, I don't like it either, but I think like God damn it.
Really?
I want to push back against it, but I'm not gonna win.
I think I'm gonna criticize Jack's critics for a sec here. I believe that the only criticism of Jack's ideas is your limiting beliefs.
Okay, let me try to wrestle with that a little bit.
I mean, that's sort of a gaslight.
I'm down with a gaslight.
Maybe you do need to be gaslit.
And there's another one, doubling down on the gaslighting.
But what is true? Only you will know what it'll take for you to overcome
I mean, belief requires evidence, correct?
And acceptance.
I think so.
No.
And acceptance.
Oh, yeah, acceptance. But why would you accept something without evidence first?
Yes,
Well,
so belief
one of
would
the
require evidence. Yeah, I think.
very, very true. One of the things I've learned for a peaceful life is allow truth to be true. So rather than fight against something that might initially sound disagreeable, allow a truth from a different perspective to be true, and then see, does it even change? Does that one little aspect of disagreement, does that change what is true for me?
All right, I'm high. You
Now,
lost.
what about if there's evidence to the contrary?
There's
Wait,
always
wait, wait,
evidence
wait.
to the contrary because we
Are
live
you
in a
going into-
paradox.
Have you guys heard of the double slit experiment?
Of
Yeah.
course.
Yes. What
It's
about?
just basically we're like wave like energy, and it's just basically it's all in the eyes of the beholder, the observer of what you
Yes.
observe. You choose to observe what you want to observe.
So it's
Yes.
my fault that I doubt
So wait,
Jack's
you
going to
brought
speak
up
to
Yes,
you. And
it is your
is that what
fault.
is that what you're gaslighting into me?
Yeah, because you have a limited perspective
Jack's
on
like,
these things.
yes, the fuck it is your problem.
Yeah, it
Dave,
is your problem.
I guess this is why I like what a lot of people are kind of moving towards about understanding what trust is. So when you said you accept something, well, accepted for value. So do I accept that you have this belief in this and that? Okay, good. I'm going to accept that for value, but it doesn't, the value is what's the value? So Jack believes that, A, B, C, D, to F. Well, I'm going to accept that for value, but it doesn't mean I accept that wholeheartedly as the one and only, the
I
truth.
get you. Yeah.
So accepted for
Yeah.
value. Jack wants to sell this, that, and that. I accept that value. Doesn't mean it has a 100% value and it is the overarching truth.
Very good. I understand what you mean.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Does that make sense?
It does.
Yeah, it makes sense. Yeah.
The one thing that I see it as bad, and I'm absolutely sure it's bad. It can be good in ways, and Jack sees the ways, and it's good. I couldn't wrap that up well. I'm really high.
You're really high.
What do you guys think would happen if we stopped paying taxes tomorrow?
I haven't done that in forever.
I mean, I
But-
don't really see that either.
Where'd Hardhat go? He hasn't done it years of his whole life.
Do you think it matters? Because it's just numbers in an accounting ledger, and they just
Why,
print the
yes,
shit
you
up
get a
when they
knock
want
at
it.
the
And
door.
10% of people stop paying
You
taxes.
send them some paper, and then your debt goes away. And it's weird.
Yeah, they can get a knock at the door, bro. If everybody,
I haven't
'cause
got a
we
knock
went-
at a door.
You don't
Wait,
get knocked at.
wait,
That's
wait,
radio
wait.
and
You're one of the
TV
poors.
nonsense.
Wait, we're not talking about individuals. We're talking about generally speaking. The man's shit was, what if we stopped paying taxes? If America stopped paying taxes,
They would just print the money.
uh,
They would.
They still
I mean,
print the money at interest,
yes,
but now
they
it's
would
all
start
digital,
taking your
so it's
shit.
not actual money that they're loaning you. They're just typing on a screen.
But don't you go to jail? Don't they take your property or something?
Yeah, because you haven't secured your property on paper. If you can secure your property, they can't take anything from you.
You've never been on the enforcement end of an institution, have you?
It's a daily
3
talk
months in the
radio.
county as long as I've done.
No, not you.
Oh.
Yeah.
You know who tells you that? The lawyers. The lawyers tell you they can press felony charges if you don't file taxes. They can do this. They can do.
Oh,
It's
I don't
the
know.
radio that tells us that.
Yeah,
Well,
it's all
actually,
gaslighting.
Dave's
If you
son,
believe it to be true,
Ryan
it's true.
presented
If
that-
you don't, it's not.
I love it. I love it.
Ryan presented the case pretty clearly.
They
How the
would
Bar
knock on your door.
Association is there to protect the debts.
That's just
that
your
was
imagination.
brilliant. The facts are clear. The evidence is just obvious. The beasts of rule are the government and economic systems that have everyone enslaved. And I think we are the light. We are the ones who are here to interrupt, to bring the light. We are the second coming. We are the return of the Christed energy.
Yeah, it sounds dope to me.
Okay, Jack. I guess the problem that a lot of people have, to a degree, is how do you perceive that engaging a political institution such as the UN or anybody in the U.S. government. How do you perceive that engaging a political institution is going to solve anything?
Good point. I battle with that myself.
As a labor guy, I've learned that there is ways to communicate with the bosses. And the United States is a corporation. I'm pretty well prepared to speak with bosses about what equality, freedom, and proper leadership might look like.
Here's what I'm starting to think now. I don't think that there's nothing that can come out of your mouth that can change them. I'm thinking that may be true.
Well,
if God allows the
opportunity, are you going to go there with
a
PPT and give them a nice presentation, and they're going to nod their heads like a thing on the dashboard?
What could possibly come out of your mouth? They'll nod and all.
No,
that
you gotta go in and interrupt it.
Guys, start
that
believing
might
in him, or
change
else
the
you're
thing.
going to jinx it.
You're going to jinx it?
You guys are fucking everything.
I actually believe there are citizens within the system who have good hearts. They just don't have the education. They don't know the corruption of the beast that they're serving.
Yeah, I follow that philosophy. Yeah.
I think if I can connect with human beings in positions, then they can help open the door to reach the others who are maybe less inclined to want to listen.
Now that's some sound that's in your shit. I could do it step by step by getting to this guy and getting him to open the door so I can talk to the next man.
Thank you, Joe.
That might be feasible.
I've been explaining that poorly, but that's what I've been trying to.
Still a tall tree.
Well, maybe they could
It
convince
is
that you should just pay taxes for them because that would be better for them.
Or maybe they prefer that.
So just as you have no incentive at all,
accepted
to
for value.
Slave, I can see how that would be beneficial for you guys.
I'll send you a letter with a number on it, and voila!
Can I share
disappears.
This? Let me share this from my experience is this, right, in the bigger comparison. But when I was a local president, leading the union, I felt responsible. I felt a lot of responsibility, and I cared about what I did. But I didn't have the answers. I didn't know what the fuck I was doing, to be honest. And when people came to me, I got a lot of good ideas by listening to the members, listening to the people who were not in position. So I just imagine maybe there's some people in Congress or other levels of government who are similar. They don't know what the best solution is, but they want to solve the problem.
No fucking chance. No fucking chance you get to Congress still being sincere and wanting the best solution. You're all in playing the game at that point.
Joko, why did you interrupt him? I was flowing with that right now. I was getting inspired, and you interrupted.
Joe got it on the hook, though. He's right. You got to look. By the time they get to that level of politics, you've had to engage in such scumbaggery that's just a part of your way of life now.
Well, people can go into it. I used to be an alcoholic.
Hold on. You can go into it with the altruistic ideals, that I'm going to do the better for my fellow man and all that shit. And that's all well and good. When you're the town councilman, you'll probably hold those ideals.
Yeah.
And then you work your way up into the county commission and shit. And shit's a little dirtier there. Shit's a little dirtier there. You're going to do it.
This is how I see shit. Yeah.
And by the time you get up to where you're state senate, now you're getting into some fucking serious corruption.
You're so corrupt you don't remember when
so
you
let me address the negative now. Now that we've spent time on that, you're right. There's challenges that must be overcome because by the time people rise to that level, they've learned how to use the system, and the system builds them a little echo chamber. So there's a lot of handlers involved.
The system is corrupt. And they've been doing that corrupt shit.
So again, my question, Jack, politics, including at the family level, is a cancer. So your thinking is you're going to use politics to fix the collective.
No, that's backwards. I'm talking about using humans, using the connection of human beings, the relationship. We have sharing time together and using the human beings who have access to within the system to maybe work together so that we unite as one, so the nation's not divided, so the world's not so divided.
You're talking about recruiting some of those politically minded people, perhaps
So
definitely even
so basically, you
politicians.
still want to reform cancer.
Yeah, I mean that
I want to
working
cure the cancer.
the concept of having
Cut it out.
everybody
You don't
unite
reform
under
it.
your ideal is exactly the same as being the king, right?
I mean, are we going to listen to a guy about curing cancer with a cigarette in his mouth right now? Come on, let's get real here.
Hey, that's just what they want you to think. This is a menthol. This is 2 servings of vegetables right here. I got tobacco.
Oh,
and I
my
got
God.
Whatever
You
I tell
believe it,
yourself.
it's true, bro. It depends what you believe.
and that's why I don't have cancer. Never
Well,
will.
see, this is the thing too, though. We got to
That's
look
what
at.
she was-
This is another thing we got to look at, really heavy duty. These are great intentions, and I know, yes, we need to get people together like 20 fucking years ago, okay? Like
Yep.
30 fucking years ago.
Yeah.
Look, right now, everybody's trying to figure out what color should we paint this barn, and the fucking thing is about reduced to ashes, heavy duty up in flames, and everybody going to figure out what color we should paint the fucking barn.
Well, they'll make
The
it
reality is we need a new barn. Okay, that's all there is to it. This
Yeah.
is too far rotten to cut out the good parts and keep. Okay, it has to be started over. That's all there is to it. You cannot vote your way out of this dumb shit. They got that cinched right up, baby. If it did any good, you wouldn't be allowed to do it. So what needs to actually take place, unfortunately, or fortunately, depending on how you look at it, you got to raise the barn and build a new one. It's that simple. This thing's too far gone. I mean, when you got courts refusing to even touch any of these cases on this voter bullshit that took place in the last election, when you got courts that are just saying, fuck you, we're not going to look at it, what other recourse is there? You go vote again?
But isn't that part of it is cowardice too?
What's that?
Isn't that part of it is cowardice too, right? Like a lot of the judges, they're cowardice as well. They're afraid of their job, or
everybody's
they're
afraid
afraid
of their own best
of their
interest.
safety. If someone's
Yeah,
going to take them out if they make a judgment of some
But
sort,
see,
right?
whether it's
Okay,
cowardice
I hear
or
where you're going with
belligerence, either way, it's still.
I think he's
it's
saying
ego.
they're following orders because they're weak. I think that's what
Yeah.
he's saying. Yeah.
It's
There
fine,
you
but it
go.
doesn't matter.
It's
So
not all
again,
corruption. Yeah.
That's why you
It's
can't
still-
have
it's
that
still
much
a
centralized power,
cancer.
though, because people are weak or selfish or something.
Guys, right.
He was just
the
on to
illusions.
something.
The illusions of authority, they only work because it triggers fear. This is the entire system is based on fear.
Yeah.
So the ego is that which fears. The ego is that which divides. What Dave is saying, these judges, they're humans that have thinking they are a judge. They're a fucking decision maker. That's all a position of authority is a decision maker. Humans have been conditioned to be afraid of decisions.
So are you saying, I don't know, I don't want to put it in, a killer ego or something? Is that what you're saying?
That's the first part.
Balance it
for-
out, at least balance it
At
out.
least balance it. Yeah.
Yeah,
So
you have
purify
to
it.
balance. Everything wants to
Purify
be
it.
equal, man. Everything wants to be equal.
Amen.
Everything wants to equalize, man. That's reality. And that's how you have to be with that. You have to balance your higher self with your fucking ego. It's all there is to that.
That's
And
not reality.
you
with
got to
today.
look beyond these illusions that they keep hitting us with. Okay. This was part of the trick. Okay. Here was the pretty girl that came out to distract you from what the magician was doing.
Right.
If you'll remember back to January 6th, what were they doing when that whole hullabaloo started happening? They were certifying the votes, weren't they?
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay. Well, that got interrupted because of the January 6th bullshit, right? They never continued it. Mike Pence just went ahead and signed off without verification. Due process never even took place. Nobody said fucking shit, but we had all of this attention on this insurrection.
I thought that they were just voting. All that shit had been done. They just had to
No,
actually
they
do the
have to
voting shit.
certify the electoral
That-
votes in the Senate.
Oh,
in the,
yes,
in
but
the Congress.
all the votes had all been constant. They had to certify them. I heard that they finished the
Right.
certification the very
And
next day.
there were delegates there. There were members of the Electoral College there that were ready to contest and go against what their popular vote was because of the shenanigans that took
I was
place.
told they would have to give it the next day. It occurred the next day.
They never finished it. No, they never finished the shit.
I did
Mike
not know
Pence
that.
just signed off on it. That's supposed to be public. That's supposed to be in record. It stopped.
I don't know if it
3
was
states.
public, but I know
I think it was like 3 states, and then they stopped, and there was no more. And it was the next day, I believe, that Mike Pence went ahead and certified it. He was president pro tem of the Senate.
Yeah,
being vice president. So
yeah, what's your point? You don't think that
my
those few
point
people who
is
said
that,
something was going to change
that
anything?
was complete obfuscation to get people off of that completely, if not just partially, and focus on, the worst thing since 9/11.
Wait, are you saying that absent that the election comes out differently, absent the January 6th?
Yeah, I think it could. I think it would have. I think that it would have played
nonsense.
out completely differently.
That's nonsense. You just hanging on. I got to poke you about Trump, bro. You keep that shit up. We'll
No,
start bringing
I'm
up
not
34
showing him.
indictments.
I don't
today.
like him either. I don't like him either. He's a lying fucking shit, right?
He's the one that
Lock
lured
her
everybody
up,
in there.
Lock her up. And then what? Oh, we like him now. Let's have a standing ovation for him at my fucking luncheon and shit. It's like, you fraud, right? I like take the guns due process later. Wait a minute. Didn't you put your hand on a fucking Bible and swear on to defend the Constitution?
He's another confused man.
He's
he ended up dropping
narcissist as
more
fuck,
bombs
that
than
ego.
Obama.
Is he confused or
I
is
don't
he a
think he
piece of
outdid
shit?
Obama. Ain't nobody outdid Obama on dropping bombs on civilians. Now I'm gonna have to contest
No, I'm
you
saying
on
he
that shit.
dropped more bombs, more tonnage of bombs than even Obama did.
I don't believe that shit. I heard Obama drained the fucking military of bombs.
no,
He dropped
Obama
shit.
was-
we were dropping
Obama.
shit all over in Yemen, all over in fucking place, man. We're in places you don't even know right now. I'm not shitting you.
Of course.
Are you aware?
Well,
of
they-
where
ISIS
Lebanon?
disappeared. ISIS disappeared under Trump.
Yeah,
I remember on NPR, Obama said word for word, "We're not going to defeat ISIS. They're impossible to defeat." Just kind of this kind of melon,
because
like
John McCain-
very
Whatever
monotone
happened to that?
voice.
Whatever happened
And
to
then
that?
and then
what
Trump
happened
came
with
in.
Be
Trump
surprised
came
what
in and
happened
said,
when
"We're going to
funding
bomb the
took back
crap
off.
out of ISIS."
We
I
were
remember that.
ISIS.
We're going to
That's what
bomb.
happened to him getting
Where's
bombed.
ISIS now? I don't know.
ISIS.
I don't
is
know
us.
when any of these terrorist organizations. We
ISIS
used to be
is
under
us.
threat of like 6 of them at any given time, all over the news. They don't even talk about that shit no more.
Don't you
Well,
know that?
wait,
man?
whatever happened to
ISIS
the
is
wait?
us.
Why is nobody getting beheaded in orange jumpsuits anymore?
Right.
That
You
was-
know, that it used to be 18 of those a
That
fucking
didn't
month.
even really happen.
Yeah.
That was green screen, man.
I don't
I'm
know.
joking. I'm joking.
Hey, I'm still
That's green
seeing the.
screen.
I
still
just want to
seeing
know
the
what
news,
happened to
and
the beheadings of,
What is-
of white people,
Well,
military
it looks
contractors in
like-
orange jumpsuits.
ISIS
looks
is
like
us.
there
You
is-
got to understand that
Oh,
ISIS,
sure.
in Israeli secret
He
intelligence.
said it was
service.
green
Do you
screen.
realize how many? Do you realize how many
course it was.
ISIS captives turned out to be fucking special forces from Britain?
U.S., Israel,
Dude, it's us.
New
Al Qaeda.
Zealand,
Do you know what Al Qaeda means in
Yeah.
Arabic?
No fucking idea. No.
It
toilet,
means the list.
the
Okay.
toilet.
So I'm going to take you back to the early 80s, late 70s. Okay. The Soviet Union invaded Afghanistan. We were so incensed that we boycotted the Olympics in Moscow. Okay. We weren't even going to go. We hated Russia, those bastards. Then the CIA went in and formed up a resistance group called the Mujahideen. Okay.
Yeah.
Now, if you ever saw Rambo 3, that's who he's fighting over there against those dirty Russians, you see.
Yeah. I
And
remember
he's
that.
helping the Mujahideen. Well, after
Yeah.
the Soviets pulled out of Afghanistan, they put these people on standby, but they were still active. They were on a list, or Al Qaeda, if you prefer.
Okay.
So they were actually a proxy army controlled by our own intelligence. Okay. The same thing as ISIS, the same thing as any of these little groups that come up. It's controlled opposition.
Muslim Brotherhood.
Yeah, there you go. Same
Yeah,
thing.
we started off paying all of them. In fact, some of the payments that we gave when we started off, I don't know if it was Al Qaeda or one of the other ones that was at the.
Oh man, and so they just activated him again. That's all. They just activated him again. It's us. We put.
That's the-
Imagine
you
it.
know,
Here's what they're
Nike-
doing, right?
Nike's in Toyota.
I want to
You got
read
a
a
little
comment.
You
I
got a
want to
little
read a
kid, he's
comment.
scared to death. Hold on. He's got a little kid. He's scared
Okay.
to death, right? He keeps seeing a boogie monster outside his fucking bedroom, right? And so
Boogeyman.
dad and mom come running into his room. What's the matter, Timmy? What is it? Is everything okay? Oh, there's a monster outside my window. Dad looks. Well, he's gone now, son. There's nothing there. Okay.
Oh,
So the kid goes back to sleep. Couple minutes later, there's another monster at the window and shit. Well, after a while of this, and mom and dad running in there and going, "Oh, whatever, you need us." Okay. You find out that it's dad going out there with a fucking Frankenstein mask and he's knocking at the window and scaring the shit out of the kid. So he'll holler for mom and dad to come and save his ass.
Holy
You
hell.
get it? That's what they're doing. ISIS, Al Qaeda, the rest of them. It's a fucking fake boogeyman, bro. That's how
I would agree with you in that analogy. It just brings it home, right? Damn.
That was a good analogy.
Yeah, good.
Hey, M. Night Shyamalan made a good movie called The Village that, the elders were putting on the monster mask
You're right.
in the shed.
You're right.
Okay?
Yeah. Same thing.
You know the movie The Village?
So when do we wake up and interrupt the games, interrupt the shows? Because
Well, I don't think we're going to be able to. We
Well,
can't
I'm
get
gonna say
past.
you don't-
Hold
you
on,
don't
hold on.
join
We
the
can't get
games.
past the fact that how to do it. Some of us still believe, me being one of them, that you're going to have to talk to somebody in charge. I'm embarrassed
I
to
don't
say
know.
that.
I
but
think the way to fix it is you tell the next generations, don't join the army, don't join the Air Force, don't go into politics, don't become an esquire.
Yeah,
don't become a judge. Don't become a cop.
Yeah, I
And
think
by
that.
the way, son, daughter, these things are not noble. Going to the UN, I don't see how that's going to work. I think telling the future generations to not do these things is the way out.
I think when I'm saying talk to them, I think it depends how you talk to them or blah blah blah. You can't go to them hat in hand and ask for a damn thing, right?
Amen.
But if you have the threat of something behind you, then you can accomplish something, right? The way James Freeman, I don't know if y'all follow shit like I do, but if a judge acts up or somebody, he could fucking make a series of vids. Next thing you know, you could get this judge fired or he'll retire and shit like that by talking to motherfuckers. And the leadership, he's in there talking to the motherfuckers, holding them accountable. As soon as they fuck up, he jumped down their throat. But talking to a motherfuckers is part of the process. It looks like he's getting results. Looks like. I mean, he's getting judges fired, but is that really results? I don't know, because other people think that the whole idea is to leave that whole system alone. You're fucking up, Joe, even being over there.
I'm dealing with a crazy judge right now. Part of me wants to rip him to shreds because guy's a criminal and I got him on so many violations. Do I want to get him fired? Or do I want to just, go continue what you're doing on with the dumb motherfuckers?
Yeah.
Is it my job to get him fired? Is it my job to bring down a judge?
I'm just angry, so you shouldn't be asking.
Because you have a government by the people and for the people, so they work for you. So if they don't do their job, you can fire them.
You probably
Yeah,
should fire.
Wait. Their job is not. They're a service corporation that I have no contract.
Thank you for what their job is.
You're trying to be in denial, saying that, here, let me point something out too. Between the ego, what divides us, the ego wants to fight because it feels separated. And let's use like us and the government. When we feel separated from the government, we're going to be at war with it.
Okay.
But if we understand that the government is us, we are the government, it is a result of the combination of our existence. When we recognize that we are one, we can become part of and influence it. But if we're just going to complain about it and ignore it, well, what the hell are you teaching the next generation?
Good point.
Do we want to be?
There's a lot of people like it's easy to complain, and it's it's good to diagnose the problem, but at some point, There has to be a solution of some sort.
Well, that's what
Well, you
had
know
one
what?
there.
Who's familiar?
You just had one there, right? About fire him, right? So how's that going so far?
Well,
Yeah.
So
let's
what's
put
our
them on
firing
notice.
process? Our firing process is what? Our vote? Well, they
How about-
laughed at you in your face and showed you that your fucking vote doesn't even goddamn count. So
Thank you
there
for
goes
that.
that one.
Right.
Yeah.
So rather than rely on the systems that they want us to rely on, let's
Yeah.
do this as community and as adults. And you know, when I was responsible for people below me, you know, like an office assistant, employees, you put an employee on notice of what is expected of them, right? And maybe if the standards have slipped, then it's time to come back and say, you know what, we've allowed things to slip, but here's the renewed expectations and what we are expecting from you from now on to continue this relationship.
So how do
So
we
let's
put the
have those
people on notice?
conversations with these public servants.
How do we put them on
Buckminster
notice?
Fuller.
And so,
Are you
what's your
Send them
recommendation
letters.
if they ignore the notice?
Send them letters.
Are you
Send them
familiar-
letters, put it on the record, send them registered mail or hand deliver it, whatever.
are you
Have a
familiar
record of
with
it. Have a
Worded
record
very
of your
strongly.
evidence.
We're very upset with you.
Everything we
And
can
then,
think of, we can do. We can do whatever we want and as many things as we want and try as many different ways.
Jack?
That's why, Jack, I'm gonna be more amenable to your idea of going to talk to someone, because that's the approach many different ways. I shouldn't beat up on you so much. It's in my nature, though, to challenge something that I think blah blah blah.
I agree,
But
brother.
every different facet needs to be tried. I need to be happiest motherfucker out there doing that shit. If you make any progress, you let me know. I may can steal some of your ideas and use it in my battle.
So Jack,
I appreciate
know-
that, brother.
are you familiar with Buckminster Fuller?
Yes, much. I know of the work and many of the
I've
concepts.
heard the names. I don't know what the fuck.
He was a futurist and architect, engineer, designed the geodesic dome, Epcot Center, da.
Okay.
Well, he says something you don't. Since you like systems, you don't fight the current system. You create a new system if that's what you want to do, what you seem to be reading, and you make the other one obsolete. So if you want to keep, why do you want to deal with an old system?
You gonna make me stop cop watching, bro?
There's another
Why do you
saying
want
that
to talk to the UN? It's obsolete in my view, and I'm sure Dave would agree with me. And almost why would you want to talk to the UN? They're obsolete in my view.
They're illegitimate.
There you go.
well, there's many
And can't that argument be used
of
for me and chasing
influence.
cops too? Why would I want to talk to a cop? That same argument seems so.
Yeah, why would you
right.
want to audit?
There you
I mean,
go.
Wouldn't it be funny to get Jack on the street doing some 1A auditing or just some auditing in general? Any auditing, really, that would be.
No, he'd fail
That'd be-
miserably.
You have to also understand too that this UN is comprised
on,
of
I
a
don't
bunch of delegates who are unelected.
Sir, you're in your ego right now. You need to come out of it.
You know what I'm saying? They're unelected. They're unelected, right? So how are they representing anyone? They're appointed. Okay,
Yeah, they
so right off the
represent,
bat,
yeah,
that
somebody else,
gives me
essentially.
cause for alarm to even acknowledge that they may even have any kind of authority on any damn thing.
Well,
Right.
if
And
you
who
were
the hell are
sure
they?
you
I
agree
never,
with Jack.
I never voted for them.
Right.
My allegiance is supposed to be
Well,
Military.
I never voted to start a war. I never voted to fund a war. I never voted to put fellow citizens in prisons.
He may
But-
have.
But your elected officials did. Did you elect the people at the
Right.
UN?
So let's
Wait. Did
stand
you
up for
elect?
the
Did you
people in
elect your elected
prison.
official? Did you vote for president? Then you probably did vote for a war. You probably did vote for prisoners. You probably did vote for those
In
things.
the past, I did. You're right.
Right,
In the
right.
past, I did. But and
You can
today,
correct that
there's many-
status, though.
Well, there's many of our fellow neighbors who are still voting to put people in prison and voting to continue the wars. And I think our solution is the yes and. Yes, and we've got to be communicating with our neighbors, communicating with the local police, the local city governments. We should be trying to communicate with the media. We should be trying to make connections to
I'm the media.
educate.
Wait, I'm the media, and so are you, and so is everybody here on this panel. I don't know who you're talking about when you're talking about the media.
Well,
CNN.
stations.
I've been trying to reach like local newspapers and stuff like that and have conversations.
Conventional media.
You don't need those channels though. YouTube, for the first time in history, in recorded history, whatever, you can reach the whole world.
I'm learning that. I was reluctant to do the digital stuff. I don't like technology, man. But so yeah, I'm seeing that. That's why I'm here on YouTube now.
Good deal. Because I mean, I just, you know, that I have no faith in appealing to the UN's good nature to solve anything.
Right.
But I do think that if you could get in front of people like this and spread your, I mean, that's actually why I came up here. I try to always go join any panel where they're doing the capitalism versus communism debate because, well, I understand it. And I have experience in it and insight from it. You know, I can win that, but communism is made so cool right now.
Wait, you can win that? Wait, isn't that like war games? There is no winner there. You can convince me that capitalism is better or not like communism?
I can make a very solid argument, and I probably won't convince anybody who already thinks communism is cool, but hopefully the fence sitters or the people who don't know anything about economics and know they don't know anything about economics, those are the people that I.
So your argument is just convincing people that socialism is worse. It's not saying capitalism is effective and good, or is it?
They're both bad.
First of all, you got to
They're both
define.
bad. Free
You got to
market
make sure
is
that we're
the
talking about
only
the
free
same
market.
capitalism, because people call what we're living in right now capitalism, and it's a false identity.
So wait, I asked.
Yes, he's correct.
What's your definition of this term?
Your
Capitalism.
free market capitalism is an economic system that is based on non-coercion, voluntary exchange. It's basically anarchy.
So what evidence do you have that a capitalist society even works then? Because this is not that.
Hold on, let me ask each person on the panel. How many people on this panel right now are against socialism and communism?
I'm against.
Well, obviously I'm not, because I'm a child, so I don't have.
Let me ask.
So I agree, and I think there should be no socialism whatsoever. And I also don't believe there should be any capitalism either. I believe that there should be free men and women engaged in a free market. Okay. Yeah. Now, oh my God, what's that mean, right? So
entrepreneurial.
So I believe that free men and women should be engaged in voluntary contract with one another in a free market society. All right. I also think that welfare, Social Security, food stamps, and every sort of government assistance should be ceased immediately. And all funds taken for that should be returned. Okay. And the reason being is because that is socialism. It's even in the name, Social Security.
Of
if
course,
you don't have
hold on.
brain,
Hey, can we address the chat real quick?
Of your money aside. If
Dave,
you don't have
put a pause on
brains,
it.
put a small portion of your money aside for retirement, at least as much as what they take from you for Social Security taxes. You're never going to collect what you've put into it. That's for sure.
Matt thinks that nobody's hands went up. And I know that mine was off screen, but it was up. So,
hand went up for what?
For opposed socialism.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
Did anybody else put their hand up? It was just out of the frame.
I did.
I don't know if I put my hand up, but I oppose all of them. And if I'm not so sure, I haven't thrown out some amalgamation of all of these things that may work. But as they exist,
you know what I will throw up? This.
Well, if you got to operate from the idea that the only function of government is to protect the individual rights of the citizen, to be there if there's conflict in trade, like we did with the Barbary pirates, okay, that kind of thing.
Yeah.
Outside of that, nothing. There is not to take care of these people or any other thing like that. That's not the function of government.
Misconception.
There's other systems, there's other ideas, there's other belief systems and behavior patterns that can address somebody down on their luck. It's called voluntarianism.
Well,
It's
whatever
called-
measures there are,
called
whatever
mutual aid.
measures there may or may not be, government is not to be one of those measures.
Government shouldn't exist.
Not at all. Never.
Here's
No,
the
not
thing.
at all.
Even for relative defense, you're making the misconception that having a monopoly on force, which is small, like the founding fathers did, well, it'll just be regulated to these services, but then you'll have to collect taxes for it. Eventually, it will become a leviathan based on the incentive structure. To me, what you want to do is say, hey, we're all going to be free men and women and use mutual aid. And mutual aid is just, hey, literally, like you have a Cash App, you have a crypto wallet, you have whatever. And if somebody wants to do their commune in the thing, someone wants to run to the woods, someone wants to live in the city, someone wants to live in the suburb, someone wants to live in a rural area like I do because I like the combination of a little bit of both, then that's how it works. And you don't necessarily have to sit there and label this capitalism, this socialism. That's one mistake I did. I'm like, oh, I'm an ANCAP who wants to be friends with ANCOMs. I'm like, why am I doing this? Then I just said, like, hey, we're free market anarchists. We believe in decentralized communities. We believe in mutual aid, and that's all there is to it. And then there's individuals, and you work with individuals, and if you need to do something, you do it through collective action, not collectivism.
Am I
How do
so
you get to the
simple?
collective action? That's the crux of the disagreement between the two systems, I think. And socialism or communism or whatever, you want to, however you want to identify it, is necessarily a coercive system.
Collectivism.
Well, half. I'll give you this. If someone wants to argue Marxism specifically, involuntary communism or just forced communism on you is bad, yes. If you read Bakunin, I get a different vibe. I'm not, and
I haven't read Bakunin.
Maltesta. I get a different idea that, okay, we're going to get this community and do our own thing, and it's voluntary. We'll leave shit alone. That's fine.
Well, if it's voluntary, then it would also be a free market capitalist society.
In a sense, it is, but in a sense, to me, it isn't. It seems very communal, but whatever.
Yeah, no, but whatever. You're right. It would also take on socialist shit, right? If everybody is fucking doing it, it would suddenly be like, hey, Joe, I'm going to meet you up here. We're going to have the fucking eggs. It's not forced, but we have that shit where we're helping each other.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Well, and if I can jump in, if you think about that, if you build that community, mutual exchange, I think is what you called it, where support is shared. If you're receiving support in your life and your life is a little more comfortable, don't you think it would be your natural incentive to go repay that to the neighbors and pass it forward? I mean,
It
that's
would be
in our
mine.
nature.
I think
I
it
don't
would.
think
It would
that's a universal truth at all that you can depend on for people.
I
do
think
if you don't have a
become the
capitalist
norm.
system. If you don't have a capitalist system, I think the incentive is fucking way down. If you're not fucking throwing a capitalist bullshit, I think out of people's hearts.
I actually have a criticism of the free market, and it's actually a constructive one.
It's not.
It always leads to the cheapening of products because you have to cheapen the overhead.
And also,
in order
it
to
leads
increase
the
your profit
accumulation of
margins.
resources. It's not
You're
a perfect
looking at it
system,
from
but
a
it's
one-dimensional
definitely
perspective.
It's definitely the best that we've come up with.
But you don't predicate human behavior based on specifically altruism, because the issue with that is you're just saying, oh, well, if I have a lot of money, I might pay it forward. Maybe I just say, hey, I got all the Bitcoin. I'm a little bit greedy, but how do I get that level of wealth? I have to do something. That doesn't mean I like you or I'm doing like something because I like you or I care, or even that I'm Mother Teresa or anything like that. Doing something at least you can be sure of that you will like, that you'll be willing to engage in commerce with me. There's some value I'm prepared
You have to provide value.
Yeah,
That's right.
you have to provide some sort of value. Now, I know you can argue some billionaires like, Musk and Gates, they got a lot from the government. So I don't think they'd have the status.
And the value that they're providing is they're providing the socialist, I guess I would say that our economic system right now is a fascist one.
Correct. It's corporatist.
But our fascist system gets value from Elon Musk because he's making these stupid fucking ideas like brain chips and EVs look cool.
Yes, correct.
He's marketing.
Well,
He is.
He's also got you convinced he's going up into space, and he's got a fucking roadster flying around up there and shit too.
I saw a video of it. I'm totally convinced.
Yeah, I know that was so real. It was so fake. That's how you know it's real.
It's
That's
as
what he
real as
said,
you
man.
are on here. You could be fake too. You could be a 3D image.
I am.
I'm thinking
I'm
it was
only a
pretty
figment
real.
of your imagination.
He's on to us.
Jack,
Right.
Jack, we gotta pull up the sign. Is this real? You gotta pull it up. Is this real?
Imagination.
You got that sign there, Jack?
Well,
Yeah, man.
Is this real?
funny enough,
So
it's
you guys got to realize Elon's a puppet.
oh, we got Jack. It's nice to actually meet you, Jack, because I met you. I saw you through Paul on Slave stuff.
Oh boy.
But then I started looking into what does this guy do or specifically talk about. And I do talk about law of attraction, Neville Goddard, and things like that a little bit. So
Neville
You do?
Goddard.
correct.
And what was your name again, if I may? You've got a channel, right?
Kareem, yes, the Essential Libertarians.
Hey.
I talk about anarcho-capitalist stuff. In my private life, though, I do a bunch of things like I talked about before. Like people come to me. Actually, here's the crux. Even if the free market fails, if you understand things like Hawkins and Neville Goddard and you're able to impress your subconscious mind, you can write down on a piece of paper, I have this.
Yeah.
In the present tense, impress your subconscious mind before you sleep, and somehow the universe will be like, I got it.
Manifested.
Yes,
Mm.
What'd you say your name was? What'd you say
Mm.
your name was?
The essential
You
libertarian.
that was just talking, the guy down in the corner.
Bob.
With
He
the beard.
said it's Bob. The guy with the beard. It's
Yeah.
Bob.
Hey, Bob.
No,
I'm
correct.
kidding.
So check this out. Have you? It's interesting because I'm interested in the same avenue of thought. Have you ever? Are you familiar with the Gnostic Gospel of Thomas?
Yes.
I think I
Okay.
read it.
Greg
Dude,
Brady
is
talking.
that like right on point with like when you start looking at what the Bible proclaims, some of these miracles that he did, and even some of the disciples as well, that this is that same method. That's that same method right there, and it's almost like a lesson in that. And I think it's funny that that's one they didn't include, because
Well, yeah,
people
because
think of prayer now as you just say a poem in Elizabethan English and that's it, man. You know,
Right on. Right on.
Well, for Constantine to maintain a hegemony, he has to get rid of anyone trying to do anything that's mystical. Because if you one day, and Rockefeller was worried about this, oh, people realize they're one, you know, then they won't accept this. But if you realize that you have the infinite power to manifest things, you're not going to depend on a central institution, or maybe in some cases any institution, because you're like, well, I can impress my subconscious mind, so shit's just gonna happen. I don't know how it'll happen, but it'll happen. Greg Braden, I remember, talked about Gospel of Thomas and said it's through the feeling. The issue is, I think Constantine and the Council of Nicaea took out all the mysticism of the Bible and regulated primarily what I would call just behavior regulating mechanisms, like don't eat meat on Friday. Like,
Oh, that's a Ouija board, and that's all that, you know, mystic, you know, pagan. Oh, pagan. We were pagans, but then all that the mysticism they threw out, and they demonized it with all these.
Yeah, and it's not even about, to me, at the end of the day, even pagans like my friends who do the good luck spells and I'll light a candle and stuff. I've come to and deities and everything. I've come to the realization, if you can work with your subconscious mind and you kind of accept the fact that it's possible that the human imagination has no limits and that maybe is God as you would define it, then yes, you can subconsciously create reality, and then your conscious is just verifying what happened. So
this is what's great. What's going on especially in America, is because you've got these Q patriots, whatever, these extreme right wing people that they're going to swing this public. Anyway, that's another thing I already said, but I forgot who said it. But the quote is, "Man, you know, for some reason we can, you know, man can accept God becoming man, you know, the Jesus Christ figure, but we cannot accept man becoming God. So we got it's like a one-way
It
street.
requires
And now the extreme Christians or whatever, and probably Muslims and whatever, will say that that's evil and witchcraft and all that. But so we got a one-way street where source can become man, but man can't. Let's go back to source.
The story of Christ is the story of Christ is a story of us.
Very clear what you're saying.
Yeah.
You sacrifice the ego, and then it's just what you said. Man becomes God once the ego within, once the image of ourself has been sacrificed and dissolved, we become the selfless one who is filled with the Spirit, united with the man becomes God. It's the evolution of man.
Hey,
I think it's the realization.
Do you have a channel? You said you had a channel, right?
Right.
Bob?
I was joking. His name's Kareem, I think.
Oh, Kareem, I'm sorry.
Libertarians, isn't it?
I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
You're not evolving. You're just realizing. So,
hey, Kareem, can you have a channel? I'm interested in checking it out. If you wouldn't mind, when you get a chance here, put it in the private chat up here. So
I already got you guys. Hold on a second.
All right, cool beans, man.
But yeah,
thank you.
All right, yeah.
So
I just found it
work
myself.
with Jack Talcott's point.
Are you flow state?
Oh, sorry.
Huh?
Who's flow state?
I am.
That's you, Kareem?
Yeah.
No, I'm getting my channel.
I got it.
Oh shit! I'm out of this.
I made a channel talking about
Subbed and belled, bro. Subbed and belled.
But I was gonna say fundamentally that the take I have on Jesus Christ is different now that I've really looked at what it means. And I don't look at it so much as the astro-theological aspect. And I don't look at so much as the historical aspect. I think the historical aspect is probably he was a preacher. He was born in
Aren't you
Jerusalem.
Muslim?
I'm like somewhere between Sufism and Taoism, but like
you were quoting the Quran yesterday, weren't you?
I read it sometimes. But here's the thing.
That was me, sir.
Let him finish, man. Let Kareem finish.
I'll get to the point. What I found is that if you take out the historical aspect and the astro-theological aspect, which that does exist, what you'll find is if you ask somebody, define God, you say, okay, omnipotent, can do anything, has all capabilities. That is the imagination. You can imagine anything. Okay, great.
Yes.
How do you self-actualize that is through what people would call your own, if you want to call it your Jesus, the Son. The Father is the imagination. The Son is your ability to actualize that in reality through your subconscious.
When you say self-actualize, I mean, that's a term I don't hear a lot when I don't bring it up myself because
Jung popularized it. I guess what I mean by self-actualize is, like Jack said, you're getting rid of the ego, the idea of yourself, and just saying you are one with creation. I remember a very strong thing that Manly P. Hall said, that Jesus was a figure that people think kind of like a spiritual savior, came to save people's lives. And he makes a point, this is not possible unless the Christ in you does the labor. So I'm like, what does Manly P. Hall mean? The Christ in you does the labor. I get it. It's your own ability to impress the imagination through your subconscious mind is the Son. The Father is the imagination, and the feelings, the Holy Spirit.
So we can't create unless we find Jesus. And
So
Jesus
I remember
is in the
Jesus actually
subconscious.
rebuked people. Like he rebuked people who said that he's the savior.
He slut shamed.
Yeah.
And sorry, I was on a different tab. I think that I meant to be talking to the person that I wasn't talking to a minute ago about the Quran.
Right here. I was the one that was quoting the Quran yesterday.
Okay, and you weren't the one who was talking when I was interrupting, right?
I was Kareem talking.
Okay, yeah. So my bad. I was talking to the wrong person.
I'll stop. That's all I had to. That's all I had to say to give you guys this knowledge.
Dude, that's really good insight, man. I like that. I like it.
Yeah.
Interesting. Yeah, I subbed and belled, man. That's good. That's good.
Hey,
stuff.
wait, put that back in my head again. So basically, Jesus was subconscious, and what was the other half of that?
So the whole idea is the imagination's capable.
Imagination was the other half.
That if you're putting all the characteristics people usually attribute to God, like Aristotle says, how can you know something is a thing that you call it, like a table? Okay, it's 4 legs.
Right.
Like maybe he's the first database administrator, as I joke, because I used to build databases. If you're looking at that, the imagination has all the characteristics of being omnipotent, everywhere.
Because you define a thing.
So I'm defining the imagination.
No. I was saying that, so in that instance, if you can imagine the table, you're defining it. I think is what is that what you're saying? Maybe I'm saying what you.
No, what?
No, what he's saying
what
is,
I'm saying is the table's defined by its characteristics. Maybe 4 legs, it stands up, so I can say, oh, that's a table based on the characteristics I can empirically see. Now, you can't empirically see the imagination. Well, I guess you can when you're visualizing, which is what I do. I'm saying all the characteristics you attribute to God or Yahweh or Allah or the Tao or Krishna or the Vedas or whatever.
Logos, whatever.
Right.
Yeah.
Every omnipotent, everywhere, all the time, capable of anything. Great.
Right.
That's the imagination. That's what I realized. And I realized I have the ability to impress that from Neville Goddard and people who David R. Hawkins from imagination from
to your subconscious,
from my subconscious. So I bring something in because the subconscious doesn't know the difference between reality and fantasy. So if I say I have $100 million, I'll make that tomorrow, everyone will laugh. The subconscious is like, yeah, you have $100 million. And then
I believe that a thing cannot be achieved unless it's through the subconscious. I believe that. How do you activate that shit, right? Just having the imagination and saying, suddenly I'm a millionaire. There's more, yeah.
I don't say suddenly I'm a millionaire. What I would do is take out a piece of paper, and you know how you're certain about something. There's about being certain, like kind of thing, and there's like. I know I'm certain. I'm gonna hit that. I'm gonna hit that lotto. If I get a basketball now, I'm certain. Like you just have that feeling of certainty that, like, if I turn my computer on, it's gonna turn. I don't think I'm gonna get paid tomorrow.
Right.
Amy Schumer's not gonna be funny. I just know that's gonna be a fact. I get that feeling of certainty, and I write down, I'm absolutely certain I have this in present tense, and sign it. Thank you, universe, God, whatever you attribute.
All right, so
write it down. I usually write it down because that's like you putting ink. It's huge. And then right before I'm about to go to bed, or you can get theta or binaural beats, I'll bring in an image, first person. I can see my fingers of like, oh, I do have Kareem, you won $100 million, all that stuff. I like the Klaus Schwab avatar. And then I just wait to see signs. Maybe my friend hits me up. I have a business idea. I think we could make a few $1 million from this. Oh, my other friend hits me up. Hey.
Are you really using your imagination though in these instances, right? Aren't you waiting for something to happen? Are you imagining anything? You're just waiting for something to happen, and then when you get the feeling, or how are you activating by your imagination? You're just waiting to see something. I'm certain about that, and I'm gonna do it.
So I'm certain about it. I'm writing it down right before I go to bed, or by neural beats, so my conscious mind isn't in the way. I'm bringing in an image, first person, in a relaxed point of view. Then I wait for signs to pop up after that. I don't keep doing it like Jack says, I won the lottery, I'm going to send you something. Now people would just say, oh, that's a coincidence, that happens. I'm like, I don't believe in coincidences, but sure. So I wait for signs for things to happen. Just like if I want a free cup of coffee. I know you guys probably think like I've gone off the deep end.
No, I do this shit, test the theories with my friend. You're not out on a limb here because I'm questioning you.
I actually have some input. Actually. Now, what does the conscious mind, because I know I think me and Jack kind of talked about this, maybe I brought it up a little bit in his stream. I didn't necessarily explain the same way, but I was trying to explain it the same way. I was explaining, like, if you want to get from A to B, you just have to imagine it, and then you don't want to use your conscious mind to get in the way. Right. So how do you get your conscious mind out of your way? Or as Jack likes to say, your imagination.
Correct. So you can do a couple of different things. You could wait till you're almost asleep. When you're almost asleep, like the mind has different brain waves, alpha, theta, and right now we're in like a conscious state. We're trying to like problem solve and things like that. To me, once you get to like theta or alpha, you're daydreaming or almost asleep, then the conscious mind is a little bit pushed to the back. So what then you can do is start playing with it, and that to me, that's
Yes.
what I enjoyed doing.
And there's ways to program that. As you're falling asleep, you simply think about the thing, blah, blah, blah. And as you fall asleep, you'll pick up and you'll find your subconscious doing it. Other ways, besides the sleep shit, I mean, that's the holy grail shit. Besides the falling asleep shit, how do I turn on that fucking subconscious?
The other way I've done it is you go
drugs. Drugs was doing.
You could. I
Repetition.
don't
You
recommend
train
that.
just like anything else. It's muscle memory.
Don't do drugs. Don't do drugs. Look, here's the thing, because I've had very bad experiences on like depressants, like edibles and things like that.
I've had great experiences.
You could.
Oh, I know.
You could do drugs, but honestly, what I would do is go to YouTube, type in theta meditation, binaural beats.
Meditation, that's the best way.
And then get some headphones and then chill out that way, but really like relax. Don't be like, oh, I'm going to put in binaural
Hey, I
beats.
had a near-death experience. I hinted to it earlier. And that, believe it or not, was what one of the things they taught me was fucking medication. They taught me how to do it, blah, 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 piece by piece. I thought I was crazy. Years later, someone who I told the story to sent me to an internet site where people had the same fucking experience and was doing the same shit.
Well, can I ask you a question? The binaural beats, I mean, that's something I did in the 90s and I still do on occasion, but I've actually got the 432 classical music, or actually, yeah, just classical music at 432 at night. I'm finding that's better than the binaural, the 432.
Yeah, I'm not saying, yeah, that works. There's not
So anything you achieve that vibration, that frequency, yeah, what works for you, yeah.
I mean, you're familiar with the 432 and the shit, how they perverted from 432 and into what we have now, right?
Yeah, well, dark occultists that run everything. That's really, honestly, we could say it's a corporate system, or like as Mark Passio calls it, an occultocracy. There's people who understand hidden laws and they manipulate things. So that they also program your subconscious mind too, or they try to. So in more extreme ways than one. Sometimes it's just subtle.
It's successful
through the media. Sometimes it's through fluoride, and sometimes it's through MK Ultra if they really go extreme. But yeah, they pervert things. 420, they took the symbol of peace in India, which was for Vedic traditions, and turned that into
swastika.
So they pervert everything. They take everything that's good and flip it.
Hey, can I jump in back to what you were describing too, with the analogy of God being the imagination, the infinite mind? And then progressing with what you had explained, and I thought Joe was trying to get that out of you too, that the imagination and the infinite mind could be the God, and then the awareness, the position of the seat of the throne within our mind, which directs the awareness and points the will, that would be the seat of the Christ. And then the Antichrist is that other part within us, which is the analyzer, the one that divides and resists and fears. And so we've got God, the Christ, and the Antichrist all within us.
Stop resisting.
And we get to choose.
Stop resisting.
Consent, God damn it.
Well, I believe we are part of the infinite mind of the Creator, and our focus, our energies. Oh, and the other part, excuse me, you brought up the spirit too. The I can't remember the term you used, but for me, the Holy Spirit, it is the pure emotion, right? And it's the energies in motion which drive our thoughts and our patterns of behavior. So the prayer, like the book of Thomas that was brought up,
yeah,
that prayer is bringing your mind and your energies, your mind and emotions united into that state of being where the goal is already achieved, the prayers have been answered, the healing has been received.
Right on.
I'm already speaking at the Capitol and addressing the citizens and government. I mean, this stuff has been part of my evening faith that somehow, some way.
Wait. Did you just say, I think I just heard this. I'm addressing citizen and government. I think I've got a glimpse more into what you're doing. You're out there, you're addressing some of the leaders, and you got citizen out there. You're having some type of oration skills and some type of, dare I say it, power.
Some
Ego.
influence is being shared. I don't know. These ideas of the mind, this Neville Goddard, Kareem, the references you're listing off, and Dave too, these things, there's so many synchronicities and similarities, right? These things of the mind, when I was a confused slave, obedient and voting and paying my taxes and registering every move I made, dude, I didn't think about the mind. I didn't think about God. I didn't think.
So are you saying that all these fucking distractions there to keep us away from thinking about God?
What if? I mean, yeah, man's laws designed to oppose the evolution of man. Man's laws designed to keep the human minds confused. And it's all part of our game of evolution and life. It's this experience.
Maybe it's a forever experience as long as you're down here, certainly, because you need that uncomfortability to learn and to test brave man and all of those things. If we achieve this thing that we're looking after, maybe that defeats the whole purpose.
Well, if we can outgrow the primitive and beastly nature of being a human, don't you think we would deserve the glory of heaven?
I'm all right with that.
You know, there's a lot to what you say there too, and there again, a lot of people might want to call it word salad, but stop being a human. A human is defined as a monstrosity resembling a man. Be a man. There's the difference right there. We are all the race of man, even the girls. That's why they're called.
So you're saying there's difference between man and human, or mankind and human?
Yep.
Just be more specific.
Yeah, a human is defined as a monstrosity resembling a man, a monster. Okay, so we refer to ourselves as monsters. Everything we do revolves around death and all kinds of shit. You wake in the morning. What's a wake? That's what you do when there's somebody dead, and you say to everybody, what's the first thing you say? Good morning. What's morning? Morning is something you do for the dead. This whole fucking
I
thing
think that's adequate, Joe. This is the dead life. This is what we're doing. We're waking up in the dead.
Yep. So,
Amen.
you know, if we
And
can
you go
strive
and
away
go
from
and
being
earn a
more the
living.
divine creation that we're supposed to be rather than human, which is what a lot of people really are. They're a monstrosity resembling a man. They're just walking around meat suits. They're not engaged in the active thought. They're not connected to their spirit. You know, they're connected to their fucking phone.
Well, they're connected to ego. I think a lot of this government stuff is to make you, like, people got in arguments with me, oh, this is devil symbology, this is not the Grammy. I'm like, okay, look, if you're looking at from a purely theological perspective, like demons and this and that, I think you're going to miss the ultimate point, which is things are to keep you rooted in ego. Oh, I'm just this. Oh, my phone's my identity. Oh, this is my being. Oh, I gotta have, you know, tons of money. I gotta
keep you rooted in ego. Yeah,
keep you rooted in ego. Even like the whole thing, like, oh, Andrew Tate's cool. Okay, yeah, some of it I agree with. Like, guys should probably stand up and say what they think. But there's the issue of like, okay, well, I'm just gonna purely exist to just manifestation's cool, but just to get stuff. Oh, I don't want to get stuff.
Yeah,
so I just get stuff to like, oh, instead of really living with source, I'm stuck to the idea of who I am. Oh, Kareem has to have this in the bank and this and data
Ego.
Yeah. So it's designed to get you an ego so you can't connect with source. So you don't.
That sucks.
Same with the fluoride. Same with that. I'm like,
I agree.
if people connect with source, I do believe government would collapse, and then we wouldn't necessarily have a debate. Do you like this economic system? Well, this one might be. Just like,
yeah.
Here's a property we want to use, and here's how we want to use it. Do we want to use it collectively, or do we want to use it individually? And we figure that out through mutual aid.
Hey, here's something let me add with you cats. I saw something where this guy had a near-death experience, blah, blah, blah. He say, I forget, it lasted a day or something, but over there it was 3 days. First 2 days was teaching him how to reach a vibration, a frequency. Those were his words. And then when you went into, once he was had reached that, they can go into this place with a bunch of other beings, all these religions and stuff, and you just will things that happen. The door open up, and you go there and do what you want. He said, but really, there was some that could open doors and do shit that we were all envious of, and those are the people who learned chiefly over here love. They were the skilled over there. I just thought I'd share it if it's true, man. That's interesting.
Yeah, it literally comes down to that. I think that's what the elite. I shouldn't say I think that's what they're afraid of. And then they put like things like, oh, let's create polarities. Oh, you got to believe in this specific thing, or this is the absolute thing.
Yeah.
And if you get rooted in ego, you get stuck in a lot of these traps. Like you can get stuck in any media trap right now. Like, oh, okay, well, this
LeBron Kobe. Yeah, you arguing over
LeBron
Packers.
Kobe. It can even be as simple as like
bitch.
it can be as simple as this. When what happened recently in Tennessee, people like, oh, I'm Christian. These people are at war with me. Oh, I'm trans. These people are at war with me. And I'm like, guys, you're falling for a divide and conquer agenda, and the elites are using your identity.
Could you imagine a more divisive psyop?
Yeah, that's a very good psyop. Like, okay,
I'll give all the things.
Like, I'll give these demon-controlled psychopaths their due. It's a good psyop. It's a good psyop. Good job, lizard people.
That's a good definition.
I mean, it's kind of out in the open. I feel like
demon-controlled psychopaths.
I feel like they need to like hide it a little bit better. I don't know.
I mean, these lizards are getting sloppy, but
these lizards are slipping out.
I'm like, look, I don't care if you're Christian or you're trans or anything like that. I'm neither or, so whatever, it doesn't affect me. But what they're doing is perpetuating that identity. So people like, I'm this identity. That identity doesn't like me.
Yes.
Because I'm living in ego, so we got to have a war of the ego. So if you don't, identify as trans.
And they're good, because I'd rather stay out of it, but because they know motherfuckers like me exist, they're going to pass a law, say you must participate it. When this 6'5" dude says, call me a woman, if you don't, you're breaking the law. Now you're pulling me in on your fucking drama, because my ego is going to say, wait a minute, I was totally willing to call him a she at first, but since you made the law, fuck you, man.
Like,
I mean, if he's 6'5", you might just want to go with it.
That's good.
Just want to play basketball, but look, it's everything. But it's not just that; it's a divide and conquer strategy. They did it with 9/11. Oh, the Muslims are. Oh, it's not the Muslims now. It's this. Oh, it's the
Muslims are bad, though. You got to admit.
Yeah, I mean,
no, they're not. Yes,
no, they're cool. And then they did it to the MAGA. Oh, it's the MAGA. It's the QAnon people. It's this. It's just. It's not that there's good or bad. People do it with the Jews too and everything else. Look, at the end of the day, they're just
people are people, right? If those are black people in a position of power when that shit happened and blah blah, we would have had white motherfuckers as slaves. It's not like we're fucking above. People are people every fucking where.
At the end of the day, if I want to keep power, which this is a good way to keep power, if I really want to keep power and maintain power and just stay in power, I'm going to find some characteristic. Oh, this characteristic empirically is different from this, and say, oh, to you guys, oh, these people with these characteristics, they're going to do this.
Yes.
Oh, these people with this characteristics.
Like race.
Put some labels on the motherfucker.
Religion, Tom McDonald has a good song, you know, use race and religion to divide them even more. Use it, you know, inequality. As far as I'm concerned, levels of consciousness are the only real divide. But if people realize that and realize there are different levels of awareness, this game falls apart.
Yeah, it's over with. We're gonna stop judging people, labeling people. I don't give a fuck what you do. Do what you want, as long as you don't hurt me. And then this shit falls apart.
Yeah, essentially, yeah. I don't care what you do.
With that, I mean, that is part of this divide where the information age, people are learning about a lot of the lies and the falsities of our past. And everyone is on different paths. People don't know what they've not yet learned.
Of course.
And so that point about everyone is at their different level, there's levels of truth and there's levels of awakening. There's levels of maturity.
Yes.
We are levels and levels of time, levels and layers of time and energies. That's what we are. And if we find a way to be more chill with each other, find ways to allow each other to grow and to learn from each other, I'm telling you, this world's going to change quick.
Yeah, I think it will. I think people will learn. It will change quick when people are like, I'm connected to source. That's what I do. There's natural laws. I'm going to follow those. Fuck the government. I'm going to do the right thing. And then,
hey, am I going to get fucked up by the government? Because my imagination tells me when I don't do what they say, they're going to come and kick my ass. I'm down. I'm down. But I say I'm
See, even when you say that, even when you say when the government is going to come kick your ass, you're already inviting that into your reality.
I'm manifesting that thing.
Dude,
I can tell you.
You're manifesting it. Yep.
Because you're saying it like facetious.
Have you ever noticed when you're going down the road and you're thinking, God damn, I hope I don't get pulled over? That's when you fucking get pulled over, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah. Manifest that shit. That's no shit. I've checked that out, man.
I've done that. Like, or when a simple thing is just when you get a new car, you see that new car everywhere. And I'm like, God damn, that really doesn't happen.
Oh.
Oh, they took him out.
Hey, the thing is, I actually
mysteriously went down. Oh,
strange.
I think that might be how we're designed by purpose. Our thoughts create our reality, and that which we fear, God's going to allow us to experience that. That which we hate, we're going to get to experience that.
You get more of what you dwell on.
Yeah.
You guys might appreciate this used bookstore finds, Black Law Dictionary 3 and 4.
Nice.
Yeah. So the fourth one, I guess, is worth about, if you look at eBay, this is like a $400 book.
Yeah.
$15, bitches.
Damn.
Nice find. Holy cows.
Can we get on the record that essentialist libertarian didn't commit suicide on the metaverse?
Don't know that.
Yes. Somebody screenshot this. We did not do it.
Who do we have with us this evening?
I don't know, but wherever he's at, it's sunny.
Take that
brothers and
down
sisters.
So we can see names.
Brothers and sisters, I am the ego. I'm the best looking thing that resides in everyone's mind. And I'm here to
Thank God you're
sabotage
here.
everyone.
Ego, you were never gone. Oh, this ego
I'm
never
always here.
was. You
I'm
are.
here
Get out of your imagination.
This is too much. I did a video specifically today about ego, edging God out, and in, bringing God in.
I'm starting to think of things more ego would be a tool, anger as a tool, less on negative, positive as a time for everything. I'm starting to think more like that.
Brother, that's beautiful. All things are. And they can be tools for creation or destruction.
Destruction, right on, baby.
So we can become instruments, use our gifts, our minds, our hearts Use those as the instruments that guide us rather than those things that control us.
The ego's metrosexual now. What do you say
I'm
to
here
this
to be
ego?
I'm here to be sexy.
But the way it
I'm here to
leans
I
remind
mean,
you
I
guys.
think that's what he meant. I think Metro slipped in there from
Hey.
autocorrect. I think the ego is sexual.
I'm here to pull you guys away from God and the Spirit, and remind yourself that you're fucking sexy. And material things matter only. And everything from external is me. And who wouldn't want to be like me, the ego?
This video is gonna get so many likes now.
Yeah, because the ego likes, and I'm really good looking.
I better refresh again to see if any more likes came in the last 2 seconds.
Holy cows!
I'm in a flow state.
Yes, he's name dropped me. Refresh, more likes.
Hit like and subscribe. Joe
What's
Cole,
your
where you
favorite thing
going?
about me?
I'm cutting my light off, so it's gonna be
Look,
pitch
look,
black.
I went in there on
Say
both
the favorite thing
streams.
about me.
I went in on both streams and shit and hit like just because I knew it'd give Flow State a chubby, you know. I went ahead and did that for you there, buddy.
Hit it harder.
Thanks, Dave.
Hey, the ego
Yeah.
does
Knock
that.
me off,
It gives
Dave.
us the ego gives chubbies.
The ego gets chubbies over itself. That's
My
But
my
who hasn't
chubby
looked
looks
in the
like
mirror
John.
while masturbating several times.
When my chubby's hard, it looks like John Vance's head.
So you're circumcised.
Go.
That wasn't my choice.
That was a good.
I've resented my
That was like
parents ever
your
since.
John.
it's a beautiful baby boy. We're just gonna take it over here and cut part of its dick off without your consent.
Oh, see, humans are cruel, man. And then I learned that that's like the most sensitive part that I'll never get to experience.
Which part? The cruel part? I'll be
So you
sure.
got fucked by not really getting fucked. You see what happened?
Yeah. Yeah.
Play
That's
on
what my
words
uncle
there.
did to me.
Slash.
Cruel.
Your uncle did it?
Jeff, you're so ego. You are so inappropriate.
I know that's what the ego does. It just gets us in our imagination.
It is what the ego does.
Chivas Crisp said third eye for the straight guy.
It's like a band and a show all at the same time.
Holy cows.
I'm here to turn people. I'm here to turn people
into
the way they
strung
want to be
out
turned.
British rock stars.
To British rock stars.
Keith Richards.
The ego. I want a lot of pussy. How could I get that?
That's just
Become
a good
a
time. That's not even the
gynecologist?
ego.
Become
Oh,
a
that's a good point.
gynecologist. I would.
Well,
Yeah.
What you
Good
gotta
idea.
do is you gotta like borrow a niece or something. Like if you got a little niece who's cute, like 3 or 4, take her to the park and hit the single mom circuit.
Been there. I used to-
John,
my-
what I would say, John Vance, what I would say to you to get some pussy would be to change your face.
I didn't
Face
mention that 'cause
surgery?
I just assumed it was a prerequisite and everybody knew that.
So first things first, change
Plastic
your face
surgery.
and your personality. I could give you some of my hair if you want.
I've got some
But I still
JB
don't even
Weld
know.
over here too.
I still don't even know if having hair
I like my hair.
would save your face.
I don't know about that.
I'm here.
I like my ego.
Did we
I like my
lose
appearance.
Jeffrey Phillips?
You know, I'm wondering because I was gonna. Who's got control that they can take down the that comments? It's been up there for about an hour now.
And
Oh shit!
I keep
What
forgetting
is it?
people's names. I mean, I know Flow State.
somebody
can
had to
forget him,
pull
and I
up
know
the
Jack.
ego.
You know,
Right.
Right? So, somebody let the ego in.
Right.
There goes Jeff.
He let the ego in.
We know you've always been with us.
I'm
Yeah,
here to
we've just
stay.
been trying to suppress you, is all.
Yes.
But you can't. You can't get away from me. I'm always there. I'm always fucking with you guys.
You heard that Ren
The
song?
ego will never leave you guys alone. Flow state, I'm with you.
Right on.
I'm
We're the best.
I'm your
Time
ego.
Traveler wants on. Uh-oh. Jeffrey.
What?
Ask about the curious cabinet. Does anybody know what that is?
Sounds sexual.
Sounds
It
like
does.
something
It
out
sounds
of
like a vagina. It sounds like a euphemism.
it sounds like something out of fucking Narnia. Maybe it's about Narnia or something. I don't know.
Hey,
man.
Joe Cool.
Yeah.
The only reason that you're tolerated is because of your laugh.
Okay. All right.
I was trying to get a big laugh out of you, but it didn't work.
He got a little pussy ass laugh.
Right.
It was a sympathy laugh or a courtesy laugh. I mean,
Courtesy blows, dude.
I forget. I was someplace,
Damn.
man. Where was I at? I was
Yeah.
up at
Oh,
the.
yeah.
I had to, God forbid, go to Walmart for something. God, I go in there and get out as quick as I can because I'm just sure they're going to turn it into a FEMA camp while I'm inside. But all of a sudden, I'm walking through there and I hear Joe Cool's laugh coming from somebody's fucking phone. And sure as hell,
That's
he was
funny.
watching some video he was in. I was like, "Oh, that's Joe
That's
Cool."
funny.
And he was like, "Yeah, he's cool." Like,
I was
the
at a
fuck, man?
restaurant, Joe laughing, and the guy come running out the back. I know you.
But I recognize that fucking laugh. You know, it's unique as all shit. Nobody else has that.
I know 3 or 4 people got that. Ain't shit.
Flow State, you just being a wiener, man. Quit.
I've been on long. It's late. I'm getting to that sort of like goofy point.
I think I'm about to wrap it up myself.
All right, Jack.
This has been fun, guys.
Ego, see what you did?
Yep.
Ego
Hey,
drives
you don't
away.
have to. Hey, you don't have to wrap it up. That's how you get more kids. Just don't wrap it up.
Just make sure to put your balls in too. People always leave their balls out. That's how you get kids.
What?
Hey, just remember, without me, you're nothing. Because I'm the ego. And I'll never go away. Right, Jack?
I'm not sure.
The ego.
I stopped listening. I was trying to figure out how to stop the broadcast on the other channel, the other stream. But
You can't escape me because I'm the ego. And
I can master you.
You can't push me
I
away.
can master you by surrendering you to the all.
That's just your
And
ego
then-
taking up the competition, taking up the challenge, feeling like you have to beat the ego is the ego.
Yes, it is. That's the the paradox that it takes effort to become effortless, but the key is letting go of the effort.
Eckhart
Much
Tolle.
love,
All right,
hey,
Jack.
thank you. Peace and love.
Hey,
Eckhart
wait.
Tolle wrote a book
Jack
about how
left.
to destroy the ego.
You're still with him, don't worry.
That's right. The ego will still stay.
Yep.
That's true.
Yeah, it's like the agent in the
We're still live
Matrix.
on Jeff's stream, I think.
Yeah, we're still live on the other one. Jax is gone now.
How could you leave like that, Jackie? I
I've
didn't
totally
even get
been neglecting the chat.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to bail myself.
But he made it
man.
a lot long. I thought he was going to rage quit like 4 hours ago.
He almost
He was right
did,
on the
man.
cusp.
Oh yeah.
It
Shit
would've
got
been the
tough
night
and he
for it.
was getting questioned. He was almost about to wrap it up, man. Something changed.
You know, I think the funniest move would have been if the ego dipped out immediately when Jack left. But you
Yeah.
missed that opportunity.
Yes. And then we see
No,
Jack was like,
no,
"You know
because
what?
because the ego never leaves. Because I'm so egoic, I can't. I'm more important than everybody.
Right.
So I have to stay.
The ego
tuned in.
wants to be the last one on here.
Yeah, that's what the ego wants.
You guys can have that competition.
Yeah, I'm rolling. I'll
Ego
talk to
will
y'all
probably
later. Good
win
night,
that one.
everybody.
Yeah, later, son.
Peace.
All right, and that's my time too. Good night, guys. Good talk.
All right, I guess you're wrapping it up. Ego, you killed us all. Peace.
Ego.
See, ego kills. Ego kills the organic.
I don't even know what I'm
Connell,
doing
you
anymore,
leaving me
dude. I've
too?
been restreaming and restreaming and restreaming streams of streams. It's like, dude, not normal. The last 48 hours has
Alright.
been totally random.
All right, you want to talk?
We could talk about the ego and the UK
Let's talk it out.
and Jersey Shore. Those are the three things I can think of right now for some reason. By looking at you, sir.
So let's.
Jersey Shore,
So what's
the
been going?
UK, and the ego. And Hugh Grant. I don't know why Hugh Grant is coming up in my thinking right now.
Is that trendy?
I don't know, man. Who do we got here? We got the Tribe. We got Mitch. We got Benja. We got some real ones in the chat, man. I wonder if Jack's just falling asleep to this right now. Or if he's just rubbing his thighs. You know?
He's definitely rubbing his thighs.
Giving a little holy. I wish I could present something, but I don't think Jeffrey is. I would like to play
Where you
some
been,
Wes
Jeffrey?
Watcott, but I don't think Wes Watcott's gonna work here. Ground beef,
Where's Jeffrey
loins, and
Phillips been?